Hello, everybody. Unite trainers, players, and spectators of all ages. Welcome to the Reckzz Cup. I am joined here by Professor Malice, and we have an international event for you guys. Malice, it's been a hot minute. How you doing, my friend?
I am ready for action and a whole lot of talking today to hype up the event that we got brought here to do, the Reckzz Cup. I have to make sure I get it timed because I'm not one to get wrecked, but we are here for the Reckzz Cup. It is a massive prize pool of $1,100, $1,000 for the first place. Do you know how people I can hit up in my DMs with that kind of money, with that kind of cheese? If I saw another cute coach for another team, preferably in Japan, like, I could do so much with that.
$1,000 is a massive prize pool. Second place is gonna get $100, and third place, I have this here in the Star GG, gets a well-deserved pat on the back. Now, this, like I mentioned, is an international tournament. We've got obviously players from NA, teams from NA. We got teams from LATAM North and LATAM South, and we've got teams from EU as well. We've got world qualified teams as well here. First mouth, we got members from DIG, we got members from EG, we got members from BH3 from EU, we got Volticons from EU as well. We've got Lunex from NA, Looking for Org from LATAM North, and New Gen from LATAM South. So a lot of very competitive games we're about to witness right now. Now, before we go on, there's going to be questions about the ping as well. If it's going to be NA versus LATAM North, LATAM South, or EU, I do believe it's going to be forced NA ping. However, if it's going to be EU teams going up against each other, they are going to be able to for EU. I'm excited about that, Mouse.
I can imagine that's going to be a point of contention for some teams as it gives them a home advantage. But another interesting part about this tournament, it is going to be a double elimination. It's going to be best of 3 in the winners bracket, just like Underdunk typically does. And the lower bracket will be a best of 1. When we get to the grand finals, it's going to be a best of 5 with a 1 game advantage, with 7 world qualifying teams and plenty others vying for that money, for that top spot. It's going to be a fight to the finish.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely incredible. Now, we got some information about the map selection and the side selection. Game 1, Reckzz is the assigned map. The highest seed has a side selection. Game 2 and 3, obviously, we're always going to go to a game 2. It is going to be the losing team chooses between map selection or the side selection. Map selection will occur first, then the opposing team will have side selection. So it's always going to be Reckzz up first. Now, Reckzz, I want to say the least popular map out of all of them. However, I think there doesn't seem to be a real preference between the players, whether they're like Kyogre or Groudon.
I think in some recent events, there's been a slight preference for Groudon. I'm not sure if that was because they believed it was better, or if it was something that was erroneous and it just happened to be that. If it wasn't by intelligent design. I do believe there are a lot of people who are frustrated with the mechanics of Reckzz and are essentially trying to avoid it. But there have been a few teams as of late who will intentionally pick this map because they know their opponents have under-practiced.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are certain advantages to both Kyogre and Groudon. Groudon does give you a lot more of an offensive advantage once you're able to take that objective. Kyogre has a map littered with citrus berries and health regeneration, so the team fights tend to be a little longer on that Kyogre map as opposed to a Groudon map where we're more used to seeing team wipes occur. Now, before we go on, a lot of new Pokemon added to Pokemon Unite since you and I last shared the caster's desk. Malice, Feraligatr is going to be able to be played. Typhlosion is going to be able to be played. Meganium and Skeledirge, the latest additions to the roster, are not going to be played this time around. They're going to be serving their moratorium. Now, the purpose of this tournament is to hype up NAIC coming up next weekend. Let's see how informed these players are. I feel like we're waiting for our first match to get underway. Miles, what do you want to see in these upcoming games?
I think one of the more interesting things to me is going to be what champions or what characters are the team's priority picking. There is a large roster of high value picks right now. Umbreon, Snorlax, Blissey, Psyduck, Machamp, Typhlosion, and Feraligatr, just to name 7, and that's not even all of them that are being contested right now. Articuno and Moltres are another 2. So I would be really excited to see the different opinions and perspectives have on what is the most valuable pick, especially when 6 of those are taken off the table.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a very, very interesting game. Now, we have over 95 Pokemon currently in the game. We're moving ever closer to that ever coveted 100 spot. People are speculating what that 100th Pokemon is going to be. And right now, you can see it below us. Our first game looks like it's going to be IX Gaming versus Digwin, Passion Dig. This is going to be a very, very fun one to watch, Malice.
I will have to take your word for it. I'm really excited. I just started watching some of the pro matches myself in order to understand some of the strategy and rotations that they have. IX Gaming, I'm aware of some players on there. They're phenomenal. And Digwin, they have members of Digitas, and I remember reading a lot of their reviews for League of Legends and for Unite. They've been an active community in that regard. These are very well-respected teams within the community, and I think it's going to be a tough match. I'm hoping for a 2-1 finish in either team's favor.
I mean, a game 3 situation is what we always hope for. The meta does get defined in different regions. Each region has their own different way of playing. Just watching the Japanese championships this morning, their methodology of playing in the East over here as compared to the West is very different. But the Pokemon still remain the same. Now, we do have some very, very powerful Pokemon that are currently open to being played right now for our game number 1. As you can see, we are starting with round 2, best of 3. The best Pokemon currently, the most powerful Pokemon right now, Mouse, Typhlosion is so very strong with it. That explosive Heat Haze Unite ability alongside Flame Wheel and Eruption just cannot be targeted whilst it's schmoving and grooving around the map. Articuno, so very powerful as a defender, so front playing, so much crowd control that it is actually very hard to get away from an Articuno if it's able to trap you into that ice. And not to mention Moltres and Zapdos also. Those legendary birds are very, very powerful indeed.
They are. They have been meta-defining for a while now. Moltres and Articuno have been typically picked within the first 3 picks on both teams. Zapdos, in my estimation, has been on the later half of the game due to his vulnerabilities, but still a high-impact character. You've mentioned the way that these different communities, international communities, pilot their characters and draft for the game, their approach to it, vastly different. Had a lot of fun watching the Japanese team picking up Cinderace and even Decidueye in the lane, pairing it with Crustle and Snorlax. That made me so happy.
Yeah,
absolutely. But enough of that, we're getting into it.
Yeah, we're going to head right on into the game right now. IX Gaming on your purple side, Digwin on your orange side. We've got Rob, Zagreb, Zella, Anon, and Clash. They're looking like they might want to ban out this Feraligatr straight away. Wailord, Smuglax, Liko, Rika, and Scarf on IX Gaming. First ban off the gate is actually going to be Machamp, and Machamp is so strong currently in this current meta right now, Malice, with that submission into that cross shot. It's just so good for getting into that back line without, it has that unstoppable on it for sure.
That's not only the only nasty thing about it. Once he grabs and submits you, puts you in a position that makes skill shots almost impossible to miss. When you know where they are, you know where they're not going to be, and so you can aim with precision and combo like no other. That champion has been one of the ones with the highest ban rate, at least in my experience. And when he's not banned, he's usually picked right away.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Snorlax being banned as well. Probably one of the most prominent defenders alongside Mamoswine currently in this meta. We are seeing the emergence of Delmice being used as that pseudo defender over here in EU. Psyduck, the little duck that could also going to get banned off alongside Moltres and Hooper. Mega Charizard Y still being respected even after those nerfs hit it. It's still such a very, very powerful force of a Pokemon. Wailord and IX Gaming going to choose first here as well on the Reckzz map, which is going to be our map number 1. Feraligatr is going to go, and I'm so excited. My favorite Pokemon of all time, the big Gator boy. is going to be first pick, and that is crazy. Well, I mean, it's usually defenders and supporters that go first here, Malice. However, they're picking up that very, very powerful all-rounder.
He's incredibly powerful indeed, something that can be priority picked here. Something interesting, though, is that Typhlosion is still in the game, and he's been a prio pick for many. He was not picked up by Dig when they are going to go for the Mew, another very strong competitive attacker, has long-range capabilities, great interactions with their teammates, able to buff them, reposition, and play a diverse number of styles. Any team that can master the Mew certainly has a arm to stand on, leg to stand on. I don't know the expression so well, but here comes a response from IX Gaming, going to be the Aegislash and Crustle. And Aegislash has been one of the slept on picks, underrated picks, one of the underrated winners of the most recent patch. Has a buff, really good at getting the back line, can do a lot of damage, and can extend team fights by leveraging his shield.
Just want to let you know, that is not Aegislash, although I do agree with everything.
Oh, it's Zossie, and I got made.
That is the other sword Pokemon. Absolutely made it. It does look like a Honedge. It would be great. It would be great artwork for Honedge, but that is going to be picked up. You're right. Mew is also one of the most versatile Pokemon in the game. It is used and banned so often. Is that little pink cutie. However, Mimikyu Blastoise picked up by Zogrog and Rob. Mimikyu has been prominent in the meta for a long time. Whether they go for Play Rough, I am a Play Rough. I don't want to say hater, but I am always a Shadow Claw stand when it comes to Mimikyu. It's able to stay in there and brawl. It's able to get its heals up. However, it is going to be interesting to see them brawl with a Feraligatr, Crustle, and Zacian. I mean, those three Pokemon can give Mimikyu a run for its money, but it's got a Pokemon to help it throw hands with that Mega Lucario. But what I'm really excited is for that Rika, is going to pick up the Galarian Rapidash, a very fun Pokemon that we've seen quite a bit in this competitive format.
So there had the opportunity to not make me a liar and not make me a Joe Suncast by taking the Aegislash, hovered it, thought about it, considered it, and then went for the Mega Lucario. Probably the better pick of the two, given the compositions here. I'm a fan of the Mimikyu pick, the ability to lock down an opponent, especially the Galarian Rapidash that Riker is playing. That can be very difficult to lock down, but if you can shut them down and set up the chance for other people to attack them, that Pokemon goes away pretty quickly.
No, I agree with you. I mean, it looks very interesting here. You got Blastoise, Mega Lucario, you got Mimikyu and Articuno standing in front of that Mew. That heavy front line that Mew has to just sit behind, pop Solar Beams, pop Surfs, pop those Mewstood autos to really hunt down and get those Electro Balls secures. So, I mean, I'm possibly thinking we might see a Trick Room angle here come out from that Mimikyu. It's going to mitigate all the damage that's going to be coming outside of that Trick Room as well, as just cause off a little bit of warding. But we're going to head into this. I can't imagine Totodile. I thought it was going to go to that central area. Look at my little boy scrambling all into that take lane. A very tried stock standard build with that Zacian Eldegoss in that top part now.
All right, it is going to be, to my estimation, a difference in approach to drafting. Strong side going to be top lane for IX Gaming, and strong side going to be bot lane for Digwin as they move to the opposite lanes. This could mean that either team has the opportunity to get an advantage here or mitigate the advantage created by the opposing team.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, Zacian Eldegoss in that top lane can put some pressure onto this Articuno, but it's so very strong in those early minutes. Central lanes have decided to go top and bottom respectively, like you mentioned. They're going to go for an engage here as Galarian Rapidash with that Smart Strike does in. It finds some damage on to the Lucario, but a Focus Punch is going to push everybody back off, and IX Gaming have just decided to retreat on out and wait for these middle Altares. In that bottom lane, Mimikyu is lurking, going to try and pick up some KOs to stop that little Totodile from getting that evolution to the Croconaw. Here we go, middle Altares going to form up. I mean, Articuno is just going to burst it with some ice. Eldegoss was not there at all to help out with that, but again, in the bottom lane, Mimikyu does find a KO on Totodile. The K opener was found, and it was on my little favorite Toto boy.
I think he got a little annoyed by the happy feet, the constant taunting from the little enjoyable jolly guy. Now, Digwin is going to clear up a couple more of these farms here, building an EXP advantage against their opponents. They were able to get the shutdown on the bot lane and contest fairly well in the top lane, which will put them in a favorable position. Neither team has the most definitive lead right now, and so the fight here in about a minute for the central objective, which will be the Regidrago. I am not with it today. Will be the fight that sets the pace of the early game.
It is Reckzz, so instead of Regidrago, we do have the Altarios coming up. Galarian Rapidash does find the KO on the Articuno as well. Mimikyu has set up that Trick Room. They're going to go after that Crocodile, pick up another KO on the little Croc that could. Wartortle going to try and back off this Galarian Rapidash. Trick Room is going to try and chase down this Crostal, but Mimikyu providing ample support for Wartortle. Looking only one level away from that Blastoise evolution. As soon as it gets access to Surf, it's going to be a problem to deal with. I think Crostal managed to steal that away from the side of Digwin. 7:20, Alteria's nearing up on the clock here now.
All right, 20 seconds left in the game. 20 seconds left into the spawn. The next objective, we see the Altarias come in. Crostal gets the first shutdown onto the Wartortle. Disengage coming from both teams. Mimikyu is pulling away the objective. Has not spawned, and teams will have a chance to regroup.
Yeah, look, I mean, now that we've got the Power Up Punch online for the Lucario, they're just trying to get access to that Unite move that's going to give them access to that Mega Evolution. Zacian is a powerful foe that you want to go up to in that top path, but Regiroulette has come and it's gone. They've rolled a Regice, which is going to be nice for IX Gaming with that Elder Goss healing. The Articuno is going to go in. Miyu going in with the beam, but it was the chop of the Gator Boy that managed to secure it. It's going to go in with Waterfall. Does a big amount of damage to that Blastoise, but Blastoise responding kind with a Surf. Solar Beam coming out from Mew. Going to provide that damage to just back off IX Gaming. They got the objective, but they weren't able to capitalize on it just yet. Digwin trying to keep them at bay here.
Sometimes it's all about the small wins. It's not just about the physical wins, but the mental ones too. And being able to steal that objective is a great way to keep your team in the game. Even the level differentials between the two teams are not too significant. Small skirmish breaking out in the mid lane here. We do have Lucario and Zacian going blow for blow with with Lucario getting the first knockout of the fight.
I mean, they went through, they get their KO back, the Trick Room on to the Crocodile. It's going to access that Waterfall. It's going to go hunting for the Mimikyu. It does find the KO. And now Galarian Rapidash is kind of going to use that to go and score into that top lane. Nice Rock Tomb from the Crosser that's going to allow it to try and score some points. 40 points going into that top path. Don't know if the Crosser was stopped. It was by that Surf. Mega Lucario is online. They're going to try and get the comeback here. They'll run back on to this Zacian, turning their attention to this Regilecki. Smart Strike goes in. It stuns the Mega Lucario out. And now it is going to be taken down with the combination of Elder Goss and Zacian. Regilecki going to walk in to that tier 2. They could get a nice little overcap here if they're able to do the math. 9 could go in from the Galarian Rapidash, and then 40 coming in from the Zacian. These teams just figuring out that quick math here, Malice, and so far IX Gaming looking very strong. Both objectives secure.
Very strong indeed. They're now going to be up by 70 points here at the 5-minute mark, and IX Gaming are taking some really good macro plays here. They looked at the available tools that Digwin had when it came to that Regilecki. They knew that Zacian had the stronger secure between the two of them, and they waited. They forced them to coin flip and either concede or take a losing fight, allowing them to grab that and now reverse the situation. IX Gaming currently has a level advantage, 2 level 10s and a level 11 compared to Digwin's 2 level 10s.
Yeah, look, we've got a Regilecki going on into that bottom side. We haven't had a chance to see what's going on. I think our cameras are just stuck here, but there's the fight. The Auracan's going to be popped into the Hydro Typhoon. Mimikyu uses Play With Me. The Soul Beam comes through. The Regirock still has not been taken yet. I believe that is going to be taken by a Surf coming out from the Blastoise, and this scrimmage is just all over the map. Feraligatr, he's going to take a quick trip back to Nurse Joy. 114 to 41 going to be taken. They're going to try and score some points right now. Articuno going to get that 35 in, and a nice 36 overcap coming in from that Lucario to make this a 2-point game at the 4-minute mark.
What comes up must come down, and as I tell a lot of people, a setback is a setup for a comeback, and Digwin just came back into the game, currently nearly tied with a 2-point advantage with only 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. Level differentials are looking relatively even on both teams, as each team has a level 12. More level 11s on the side of EX Gaming, but the situation is significantly better than it was before.
I mean, look at here. They're just going to try and rip down this Reckzz. The Unite economy looking kind of low on the side of IX Gaming, even though they've got that level 12 Galarian Rapidash, but those Unite moves are coming through. This Feraligatr is going hunting, looking for anything with that Waterfall. It's going to pop its Unite move right now. Are they going to look for a nice engage? They start off with the Triad Blitz. Blastoise is caught into the Bermuda Triangle. It's going to be taken down by the Zacian, and IX Gaming have fought this one early. They engage early with the Croc, and Lucario has to pop that Unite move alongside the Aura Cannon to go into that Mega Form, but it does get taken out. But Mew on the defense brilliantly with Articuno. These two Pokemon are so very, very hard to take down. Just the cover fire being provided by Mew with those solar beams was absolutely brilliant paired with the ice and freeze coming out from Articuno. All the while, Mimikyu getting a 40 stack into that tier 1 on the top side.
A lot of resources went into that play from the side of IX Gaming, and now they're going to have to power farm in order to get those Unite moves back. On the flip side, IX Gaming was able to force a Unite move coming from the Lucario. It may not be up for the Ray fight.
No, I'm not sure. We're going to see if that does come up. We could get the Triad Blitz, but a Registeel is exactly what Digwin wants to see as they head in to this final objective right now. They're going to have that Registeel buff for a minute and a half, which is going to go all the way, bring it down to about 30 seconds left in the game. They're going to have this Registeel buff for a while. IX Gaming have to be very careful. They're behind by only about 12 points right now. We got a Rayquaza. Where there's a Ray, there is always a way. We'll see how we go here right now. Both teams just going to poke each other out. They're going to seize each other out, find the positioning. I mean, Galarian Rapidash did find the Blastoise, but it was cut off by that Rock Tomb. And now we've decided to go in with the Zacian. There's the Trick Room coming through. Articuno is going to ward everybody off with that ice, but still no KOs yet. Malice, they're still playing patiently. They're still playing the poke game.
I don't think we're going to be doing that for too much longer. It looks like Digwin will be harassing the Rayquaza to force them into the fight, and the fight is about to break out. We see going Rayquaza down on 20%, and it will be taken by IX Gaming. It was able to go for the secure, and now it is a 3v3. 3 players left on the board. IX Gaming is going to be able to get another knockout. They have the advantage. Rob is on the top lane going for a back cap of 100, trying to mitigate any game that IX Gaming can have here. Blastoise forcing off the pad as Liko on the Feraligatr goes for 100 himself.
I mean, there's 11 points in this game. Absolutely no Rayquaza shields. The Mewsted Auto manages to find the execute on the Zacian. 11 points, 50 seconds left to go. What a way to start off our tournament today here at Malice. This is just game 1 of our round 2 here at the Reckzz Cup. I mean, they're going to find out that it's a close battle. 11 points is nothing to scoff at. That is 5.5 points and some change, which is pretty easy to find on their Sky Ruins. I mean, Liko here has that 12 that they can score, but with no shield, no Rayquaza shield, it's not going to be an instant score. Digwin do know that they are in. I mean, I don't know if they know they're in the lead. The Waterfall's going to go in. They're going to try and get the stun up. Can they get that in? No, the Feraligatr scoring is just not enough. The Waterfall damage was able to try and stun up the Articuno. They're going to go back in. Can they get it in now as well? No, the Mew combination with the Articuno is not even going to allow for a 12 dunk, let alone a 24 dunk with Eldegoss using the Cotton Cloud Crash.
That is nail biting. Often, especially with Ray, people say Ray is the most important objective, the only thing that matters. But in this instance, we saw the advantages built in the early and mid game ended up being the deciding factor on who won this game. Digwin was able to come out of the head with a couple point lead prior to the spawn of the Rayquaza. They both traded about 100 points after the Rayquaza has been taking, allowing Digwin to be able to come up and take this despite not securing the Ray.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those Ray Shields, I haven't seen Ray Shields disappear that quickly. Just the amount of damage that they have on the board with Mega Lucario, with Mimikyu, with Feraligatr, with a Zacian as well. They secured it, but however, those shields disappeared as quickly as they got it coming through. At level 14 Zacian, I mean, the damage numbers aren't super, they're not so outstanding. There's no clear standout. Obviously, we got Raikou with that 60k, which is the top damage in the lobby. But it felt like a very team-oriented fight. I mean, everyone was doing exactly what they needed to do. Cut and dry cookie cutter Pokemon Unite for our game 1, but it was one exciting watch.
It certainly was. It came down to the team play and a couple picks, but there was not a lot of fighting. I'm surprised to see the damage as low as it is. especially with Anon hitting multiple people with some nasty solar beams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it just goes to the bulkiness of the team that's on IX Gaming. Mew was very well protected throughout that entire fight. They still managed to find a lot of Mew-stood autos using Surf and switching between those moves, which is just the utility that Mew comes with as well. 7 assists for Waylord on that Eldegoss as well. No KOs, but 5 assists coming out for Clash on that Articuno. Zugrug 0 and 6 as well. So our defenders and our supporters not getting too many KOs, but assisting their big heavy hitters. And there are some big heavy hitters that were outputting some damage, just not enough damage right now. So I'm keen to see how they're going to change this up in game 2. I'm pretty sure we're not in All-Star Draft as well, so all these Pokemon are going to be available once again to be picked up. But Digwin, 1 win away from going on to the next round. IX Gaming, if they can bring this back to a game 3 situation, which obviously we saw what they were able to do. They were in control of that game for most parts, but however, they could go down to the losers bracket where they're going to have to fight their way out with best of ones happening down in that losers bracket, Mouse.
Any predictions for this next game? Something that you felt was detrimental or preventing the IX Gaming from closing that game out that might not be around going into game 2?
Look, as much as I hate to say it, Feraligatr is still a little bit of an unknown. The waterfall is a little bit hard to direct. I mean, if you get a body in the way, the waterfall is completely stopped, so it doesn't have much of an escape tool. It does have a lot of power in that crunch moveset. You can roll whichever crunch you want. You want damage, you want damage piercing as well, or you can have a slow with either one of those crunch rolls. I don't know if it was as effective as against the bulky composition that Digwin had. I mean, Articuno is bulky, Blastoise is bulky, Mega Lucario is bulky as well, but they all had their teams there to kind of help them out. I mean, Feraligatr works really well in these 1v1 situations. However, it didn't find itself in too many 1v1s there. Zacian, I mean, I saw a lot of really interesting Zacian gameplay over in Japan this morning. It is a very, very strong Pokemon right there, but going up against Mega Lucario in that top lane, I always favored the Mega Lucario in there. So maybe we'll see some changes around for IX Game.
I'm hoping to see the Articuno removed. Articuno has lots of AoE, quick damage takes, and it is very great at disrupting people from scoring. I think that was critical to defense of Digwin after the Ray had been taken, as being able to prevent them from getting those score in fast, quick, disrupting ticks. Now, we are having the possibility going to Kyogre and Groudon, and I think the odds that we'll go to either one of those is significantly higher than seeing a Ray game 2, which might mean that Articuno is not nearly as important, as there are other chances to score or to steal the buff from the opposing team, which makes the late game more interesting, in my opinion. Is probably one of the reasons why those maps are so much more popular than the Ray, is just the capability for counterplay there. But more strategies are going to be viable. Although Articuno has been something that has been personally frustrating to me, and to see it play such a role in Digwin, I would hope would encourage IX Gaming to remove it or take it themselves, or better yet, find a solution, a winning strategy that I can then steal and replicate myself.
I think I've just been told here for this game number 2, unless that's something, yeah, I'm looking at the timestamp. It looks like we're getting a Rayquaza map for game number 2. Insane. What? I didn't think we would get Rayquaza 2 games in a row. I mean, I guess maybe, did they like Rayquaza in NA, or because we did see it, Malice, you mentioned it before. You mentioned it before. I do believe this is the Rayquaza map. So, with a Ray, you just go in and you hope to flip it. That's kind of what we happen. I haven't seen too many team fights go around that Rayquaza objective, whereas Kyogre and Groudon seem to have a more team fight orientated flow to it before they try and turn around and secure that final objective. Machamp, Snorlax gonna be banned off once again. I imagine the Psyduck, Mega Charizard Y, and possibly Hoopa's gonna join them as well.
I like to see the Hoopa ban. Most people, when it comes to support bans, are on the Psyduck and the Blissey. I think Hoopa is a significant threat at higher levels of play, one that is not properly recognized, but Dig1 says we do not want to play against it. I'm surprised by the Charizard Y. I mean, he is still really strong, but the nerves have in my mind made him more questionable and comparable to other priority picks that are in the game. Now, I have a terrible track record this stream. I was wrong about the Aegislash. It was Ossian. I was wrong about the spawn timer, and I was wrong about the map. We're back at Ray. So perhaps there is something else that will come out, and maybe Charizard Y is just the most dangerous pick next to Machamp.
I mean, I honestly, the fact that over here in the West that we're respecting the Mega Charizard Y quite a lot, I think it all has to do with the Unite move, that Seismic Slam that allows it to go into its Mega form. Liko is going to stick with the Mega, sorry, I was about to say Mega Feraligatr, with the regular Feraligatr. Scarf going to pick up the Mega Lucario that secured the Rayquaza in game number 1. Smuglax is going to go with the Mime. However, Zealot and Zugrug have picked up a very formidable duo in that Blastoise and Moltres combination. Clash is going to go with the Latias. I wonder if they're going to pair it with the Latios this time, but I mean, let's see what Rob decides to pick. It looks like, I mean, Anon is going to override that decision and pick up the Mew. That's a great choice.
Mew is phenomenal here. You see 3 melee characters. You want to have some type of long-range harass, and a lot of versatility, and Mew provides exactly that. I am curious about the Latias pick. I don't understand the pick well enough to comment on it. So I'm sure Dig1 will be, I will be in Dig1's classroom today in this game, learning from them the strength that this pick can have. IX Gaming matches that with Riker on the Urshifu. I had to remind myself his name for a minute. And Blissey for Wailord, a strong staple. My biggest concern for the IX Gaming composition here, though, is that they are entirely melee, which is a huge advantage for Moltres and for Mew.
Yeah, Anon and Zealot could very much cook here, but Riker has the ability on that Urshifu. It is the blue Shifu that got buffed, which is those surging strikes, the water bear coming through, especially with that full heal item. Wailord could be looking to run eggs here over Safeguard Helping Hand just to allow those brawlers to stay in those fights. We could even see a power swap Mr. Mime to keep them into those fights and keep them nice and healthy. Latias is also a Pokemon that I'm not so familiar with to understand it. It does have access to that Dragon Cheer, which does allow you to buff your teammates. It's got access to that Mist Blast, that Unite move that is a surefire hit move as well. Does a lot of damage. Now, we are going to see the Trick Room come out from the Mimikyu once again, I assume. I can only say I can assume because that's what we saw in game number 1. It is going to mitigate all of that damage that's going to be dealt from outside of Trick Room. However, you hit the nail on the head right there, Malice. That IX Gaming, they are a brawl-heavy comp, and honestly, 2 Pokemon I don't really want to brawl with are a Mega Lucario and a Feraligatr, but 2 Pokemon that can definitely stand up to that brawl type is that Moltres and that Blastoise.
The teams are off. We'll be looking at the juggle patterns here to see if we will see a contestment in the early lane phase. We're going in 2 different directions, and looks like once again they will be going in different directions. The IX Gaming having strong side top, and Dig1 having strong side bottom. But an Invade comes in from the Latias, and it will be able to steal the blue buff from IX Gaming.
I mean, I know Tano and I saw a lot of Urshifu this morning. There are 3 things that are for sure in life: death, taxes, and invading a Kubfu in the central lane. It is probably one of the Pokemon that is so consistently in that central path that gets invaded probably 90% of the time. Moltres on an HP and a Dream here, managing to get out, get some few stacks in as they get an early 17 score in, but IX Gaming have answered back with 6. IX Gaming do have a little bit more of a later scaling comp with the Feraligatr and getting that Mega Lucario online. So they want to get as much experience as we can, but we've got a 3v3 in this top side right now, Malice.
Trish goes in, lays the damage down. Mew picks up the knockout onto the Mr. Mime. They chase down onto the Lucario for a 2 KO streak. Chansey will be able to get away, grab a berry, but will be forced back as Mew gets a triple KO. Both teams are going to put some points in. 83 going in the top lane in favor of Dig1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just how powerful this Moltres is. The coaching's going to come out from the Mew. They're going to try and steal this blue buff away. I mean, Croconaw, I mean, it was Mr. Mime that managed to secure that blue buff. Mr. Mime is now going to is in threat of losing that blue buff due to the pressure of this Mimikyu, Mew, and Moltres combination. Bottom side, Urshifu has got access to that red buff. However, they have been targeted down in this game. Malice only sitting at level 5 right now, whilst that's a level 7 opposite central laner. This is going to be a hard fight, but the Blissey is here to help them out.
All right, we got a 4v2. Looks like Mimikyu will not be deterred, though. Is going to be able to pick up a knockout under the Mr. Mime. Will get a solo knockout, again, taking care of the... nobody. Nobody gets knocked out there, but the Croconaw who gets taken out by the Mew. Moltres on the top lane going for a double KO for members of IX Gaming. Built in a Pokemon Center, but a retaliatory knockout might be the works here as Mime pins the Moltres against the wall. Unfortunately, it does not connect. Moltres, choking up the M names here this time, is Eminem right now is going to be just fine. IX Gaming going to be trying to leverage a number advantage in a bot lane to compensate for their level disadvantage.
I mean, 9 to 146 right now. Digwin are just in control of this game. We've got the helping hand coming through from the Blissey. They want to try and get this Red Roulette. Mimikyu not going to let them happen. Or Reckzz is going to be very, very useful for IX Gaming to try and get back in this, especially with that global experience. However, Digwin didn't really even want to show face for that. They saw Reckzz and were like, nah, let him have it. Instead, Regieleki hasn't been looked at inside that top path as Moltres Zealot is just making home inside IX Gaming's central lane. However, there are 5 members of IX Gaming that are, I mean, sieging towards that top path. Blasto is going to keep this score lead nice and high, going to score into that bottom path. What I really like with what Digwin is doing right now, Malice, is they're putting pressure on all forms of the map. Top lane, bottom lane, and even in that central area.
They have to do this. They built such a massive lead in the beginning with that early play. They set the jungler behind. They forced a collapse to come from IX Gaming, where IX Gaming then had 1 versus 2 in the bot lane, so Digwin wins the bot lane too, giving them 2 out of 3 lanes, and then they win the preceding fight in the top lane, giving them what's called a Nirvana when they're winning in all 3 areas. With that much of a lead, you have to play with tempo. You have to play aggressively. And when you do, you are rewarded like this, where you are now up over 200 points only 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like what Rob did there. They managed to put the Trick Room on the pad itself to try and ward the Blissey away. Got the KO on the Blissey, allowed the Regieleki to walk in, and Digwin are schmoving and grooving. They are rolling right now. That entire top lane is gone. Taken before the 5.5-minute mark. For Alligator just getting access to their Unite move. Same with Urshifu, has finally managed to climb to that level 10. Some smart farming here done by IX Gaming due to the fact that Digwin have pretty much taken all of those yellow dots off the map for their side. Mr. Mime gets a beautiful block off by the Blastoise, but it does force the Hydro Typhoon, which allows Blastoise to survive. The Mutant Auto is going to find a KO on the Lucario as well. Zealot comes in from behind to pick up another KO. They thought they had the Blastoise covered, boxed in by the Mime, but the Blastoise said, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Beautiful Hydro Typhoon.
Interesting play coming from Digwin. They've chose not to break the bottom pad, and by doing so, they're preventing EXP from spawning on the side of IX Gaming. Looks like, though, once again, will eat my words as Blastoise takes the bot pad. IX Gaming will be taking a temple play, 5 players collapsing on 2 members of Digwin, allowing them to get some massive check on EXP, bringing Urshifu back in the realm of matching what Digwin has. First level 11 IX Gaming, 3 level 11s on Digwin, and a level 12 on Moltres.
Not the biggest overcap, only an 8 overcap in to that top tier 1. But they finally, I think a Digwin just stayed a little bit too long in the enemy team central area, giving back to some crucial KOs, some crucial experience. Mega Lucario was used. Now they're going to go through, but look at the positioning of Digwin right now. They're looking to take as much objective and farm away from the side of IX Gaming. For Alligator is in a bad way here. The Solar Beam, the Bliss Assistance has to come out as well. Once again, Digwin have gone where they should not have gone before. Bliss Assistance for Alligator is not something to mess with, and KOing a level 12 Mimikyu this late into the game. That is going to give for Alligator some nice levels, rounding up and rounding on to that level 13 very, very soon. 3.5 minutes to go. Digwin still doubling that score lead that IX Gaming have built up. They're looking good, but IX Gaming slowly coming back into this one here, Malice.
3 minutes in the game, score 165 to 369 in favor of Digwin. We have an entry from IX Gaming where the Feraligatr picks up a knockout onto the Mimikyu. The fight continues. Blastoise going in with the Unite move, knocking out multiple different targets. Blastoise trying to go for Smuggets, but Smuggets will be pinning them up against the wall, allowing Urshifu to pick up a knock of their own. However, we have the Moltres coming in for a retaliatory play, gets 2 knockouts of their own. It is going to be a 3v1 as Urshifu is forced into the bot side of the lane, trying to avoid its attackers due to ZOI. Digwin picks up the knockout and now has a chance to take more of those dots off the board.
Yeah, look, Rob is going to try and take away all these Altaris in that top path. The close combat's also going to take some away, but Rob is now going to turn attention to that Lucario. They have to be careful here, Digwin. In the last couple of fights that they've had inside the enemy team's central lane, they have lost out on some of these fights. They've given back some crucial experience and allowed IX Gaming right back into the game. Level 12 Lucario, level 13 Feraligatr at level 12 Urshifu. Reggzz Ice on the bottom side. Reggzz Roulette with 20 seconds. They're going to have that for a minute into this final objective, which is Reckzz. The secure tool is looking pretty good for the side of IX Gaming with that Lucario. However, and the blue Shifu. However, Moltres, Blastoise, Mimikyu, and Mew are going to have something to say about that with 6 seconds left to go. Where there's a Ray, there's a way. IX Gaming can get back into this one.
Moltres level 15 is something to watch out for. We see a couple of short exchanges off on the side. Blastoise wants to engage, but Mime will put up a wall.
Yeah, Mine's going to put up a wall. The play with me has to be popped. Alongside that, Showtime Moltres is still alive. I mean, the first KO is going to come on to that Mimikyu. IX Gaming have managed to turn this game around. Lucario dangerously low right now. They've got Blastoise and Mew. They can secure here with the Mutant Order into the Solar Beam. The Solar Beam gets fired, and Feraligatr gets taken off of that map. Urshifu is looking for that Blastoise, but it is Mew that manages to secure the Rayquaza. Digwin don't need to score here right now, Mouse. They can play it patiently, but they want to ensure that this lead is theirs because that scoring is almost instant with that Rayquaza shield.
I mean, at this point of the game, you are ahead. You don't have to do it, but you know 3 of them are down, giving you a chance to increase that lead, giving you even more security. Digwin right now is going to be taking this fight here in a 5v5, but they're going to play it very slow.
Yeah, I think playing it slow right now, keeping those shields up. Those shields do give you a nice little buff. Moltres is back in as well at that level 15. Level 15 Blastoise coming in through. Mr. Mime is dangerously low. Blissey trying to keep everybody alive with that helping hand to get them back to that pad. But Zella is not going to let anybody go away here. Wow. I mean, are you seeing what I'm seeing on my screen?
Yeah, is that intentional? Is that the Ray EX card?
I think it must be. I think it Here we go. I mean, 19 seconds left to go. Digwin are going to win, take this victory. The Mega Lucario is going to fire the Aura Cannon one more time, and this is just for the bragging rights right now. The stat padding comes through alongside that Mime Showtime. Mystical Mirage going to be popped alongside the Bliss Assassins. Digwin in this round 2 in the Reckzz Cup are gonna be taking this one, moving on to the next round.
What a match.
Yeah.
The biggest takeaway I think from this that people can understand is at the highest level of play, it doesn't come down to just micro. IX Gaming had to play a little outside their mind and needed superior micro to an extreme degree to compensate for the composition disadvantage. But it's not just draft either. The strategy and how you pilot the opening game, your game plan, can have a tremendous impact. That invade from Clash and Digwin was highly disruptive to IF Gaming, threw them off the pace, gave a big advantage to Digwin, and then Digwin continued to leverage that tempo advantage to take objective over objective over objective, get stronger and stronger and stronger, and force fights. They fumbled a few of them that gave IX Gaming a chance to maybe get back into the game, but fortunately, the mistakes were not impactful enough to cause an upset. I mean, look at Anon with 120,000 points of damage. There were a few threats to him in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was just able to sit behind that Moltres and that Blastoise and just pop Solar Beams, pop Electro Balls, pop those Mutant Orders to chase down a lot of Digwin. I mean, I think it was 13 KOs on the side of Zealot. That Moltres was just moving. Like you mentioned, though, Digwin stayed a little bit longer inside the enemy team's central area, more than they wanted to, which did give IX Gaming a way back into that fight in towards the later stages. They did go down. I mean, Rob went down early on that Mimikyu inside that Rayquaza fight. However, the power of Moltres coming back through and Anon with that beautiful secure coming out from the Mew was just not enough. They managed to take out Liko on that Feraligatr with the Solar Beam. I mean, Lucario was in there as well versus Zugrug and that Blastoise, but it was just too much for them to do with Zugrug, Moltres, and Mew available for the secure in that final game. I mean, an incredible first matchup for our first round here of the tournament, Malice. And I mean, congratulations to Digwin. They're going to go on to that next round. Let's have a look at some of these highlights.
Here's a pretty good one. Urshifu gets in the back line, but Moltres is not concerned at all. If the teammate drops, they're still going to win the fight and have the position to do the cleanup here. Moving into the Ray fight, we have Mimikyu looking for a possible pick. A big disruption coming in from the Mr. Mime, but gets shut down by the Mimikyu, allowing their teammates to continue to fight favorably.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mr. Mime got a beautiful shove into the wall. Here we go. Zealot does go down on the Moltres as well. And then the stalling coming out now as well. Let's have a look. We're going to slow this down. It was Latias that got the secure on the Rayquaza with that Dragon Chair. But look at where we're... Let's slow this down. Thank you so much to our production for having a look at this. I mean, look at the position of the Blastoise. The Safeguard doesn't get activated because of... the Hydro Pump doesn't get activated because of the Safeguard. We got the Surf coming through from the Blastoise here. Have a look at Anon. He's got the light screen up as well. I mean, dangerously low is that Rayquaza. But Urshifu looking to go with those surging strikes. It actually hit the Mew instead of the Rayquaza and actually missed that giant hitbox of the Rayquaza. I mean, in all of that chaos, it's so very, very hard, even at this level, to make sure that you're hitting that right target. But it was Latios that managed to pick it up. That was an absolutely incredible first round. I mean, second round match, first round for us watching the first game. We're going to take ourselves a little bit of a break. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be right back with some more incredible action here at the Reckzz Cup. See you guys very shortly.
bring us in. Hello, trainers, and welcome back to the Reckzz Cup here. Spartan Tano on the mic for Lobo. We've still got Professor Mellis. How are you doing, buddy?
Good is great, great is good, and something along those lines. No, I'm doing fantastic, better than good, better than great, and some days better than that. And it's great to see you back in the C1 spot. I know Lobo will be absolutely thrilled about that. But we have Extinction against Rush Hour. I recognize both these teams from previous tournaments, and I'm excited to see how this goes. I don't know them well enough to have a prediction on what type of characters or chance we'll see, but I expect both teams to play within the meta.
Yeah, well, we're about to find out, and it is Extinction here that we're keeping a close eye on, buddy. Of course, sponsoring this tournament with Reckzz already in that #1 spot. Looking at the ban so far, Slowbro is an instant ban here. It's a strong Unite move, always going to be a good ban.
I'm curious if that's like a feint out, if they're psyching out the other team, indicating a pick that might not happen, or if they're threatening something like the Mega Charizard Y on the pick 1 here for Extinction. Zapdos is a really unique ban, not somebody that I would make a prio pick or even ban worthy amongst many of the other picks that are in the game. Snorlax, Umbreon, Moltres, Typhlosion, Feraligatr, Machamp, Blissey, Psyduck, Koopa, to name a few. And we'll see Charizard Y is banned on that third one, and Feraligatr falls up. Snorlax now available for Extinction to take.
Yeah, really good first pick as well. Probably the best defender in the game at the moment, but it looks like they might be entertaining the idea of a Ho-Oh. Got to remember that you do have to think of the entire set here in this kind of situation. You can't just go all meta pick straight out of the gate. It's going to be the Hooper that Reckzz locks in nevertheless. So always going to be a great support. Typically, unless you have an opposition that likes to play that Pokemon, I don't see it that often getting first pick.
No, I don't either. What's more surprising to me, Machamp is still in the game, and a Blastoise and Snorlax will be taken by Rush Hour. Machamp is now passed back over to Extinction to grab. They're hovering the Typhlosion. They thought about it. Maybe they'll go for it, and maybe they won't. Going back to the Typhlosion and a Palmon. Machamp is still in the game. Is it going to get passed 3 times in a row?
That would be crazy. It is one of the most insane Pokemon in this game right now. Alongside that Typhlosion, in all honesty, that is a incredibly strong Pokemon. That lineup that Extinction have managed to grab is brilliant. It's a great comp in itself, but it's whether they've got enough to handle a huge front line that Rush Hour are pulling out here, Malice. We've got the Snorlax, we've got the Blastoise, 2 of the best defenders in this game.
I like the Shirelda's pick here. Really good dive potential. Great at kiting out or avoiding other things. And they're still not going to take the Machamp. They go from Miraidon down to Espeon. Espeon is going to be good at stopping the Typhlosion, but will be zoned out by Bora Reach on the Mew.
Okay, let's see what they're going to end this comp on. We do have that Ceruledge, as you've mentioned. It's going to be good if they go for that Phantom Force, especially trying to get away from that Typhlosion that will be in their face with that Bitter Blade. Let's see. It is going to be a Mega Lucario here, pairing with a Vaporeon. Vaporeon last pick is so surprising. It is such a prio pick in my own region here. I was not expecting that to go last, but of course, you do open the gate for some good disruption, some good healing as well, if you want to go on rather the side of the Trick Hooper that we've been seeing pretty much everybody exclusively play. And then a Metagross to end it out here for Rush Hour. Another Pokemon that has had a little bit of rise in stonks at the moment, Professor Malice. I'm loving the Gyro Balls then headbutt on that Metagross right now.
It is certainly one of the winners of the draft. Aegislash and him both have seen an uptick in play and an uptake in success. Unfortunately, they're still, in many cases, drowned out by more successful all-rounders like Rowledge, Mega Lucario, and Machamp, Blaziken, and Zacian, to name 5 of them. And Mimikyu, if you want to go to 6, there's a lot of competition in that role, but he is still really strong. I'm surprised we went an entire draft with no ban and no selection of the Machamp. My mind is blown. These players have to see something that I don't, and I strongly believe that they do. I'm so convinced he's overpowered. He's broken. And yet other people are undaunted or willing to not just give him away, but to pass him up and not take him. It's wow.
I get it. I do get it. I think, you know, maybe later. I'm with you. I
It's
think
not All-Star. There's not a save for later here.
well, yeah, true, but I feel like in a game of crowd control is king. I'm with you. I think the champ mission is just insane. Yeah, either. But here we go into this game. But it looks like we are having a straight central invade coming out from not only the Hooper, but the Umbreon's looking for it as well.
A double invade. That is a bit unusual, but it will set Metang behind. Metang's going for the ball type and a C-type clear. A Snorlax is going to come for the to prevent that in a collapse from the Squirtle. They were ready for this.
They were ready for this, and you needed it, to be fair, knowing that that was in your central. You don't want to limit that Metagross. So good assistance coming out from Rush Hour out of the gates. Looking for that early level 5 is going to be this Lucario. If you can stop that, it'll make a huge difference to your team up here.
Engage coming in from the Quilava, harassing the Snorlax for being up there. It is a 4v4. Both teams ended up rotating up there, and it will be Extinction coming out ahead. Quilava's level 5 with both his buffs, but the Metang is still level 4. Was not able to get either of his buffs.
The difference now, though, is this Flame Wheel coming out from Trainer, and it's so good at not only giving you shields, but just being oppressive. Extinction going for a full 4 rotate here in the top side, and they're going to go in the central area straight away. This is so difficult for Rush Hour to handle. They still have a Squirtle on their side, not even hitting 5 on the side of Snorlax just yet. They've managed to get the Metang online, but they are struggling with the oppression that Extinction are bringing them.
They know that their camp is about to respawn, meaning the opposing team's camps are about to spawn as well, and because they have the advantage, they're going to go ahead and try to deny this and fight them in there. And Metang is almost out of the fight. Quilava gets the shutdown onto the Snorlax. It's still going to be a favorable fight. Slum coming in from the Hoopa, forcing Surrounders away, allowing Extinction to get in there, deny them some of the camps, and even get some knockouts in the process. And Rush Hour, now on dead time, has no other camps that they can take, while Typhlosion gets to go and farm his own.
Yeah, this is a good effort from Asher as well on the side of this Cerulean, just to try and keep up with the levels on the side of Extinction. You really do need some Pokemon to step up here for your squad, as you're still looking for experience on what you would hope to be a strong front line. Still, level 5 Snorlax, level 4 Squirtle here, Malice, is a really tough position for Rush Hour to be in. They're desperate for any experience up there.
I think the real scary part's going to be Typhlosion hitting 9 here soon.
Yeah.
As the ejectives start to spawn, there's 15 seconds left. Rush Hour was able to secure some of the birds in the bot lane there. 10 seconds left, though, until the ejectives. And Extinction might be making a play on both.
Okay, 82 points on the board. Still a donut store here for Rush Hour. We're about to say hello to the first objectives. There's a Reggisteel down here that Extinction look to try and take uncontested. We do have an Espeon trying to see if they can get in quick enough to get a good secure. Vaporeon here on that defense. And there goes the Typhlosion. Explosive Heat Haze is going to be used as well. Zones out the entirety of Rush Hour. And that is a free Reggisteel for Extinction. Not what you want to see with a Typhlosion already being at level 9, mate.
Right. Hoopa is on the top lane with their teammates right now. They are stalling and keeping Rush Hour away, is going to allow for a possible pivot. Hoopa, is it a... It's a trick. It's trick right now. It's not portal.
Yeah, it's trick.
There will not be a rotation using the portals here, but they are stalling it out beautifully in case they want to collapse with the rest of their team. They're using it as something to stay on the board to keep Rush Hour engaged in the fights that are favorable for Extinction right now. Engage comes for the Snorlax as he pops the block.
Finally going to get some points on the board. Rush Hour with that Espeon scoring in that bottom pad. That's 30 on line. We do now have a Blastoise here as well. Rush Hour getting themselves back into this game, be it clawing themselves back in. Good zoning again from Extinction here as they try and shut it down with the Vaporeon. Massive Surf will come through from Big Man 2 Cannons. That was going to be enough for some good zoning, but no, Lucario locks in that Regieleki. Brilliant secure, takes the Cerulean for their efforts as well. Goodbye to the Metagross. Can they get on this pad though? That is a 20 in, leaving it on 1 point. Humongous overcap is open here for Extinction.
5 minutes into the game, there is 102 to 30 in favor of Extinction right now. They're continuing to play in Rush Hour's jungle, but Rush Hour is much better positioned to defend here. We see the full collapse Blastoise zoning out with the Hydro Pump. We see the Unite move coming in from the Espeon, then on 2 targets. Shut down onto the Mew, engage coming in from Unite move on Metagross, going onto the Vaporeon. Vaporeon incredibly low, will get stunned by the Espeon. Metagross picking it up. Typhlosion using the Unite for a possible counterplay is possibly going to grab the Blastoise. The Blastoise get away, but pushing them back with the Hydro Pump. A stun coming in from Espeon in order to secure the retreat for their teammates. A massive comeback to the side of Rush Hour.
Yeah, they got some good KOs there. We're going to see more points coming into this top lane as well. Good defense from Extinction off the back of a good play from Typhlosion, but you have used the explosive heat haste now, which means you won't have it for this next team fight, which is why we see them in that central area, grabbing what experience they can. Reggzz still continues to be ripped here. There's an Aura Cannon. We've got a Mega Lucario in the middle of this fight. Will it be enough to secure the Reggzz steal? Not that it was needed. Electro Ball Muted Auto comes out from the Mew, and that's going to be enough to give Extinction a humongous buff here as they find KOs onto the side of Snorlax, and boy are they pushing this T1 pad. There's the Typhlosion once again, zoning out the Metagross. They're going to break this pad, but he could have got a little bit more. It's going to be enough to give them the lead.
Little by little, the war can be won, and Extinction is pulling ahead once again as the first character reach level 12. They do get the bot pad, have a 60-point lead advantage, but block comes in for the Snorlax, forcing Mew to take a long retreat, giving Metagross lots of time to get that. And they pop the Unite. I'm not sure that was necessary, but you might as well use it while you can, because you have to use it around the 340 mark in order for it to be back for the Ray fight. Typhlosion using that Unite on the same logic, allowing them to take out the Metagross.
Yeah, it's valid, but you knew that was the last chance you're going to use it. It was definitely overkill, but take the opportunity whilst you can. Trainer here trying to chase down this Blastoise, but Vinny's going to get themselves out of a difficult situation. We're going to hit level 13 on the side of this Typhlosion, and that is not a position that Rush Hour wants to be in.
We'll see on top. We have 4 members there who are on the bot lane right now. So Reldage, Espeon, Snorlax, and Blastoise grouping up to contest the Reggie Alecki. Extinction will take the bot or the top pad, try to zone them away from that Alecki.
And they get in though for a secure. No, they can't. It's going to be taken by Extinction. That's some pressure put onto Rush Hour here. They can look to defend it. They have got 40 seconds to do so. It's enough for them to be able to get something going. Metagross is going to break that bottom pad, and they have now taken the lead. So they are well in this game here, Malice. Every opportunity for either team to take this.
Seconds before the race, score is 168 to 181 in favor of Rush Hour. Extinction going for the Reggie steal with a 4-1 advantage right now. Blastoise trying to cause a disruption and take it, but will get picked apart by Lucario and teammates from Extinction. They grab the Reggie steal, giving them a 20% advantage in their damage.
Difficulty they've got right now is their defenders are level 10. The carries on the side of Extinction are level 13. 3 levels is absolutely massive in a game of Pokemon Unite, and they can rip through those HP pools here. We do have patience on the side of Extinction. Rayquaza has taken to Faya Sky Ruins. Rush Hour, the ball is in their court just to try and zone out Extinction here. Of course, Extinction are losing. They have to be the ones that make something happen.
All right. We need to get those points in. We see Typhlosion going in with the Eruption, landing a couple hits on. Fight has to break out here soon. Rush Hour taking defensive positions. They want to react. Extinction getting ready for the raid, forcing them out of the spot. They do have the level advantage here. No, actually, they do not. Rush Hour has the advantage going in with 3 level 13s. Harassment comes from the Mew, takes some drip down on the Blastoise, and Metagross might be getting picked off by Extinction.
Yeah, gonna throw out the explosive heat haze here. That's enough to find the KO onto the side of Metagross. Snorlax is gonna go for the power nap just to try and cause that disruption. They're getting a rip on the side of Extinction though here into the middle of the Rayquaza pit. There's an Aura Cannon. They're gonna rip that down. Mystical Mirage is here. Revenant Rend looking to come in, lands it on free, and it's Snorlax that takes the Rayquaza though, Malice. I'm not sure what it was and whether it was a heavy slam. Rush Hour have just deleted Extinction out of nowhere, and with them already having the lead and it being a Rayquaza, they have all the opportunity to take this first game.
I think that's going to be it. Extinction did have Mega Lucario in the back flank looking to maybe go for a score, but they canceled that idea to follow the Hoopa ult and help secure that Ray. Unfortunately, if you don't get the Ray, there might not be a way to finish the game, and Rush Hour was able to snatch it with a Snorlax, and I think it was a heavy slam. It's whatever ability he is when he jumps up and lands back down. Looks like a heavy slam to me, just as Rush Hour gets the slam dunk on game 1.
Great fight in that final moment. There were times in this game where Extinction had full control of this map, especially off the back of that Typhlosion Lucario combo. But Rush Hour did what needed to be done there, Malice, to just get those levels. They were very patient in that Rayquaza fight, just to wait, let their carries get that level 13, and all of a sudden, they take the level lead whilst already being in the front with points.
Go ahead and look at the damage here. I want to feel like Extinction's going to be in the lead. They had a massive amount of damage from Bora and Trainer both in this game.
They did. I fully suspect a huge amount of damage from Typhlosion, yet Trainer, 70k. That's 35% of the team damage. Honestly, I don't know why people aren't banning out this Pokemon. I understand Rush Hour got themselves back in that and managed to find the win, but Trainer was an issue for them throughout that game.
I think it's, I mean, they ban him, something else that's equally as frightening is going to get through. But 70,000 is pretty significant in a game where the next best player, the next, in terms of damage, is 41. There's nearly 30,000 damage, almost a 50% difference between, over a 50% difference in damage between Typhlosion and the Seralges here. And everybody else was very, very low in comparison. Typhlosion was a menace, comparatively speaking.
Really was. I don't know, buddy. It's that debate of, do you want to ban that? Do you want to ban the Moltres? Both of them are very strong Pokemon in the meta right now. It's tough, but it doesn't really matter for Rush Hour, I guess. They did find the win in the final few moments. It did look like there was a lot of control from Extinction in this game. But here, as we see this fight breaking out, finally, a minute left in the game. Unite moves are finally popped. The rip comes through on the Rayquaza. Keep an eye on where Snorlax is. Brilliant Revenant Rend, by the way. Connects onto 3 of them, pairing it with that Hydro Typhoon. And we're getting ready with this Heavy Slam, buddy. That damage from Ceruledge was enough to allow this Heavy Slam to secure.
Watching the frame-by-frame data, everybody else is still unable to react because of the Heavy Typhoon. Snorlax will be able to collide. Looks like the collision is not. What secures it? Is it a body slam?
Maybe? Like a boosted? Maybe a body slam? I mean, they don't have a boosted up. I think it's just a basic. It's just a basic after the Heavy Slam. Wow. Lucario was about to hit that too.
That is about as much as a coin flip of I have ever seen.
Yeah.
That is uncontrolled chaos, and I would be frustrated to be on the receiving end of that. But I'd also reassure my team that we had an incredibly strong early and mid game, and that result was anybody's guess. It's not something that we had control over. So shake it off and get ready for a strong game 2.
Absolutely. Yeah, as we've mentioned, it felt like Extinction were winning those early to mid-game team fights, and then Rush Hour they knew what they needed to do. They found the experience, they got that level lead back on par, and eventually took it in those final few moments. Great patience from them in that final fight, just to go and grab that central area, not take the fight just yet. And Extinction, of course, they were trying to get vision, buddy. They didn't know that Rush Hour, they'd actually gone to get some more farm.
All right, so game 2. What do you think, if anything, is going to change between the game plan of these two teams?
I don't know if anything will. I think the game plan will be the same. I think that ended up being such a close game that, either of these teams can run it back and have a different result in the next one. I think knowing that this is an all-star draft, I suspect bans will remain the same. At least, on the side of that Charizard Y, probably the Moltres and the Gator at the very least will be banned on out. I think ranged attack on both sides worked incredibly well. Whilst that Typhlosion was pretty oppressive against a Rush Hour, they did eventually get their defenders online quick enough. I think maybe some good preparation for it yet again, and another invade coming out from Extinction in this next one, Malice.
All right, we have confirmation. It is going to be a Kygor map. We will not see Ray for the 4th time in a row. We get some variants here, which is a surprise because nobody likes Ray, and yet we've seen it so much. Although we're required to play it the first game in every set because nobody picks it except for the first set. And the Extinction will be the first pick of the game. They will have the opening hand here. And Rush Hour will have the chance to get the final counter pick of the draft.
What I do love about these tournaments, so me and Lobo were casting the Japan Championships this morning, and of course, completely different meta over there, completely different approach on what's allowed in. Moltres, for example, didn't get a single ban in that tournament. It was allowed in nearly every single game, which is just fascinating. In EU, it's completely different from what we're seeing from NA here, as you mentioned. Like, Hooper was first picked coming into this game, Malice. Like, I wasn't expecting that at all. The Vaporeon was taken last. Like, in my own region, that would be the first pick that we'd expect to see.
Right, man, we are getting in. We'll see if there is any variance here. Extinction has the first ban of the draft. Looks like they will be keeping it with the Slowbro, same as they did in game 1.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think knowing that they were pulling out that Typhlosion, Slowbro, getting that Slow Beam onto it, because Typhlosion can be very hard to target in this Unite move. It gets invisible, which is a little bit crazy, but Slow Beam is a direct counter to it. Let's see if they want to try and take that approach again here. Umbreon continues to be the ban for Rush Hour. I'm not expecting any changes in these bans at all here, Malice.
I'm starting to think so too. And you mentioned the Slowbro isolating the Typhlosion, him being hard to grab. It makes sense to me that Charizard Y would also be amongst the bans because his Unite move is one such he can do while still being strong, whereas X and regular Zard have much more limitations. But Zapdos is the 3rd ban, which is, once again, a surprise to me, especially if they did plan on the Typhlosion, because Typhlosion has the ability to get to the back line and be a humongous problem for him. They are going to go for the Hoopa once again on pick 1. Rush Hour, though, changing their strategy considering the grabbing of the Typhlosion.
I think it's a good valid strategy here. You've got 2 picks. You can pick up one of the strongest defenders, being that Snorlax. You know, getting that secure for you was massive. But no, they're going to run it back with the Blastoise here as well. Got to be prepared for Extinction, trying to really limit that Blastoise in this next game. You cannot wait until nearly mid-game before you have your Blastoise online.
Oh, please, Fred, do it. Please take the Typhlosion. You see it? You see the tanks. It wouldn't be an awful idea. It was a tempting idea for sure and worth a thought into that type of composition. But instead, they will go for the Articuno, and they're going to go with the Mew.
Okay, so instead of taking the Vaporeon, they're going to pull out the Articuno here, and it's going to be a pretty good pick, to be honest. It's basically just a meat shield to take a lot of damage from Rush Hour, and of course, really good at defending pads. That's one thing it excels at. Rush Hour, I thought it was going to be a Latios that we've seen sort of do so incredibly well in the meta right now. It rips in the late game, but no, they're going to pull out the Espeon once again for Johnny Noms here, and it's going to probably be that side shot.
All right, they go for the Surfetched and possibly for Typhlosion for a run back. These compositions are looking incredibly similar to last game with very little variation. Extinction has 3 of the same characters, very similar roles in Farfetch'd and Articuno. Rush Hour has the exact same comp.
Literally running it straight back, buddy. The same bans, the same picks, everybody playing the same Pokemon. And, you know, we mentioned it. It was such a close game. It would not surprise us if both of these teams decided just to run it straight on back. And some slight differences from Extinction, but still an incredibly similar comp, just difference in an all-rounder and a defender there. So, again, it's going to come down to that flip. It's going to come down to who gets better control in those first 8 minutes and who has the patience at that final fight.
Getting down to the countdown here. Do you think Extinction's going to go with another double invade? Rush Hour is a little bit ready for it this time around.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Because you can kind of bait it. Like they're expecting the invade coming into this game. Do you at least show face and then go into the lane? Do you still go for that invade? I think it was quite successful, so maybe you just fancy taking it anyway. We'll have to wait and see, buddy, because it definitely impacted Rush Hour in those early stages.
Oh, it certainly did. Rush Hour might be expecting it. Alternatively, they have the Snorlax. They can go for an invade of their own.
That they can. Would love to see it, but here we go, chat. This is game 2 between Extinction and Rush Hour. Rush Hour currently on set point. Let's see whether Extinction can pull this one back.
There's no difficulties on my end, but I am back 9:40 into the game. We do have which looks to be a Z clear for both Extinction and Rush Hour. They will be going up. A Z clear from LATAM, that's interesting, but they will both meet in the top lane here, meaning the first fight will soon occur.
Yeah, I think you do need that top lane sort of Metang because you need to get Cerulege online. It is so difficult to be effective as a Char Cadet, unfortunately, but the power spike you get once you get on the side of Cerulege is massive. You knew that Trainer was going to come into this top lane, so I like this approach from Rush Hour, and it's whether they're going to make a good difference. They do have that Gyro Ball, which is going to be pretty good for shielding, but even just the range damage from Hooper is enough to make them retreat.
Espeon goes for the rotation as well. Mew joins up there, so it will be a 4v4 fighting for the birds. Explosion goes with a flame ball. That's saying will be the first casualty of the fight, going down to Farfetch.
There's just no competition when you have not only the Mew, which is one of the most versatile Pokemon in this game, you have a Flame Wheel in your face and Fury Cutter coming out from one of the strongest all-rounders currently in the meta. That is a cleanup from Extinction as they find a KO and they get 50 points on the board.
One of the things I like about the Typhlosion that makes him a menace is going to be his charge bar. And Ember is a guaranteed hit. You don't have to aim it. You will not miss. Extinction is going for an invade here, but Rush Hour is ready for it. They are chasing out the Hoopa in the Mew from their jungle.
Again, tough situation for this Squirtle, having to take central lane farm here because they haven't managed to get onto the side of Wartortle. Hooper is going for an invade onto it. So again, a situation where your defender is really struggling to get online. They do find that 5. Wartortle is here, but right now, you've got level 7s on the side of the all-rounders for Extinction.
That is going to be very difficult for Rush Hour to overcome. They may just want to concede the Regidrago here and wait for their own team to catch up in different ways. Farfetch is now level 8, and this will continue on the next set of objectives in 20 seconds, as Extinction will likely have their Unite moves first.
Yeah, I mean, if you do push into this Typhlosion Farfetch, you are exposing the fact that they're going to get level 9. Look how close to that Lunging Leak Nova Blast we are on the side of Fred here, ready to go for these first objectives. Extinction has had everything go their way in these early stages. You can see nearly 100 points in the lead here, Malice. 99 points as we say hello to these first set of objectives.
Ooh, Metang will be able to get the Regidrago, though. Taking it out from under Extinction, a possible way to get more EXP for the team and shore up. They have everybody at level 7 right now. Extinction having mostly level 7s, an 8 and a 9. Farfetch having his Unite move, Typhlosion joining him next. They have the ability to force a hard fight on these objectives.
Let's see if it's going to be enough. They do have the secure from that Espeon, but they know they've got to fight off this pad at the moment. That Typhlosion is rotating down as well. Brilliant move from Blastoise in that top lane to steal that Regieleki away from the Farfetch. So rip on the Registeel is now going to come out from Extinction. They're looking to see whether they can just get a quick rip on it, while Articuno is looking for the zoning here. Reckzz prepared with the Blizzard. Psychic Solaire is going to be pulled out. Brilliant to get that at that moment, but now Espeon's looking to see if they can get close enough for the secure. A jet button is popped. They just missed the side shock and the side beam, and I think that was taken by Extinction. No, Snorlax takes it. They'll fall for their efforts, but they managed to grab it from Extinction.
Oh man, nasty steal, and now that damage buff might be what they need to get some of these cheeky shutdowns and get that comeback EXP. Blastoise will be kidnapping the bigger birds and pass it on to a teammate. Shereldage is going to be using his Shadow Sneak in order to get away from the Typhlosion, who wants to take these fights right now, press the advantage while he's strong.
So, managing to get themselves back into the game, Rush Hour. This is what we saw in that first game anyway. They're now all level 9. Cerule is just ticking in to level 10 at the moment. Managing to keep up with Extinction. There's an Eject Button Hydro Typhoon coming out from the Mighty Blastoise. Can't find the Mew though, as they're able to get away with that Eject Button. We're still going to continue to fight in this top lane as well. Fred is trying to see if they can get out of this position. Gyro Ball in their face. There's the Heavy Slam as well, connecting with the Side Shock. And Fred gets taken down. That's the highest level in this game, by the way.
All right, Hoopa using his Unite move, pulling teammates to the top lane. Extinction going for a counterattack on Rush Hour. They're chasing down the Snorlax. Snorlax will be the hop over the wall here in order to extract himself from the situation. Trellage is going to get a clean escape, but Articuno gets the shutdown. When you know where they are, though, you know where they're not. And if they're in the top lane, it will be a chance for Rush Hour to get some of those points back on the map. They're currently ahead, 135 to 154 in favor of Rush Hour.
So, Regieleki is going to open up here. Going to go for the rip. Let's see whether they want to push it as well. It will be before the 4th minute mark, so there'll be a very small opportunity to get a quick rip on the next one that comes in before that final fight, but it'll have to be quick. Looks like they're just going to go back and look to see if they can get this bottom objective as well. This team really likes to grab what they can, but unfortunately, Goden ain't going anywhere, but back to Nurse Joy.
That is a good Bush Cheese, and that's one of the things they got to do if they want to continue to stay in this game. Extinction on the bot lane is going for that bot side pad. Espeon will pop Unite move in order to try to zone them and keep them off of it and defend the pad, but it will not be enough. It did buy time for the rest of Rush Hour to come down, as he is joined by Blastoise and Snorlax, now trying to take the fight and get the pick on the Articuno. Typhlosion getting in the backline, popping the Unite in order to threaten the Espeon.
Okay, good Ice Wing wide out coming out from Articuno there for the zoning, but unfortunately they did leak a Blastoise that managed to get on in. Hydro Typhoon was used, but a perfect moment from you just to wait until no damage was dropped on it, and they find it with that Electro Ball connecting. Big Beam will come through here as well as they look to see if they can find Cerulege, but it's been done. They've grabbed the objective. They can get out of this position and look for more experience now.
This sequence has been beneficial for Rush Hour. As we watched over the last couple minutes, the level disadvantage has now been given to Extinction. Rush Hour has the first level 13 in the game, has another level 12 as well, paired against Extinction's 3 level 12s, with most of the members of Rush Hour being level 11. There's only 48 seconds before the Ray fight, and the point differential between the two teams is only 8, being 204 to 196 in favor of Extinction. This is a very close position, and is not one I expected to see given how this game opened up.
Yeah, again, you know, a lot of respect to Rush Hour, just knowing what needed to be done to get themselves back in this game. Some good engagements, managing to find the farm that they needed, some good KOs as well. Blastoise is going to retreat here. We've got 15 seconds before we say hello to Kyogre. And when there's a Kyogre, the game is not over. 3 points between these two here, Malice. Let's see who's going to go for the engage off the bat. We've got a Typhlosion just outside the pit.
Looks like they're looking for the Snorlax here. He will get pushed back by the Surfetch just a little bit. Espeon is looking for a safe entry into the fight. Rush Hour going for a 100-point back cap, forcing Extinction to take the fight on the Kyogre. Blastoise pushing Typhlosion out, putting him in a compromised position as Extinction's formation gets separated.
Yeah, you needed this. You've got to wait for that Metagross to get back in this fight, and Trainer was isolated for a moment there, but now they've got to go back up this Metagross. X-Speed is going to be used as they try and dash away from that positioning. Trainer and Fred are just going to drop some damage onto Kyogre, wait for Rush Hour to swarm around this pit. They are so broken up right now, though, buddy. Cerulege is looking for the flank here. Trainer has spotted Snorlax once again. They're going to dive on in, looking to see if they can find the Revenant Rend. The freeze comes out from the Ice Wing wide out, and the Revenant Rend didn't connect with enough for the damage. Psychic Solaire is there. Explosive Heat Haze will be popped, but Trainer is taken down. There's a Gyro Ball coming out from Tanga. That's going to be enough for them to find the Typhlosion. They're in the lead here, Malice. They've got 301 points to 204.
It was a 1-for-1 trade, and the remaining members of each team are looking very similarly paced. With the clock ticking down with 50 seconds left, it has to get spicy again. Both teams are going in for the Kyogre. We do see Snorlax trying to cause a disruption. Pops a block, but a pin come in from the Surfetch, trying to grab the member of Rush Hour. Although a successful escape will happen, Kyogre now sitting at about 50% HP.
Okay, so 30 seconds left. The rip isn't going to be quick enough. Those T2 pads are going to need to be defended because Extinction have to get some points in. 20 seconds left on the clock right now. Another heavy slam looking for the secure on the side of Snorlax, but they're able to find it with Mew. A push onto this top T1 pad. No one is able to get back to defend, and they've annihilated Rush Hour here one by one. Extinction in the final seconds of this game are going to do enough to take us to a game 3.
Oh. That was intense in the last seconds. As you said, they got it. They were able to score uncontested with just a couple of seconds left on the clock. They were able to get, I think, 300 and some odd points there. Extinction barely coming back from the brink of extinction in that game.
It was good. Yeah, I feel like Rush Hour just in the sort of mid to late game have so much control in these games. But that was just a clean fight from Extinction, a clean re-engage from Extinction, knowing that they only had 30 seconds left. They find the right picks, they get the secure on the objective, and then it was just a clean sprint to score as many points as you possibly could. I mean, GG's to Kaizel, they were looking to get another heavy slam secure, and it was ever so close there.
Well, they were. I think Extinction was maybe getting a little lack of credit here. They played very well early, had most of the knockouts within this game, and even the damage differentials. Rush Hour struggled to get above 30,000 on any members, but 3 players from Extinction were able to get 50,000. Rush Hour had the bulk. They were great at their disengage and taking resets in order to get their health back and come back, but Extinction might want to continue to look for these team fighting compositions. It seems to be working out in their favor very well.
Rightly so. It was enough for us to go to a game 3 here again, another close game between these two teams. And off the back of some brilliant all-rounder play from Fred and that Typhlosion. And I gotta say, I did enjoy the Articuno in that one as well. I think there were some good moments where we saw that Ice Wing wideout used at the right time for them to get some good zoning, some good freezes through as well. It was definitely not an easy thing to take down. And as we have a look at these highlights here, but a brilliant steal from Kaizel there.
Brilliant indeed. They will be able to take from that play and continue to leverage their advantage. A good defense from Rush Hour, though. And I like this flash coming in from the Blastoise, try to zone and keep Extinction from being able to get any inputs in there. Unfortunately, it was not enough here. Thrallers then goes for the Mew, but gets successfully protected by their teammates, forcing him to abandon the play.
So, Revenant Ren does get popped off, but with the shielding coming out from Reckzz there as well, it wasn't enough damage. And there's the explosive heat haze from Trainer, but they were critted. They were stunned from that Hooper, and they just, not from the Hooper, sorry, from the Espeon, and they just weren't able to get anything off with that damage. Getting KO'd there is a bit detrimental to them, but knowing that they are a player down, just being so patient with this, trying to see what they can do with 50 seconds left. You must be rushing to come up with a plan here.
I think both teams were rushing for some type of plan. I saw Blastoise with Unite move, even with the flash, only connected onto the Surfetch. A low value Unite could have been a differential maker in this event. Extinction successfully able to grab that ray in the end and take this to game 3. Now on the back foot, though, as Rush Hour has the choice on which map or which pick position they would like to take. That can be advantageous in a best of 3, especially when you already have a point, you're 1 point away from victory.
Now, they decided just to run it back there with the same bans and very similar or same comp from both teams. And again, an incredibly close game. Malice, are we going to see the same here in game 3? I fully expect that same kind of attitude to come out from both teams.
I'm hoping to see a slightly different composition. Extinction changed their game plan just enough. It worked out very well for them. Rush Hour might have to make some adjustments as well. Not run the same comp a third time, but I mean, it was working. So if it works, there's no need to fix it. Extinction is going to go Slowbro, Zapdos, and probably Char Y on that third ban, unless there is a reason for the variance there. There's not.
Doesn't look like it just yet. Nope. All the same. Same with the Feraligatr coming out from Tang there as well. It's these first picks that will kind of tell us what the plan is from Extinction. They've gone with that Hooper for both games so far. Let's see if that's the plan, and Gohan's going to take that position. Yes, there we go.
All right, first pick, Koopa for the third game, and we're looking back at Rush Hour. We see the Snorlax and Blastoise is probably soon to follow.
To be fair, you know, if you do look at comps, there's no reason for you to change up your front line at least. But what they will do is steal the Mew away. That's a brilliant play here from Rush Hour, knowing that they had the Espeon previously. They're going to take that off ball reach and give it to Johnny Noms here. If you're not going to ban it, just steal it.
So we are going to see some variant here. Extinction is looking at a multitude of different options. Hard to say which one they want to go with. They will lock it on the Articuno, and they take the Espeon instead.
So, just a handshake there on the ranged attack from both sides. The Articuno is coming back out for Extinction. Let's see if Rush Hour stick with the same. Typically, this is where they would go with a Blastoise or a Cerulege if they're looking for the same kind of comp. Blastoise was entertained there, but Vaporeon is going to be the pick here from Vinny, and that does give them the opportunity to get some much-needed healing on the side of their team. They have some good self-sustain typically in their comps, buddy, but an extra boost of healing could be the difference they need.
All right, Extinction, the last two are going to finish out their composition in the exact same way they did in Game 2. We have the Surf Edge and the Typhlosion coming in. The change being the swap from Mew to Espeon as Rush Hour takes the Mew. There is a difference in the side of Mew, side of Rush Hour, as they drop the Metagross and instead take a Talonflame, who is a annoyingly strong, burst-heavy character that can decimate the back line of Extinction.
Going to be very good at looking for that Hooper, looking for that Espeon. You would expect it to be trying to find Trainer as well, but that can be a difficult matchup because it's not easy with the shielding and sort of unstoppable that you see on the side of that Flame Wheel that you get from that Typhlosion. So it's going to be interesting to see what Tang can do on this Talonflame, but I'm very happy with the slight adjustments coming out from some of these teams here, especially Rush Hour.
I definitely agree. I think Rush Hour has a strong solution in that Talonflame for 3 of the picks on Extinction, and they have a much stronger earlier game this time around with the Mew, which was the area they were struggling in both games 1 and 2. They have a great comeback mechanic. They're very strong when it comes to the mid and the late game. They clutched up game 1, barely lost game 2. This might be the change they need to take game 3.
Let's see, somebody's got to win this. Is it going to be Extinction or will it be Rush Hour? Here is the state of our game so far. Central lane will be the Talonflame and the Typhlosion. Got to keep an eye on this top lane because, again, you do have that Charcadet up here, which can be quite difficult as they are trying to get some mirroring going on here just to ward off any invades.
Looks like Rush Hour was worried about the potential invade, but there was no invade to be there. That hesitation will give Extinction a slight tempo advantage in both the top and bottom lane. Not too big of a deal for Rush Hour in bot lane, as Snorlax and Mew have incredibly strong secure.
They do. They just missed that one, though, as it will be taken by Borrich, looking so close to that level 4 at the moment. That could be a huge difference for Extinction down here. If they get Psyshock so early on, but they can't find it just yet, if they do, they have a much easier bottom lane.
In the top lane here, some of the action is coming back in. Surfetch was able to pick up 1 knockout in the first exchange. Articuno is roaming over, and in 5 seconds, the birds will respond. Rush Hour has a Snorlax that's coming in from the side of flank, but Extinction has priority.
Ooh, manages to get a little bit of that farm on the side of the Cerulege, but not enough to find their Evo here. Surfetch has to try and back up. Vaporeon was looking for the KO, but they get sent back to Nurse Joy for their efforts. And the Flame Wheel has to be sprinted away from on the side of this Snorlax. Talonflame does find a KO. They're going to go down themselves. In fact, that's a free KO from Trainer there. Beautiful triple.
I think that's the type of trades they want to take, though. Talonflame was a level behind the Cyndaquil, allowing them to catch up with that EXP for taking out a superior opponent in a one-on-one trade. Also, the fewer players they have with Extinction on that pad, the easier it is for them to defend, even in a 1v1 scenario. Mew is in the bot lane contesting some of the CS against Extinction here, but Extinction is going to land a beautiful stun.
Oh, that's a shame. They didn't have the Psybeam ready to back that one up. They're able to get themselves away. But again, Bora reach with some brilliant stuns from this Psyshock. We do have this Talonflame ready to look for a secure down here. Engage from that Snorlax as well, trying to bait them out to the bush where this Talonflame is. Can they find Reckzz? Big Beam comes through. They do land the fly once again. It takes a lot of effort, but they finally find the Articuno.
Lifelink engage coming in from Typhlosion. They pick up the knockout on the Snorlax here, regrouped by the Hoopa. 3 players on each team in the bot lane. 25 seconds until the Reggie's will spawn, with a Regidrago still alive in the center lane. Both teams contest over the center birds that just spawned, looking like Typhlosion will be the winner of that exchange.
That's the difficulty of trying to take this Typhlosion down. There's an explosive heat haze as well, used straight out of the gates here. As soon as they hit that level 9, they really want to push this pad. Articuno now looking to see if they can get the zoning on down. The Registeel is here. Extinction are going to drop a little bit of damage onto it, but knowing that Talonflame is there, you cannot go for the rip just yet. They find the KO on the Articuno once again. That's the zoning tool for Extinction, no longer in this fight.
Talonflame is incredibly helpful here with Extinction being low in HP. Talonflame becomes a powerful threat. Snorlax is going to be forced to take the wall, trying to recover some HP here, but Typhlosion goes in with the Flame Wheel, getting a double knockout, allowing them to safely get onto the Registeel. Fly comes in from the Talonflame. Typhlosion trying to run him down, but Talonflame will be able to escape.
Can Vaporeon get here? No! Muddy Water isn't going to be in range to find anything from that, unfortunately. And now they just want to desperately defend this T1 pad. Reckzz comes out with the Blizzard there. Psychic Solaire is going to be used just to make sure that dive wasn't too deep onto the side of Trainer as they look to find more KOs. With that Psybeam, you say goodbye to that Talonflame. And Typhlosion, yet again, being an absolute nuisance here for Rush Hour.
Oh, he is a menace and probably may have been ban-worthy. But on the top side, we have some action going in as Rush Hour tries to take the Regieleki, but a Unite move coming in from the Shirellage will be countered by the Surf Edge, allowing him to grab Regieleki.
So, 150 points unanswered in this game so far, Malice. We are about to hit the 5-minute mark, and we're only just seeing points on the board for Rush Hour. They get 4 in, which means any Pokemon that was stacking hasn't been able to find any of those stacks.
We've seen this pattern before in the last games. Extinction starts with a really strong late game, a big level advantage. A character like Typhlosion being level 11 or a higher level than Rush Hour then starts to see the comebacks. In the next 3 minutes, I expect to see Rush Hour playing aggressively, taking the small wins, and finding a way back into the game.
I just had a nosy at the draft that we saw, and it doesn't actually look like Rush Hour are stacking on any of their Pokemon. So, I mean, you are still a huge amount of points behind, and you only win a game of Pokemon Unite by scoring points. Right now, it looks like Rush Hour, they're just trying to find what experience they can, even if that means taking fights here, just to get themselves back into it for a great engage.
Oh, I like the fly in the Aerial Ace. Unfortunately, it will not knock out as stun comes in from the Espeon. No knockouts for either team. Mew, though, caught out of position. A collapse from Extinction from multiple different flanks, taking Mew out of the game for just a couple of seconds. This window is what is needed by Extinction to get priority on the bot Reggie.
Then again, another explosive heat haze is going to come on out from Trainer. The Flame Wheel will be enough to protect them for just a moment, but the beam came in from Mew, and that was too much damage as Talonflame is able to find the secure. And now we do have a rotation down onto this bottom objective. Reckzz is ready to zone out once again. There's a Psyshock landing onto the side of Kazil. Can they find the KO on Snorlax, though? Heavy Slam will connect. They are so weak. Block is going to throw up a huge shield for them here. Fred going back onto the flank of this Reggizz, looking for the rip. Rings are let loose from Gohan here, and that's a stun. The zoning is connecting. They need to continue to rip this Reckzz. Mystical Mirage comes out from the Mew, but they've still got to deal with a huge Hooper and that Articuno as they look to go round, but it's a secure coming in from a huge beam from Mew that makes the difference for Rush Hour.
If we use the light and the beam to secure the objective there, knowing what the damage threshold is, Mews continue to harass from afar and get damage on Extinction as Extinction sieges the bot side pad. Only 10 points left on that pad before it breaks. Score is 150 to 97 in favor of Extinction. Extinction closing back the level cap between the two teams, with each team having 2 level 12s and now a 12 and a 13.
Oh, Revenant Rend is going to be popped there. That finds Trainer, which opens up the gates for them to get plenty of points in here. Not able to get a 50 in, unfortunately, and Blizzard will cover the entirety of that goal. But looking at the score lead now, buddy, we have a ball game on our hands. We have 45 seconds before we say hello to that final objective. Talonflame looking to defend this pad here. Snorlax is back onto it. I think they will look to get the score in, but Block is going to make the difference. Vaporeon is back as well. And do you want to continue? Yes, you do break it. You could have got more.
I think it'd be difficult to get more. Vaporeon had the Muddy Water there in the block. Would come back from the Snorlax off the cooldown. You have to decide if you want that pad there for the Ray or not. I think they wanted to get rid of the Flux Zone there. There's only an 80-point difference between two teams, so slowing them down could be the difference between victory and success. 10 seconds left. Both teams taking positions. Articuno trying to fish out her opponent.
Yep, they've got the vision, but look at where Talonflame is. Typhlosion is ready for someone pushing a pad. That's going to be an interesting 1v1 up in that top side. Right now, though, waiting for the engage moment down in this bottom lane. Ceruledge is looking for a flank here. We'll look to see if they can get a 50 dunk in, but they do have Revenant Rend to reposition as well.
Right. Typhlosion in the back here. Talonflame may be looking for a back cap. Rush Hour has tried this a few times before. Articuno maybe trying to zone out the Snorlax, but Snorlax using the block and the harass from the Mew to stand firm. Action now breaking out. We see some final engages. Unite move coming from the Hoopa, spotting the portal. First knockout being on the Ceruledge, but Hoopa will go down. A 1-for-1 exchange. Espeon trying to get some damage in, and we see an engage from Vermint.
A brilliant lunging leak Nova Blast does half health a lot of Rush Hour. They've got to go back and get some healthier. Mew was so close to going down. Mystical Mirage had to be used. Now they're looking for a little bit of damage onto the side of the Kyogre. Got to be cautious though, because that Talonflame is still on Sky Ruins. Looking to hunt down this Mew is Trainer at the moment, and Rush Hour now are backed up to their bottom lane. It's all crowded out by Extinction, but another 20 dunk coming in means there's 1 point between these two teams, buddy. Another flame wheel coming out from Trainer here. The zoning is so good, but not enough rip damage quick enough. Knowing that Talonflame is here, will they get in with the fly? They do, but it's a little bit too late as Psybeam connects and Espeon takes it for Extinction.
Nailed by exchange right there. Mew in the back line trying to get a 50 points of her own. The 50 will be canceled out by the Typhlosion. Put us back into the separation with only a couple points between the two teams, a 19-point difference. Extinction is continuing to try to get those points in and continue to build that lead. Only 10 seconds left. Rush Hour needs to get some in, but Ceruledge had a buff and got 100. 38 coming from the Typhlosion. They're stopping the 22 in. From the Hoopa, and more points just went in. I don't think it's enough, though. I think Rush Hour took it back. They got the 100.
I think Articuno got 100 in that final moment. Yeah, oh my buddy, because it was so smart from Aisha. They recognize that they have a buff, they get a hundo burger in, and surely that is enough, but they didn't have enough damage down on that T2 pad to disrupt not one, but two of Extinction, as Articuno manages to get a final hundo burger in.
I saw the 20 from the Hoopa, I saw the 38 from the Typhlosion, but I didn't think it was enough because there's 100 from Asha. I didn't even see the Articuno. That had to be a last-second play. We'll hopefully see that into the replay here. That was neck and neck. That's even closer than last game. I don't know how else to describe just how frame perfect that was. Insane.
It was a beautiful set, to be honest with you, but every game was well contested from both of these two teams, and that really was a buzzer beater from Reckzz in those literal final seconds. We have a look here. It was literally, as it came up saying time out is as they were scoring, but it was incredibly close.
I could not tell from this draft alone. You can see how close they are, just slightly ahead, and then suddenly, you know, 423 for Rush Hour and 500 something, which exactly 500 from Extinction. We'll get into the replays and we'll see some of these highlights. Hopefully that will give more clarity on exactly what just happened there.
I really enjoyed what we saw here from Extinction throughout the entirety of this game. It was just good zoning from Reckzz and Gohan while you try and get the rip onto the objective. But I think this is where Mew gets it. Yeah, perfect beam at the right moment to secure that themselves.
There's a fight at 120 in, and there's the Surfish. We're really excited about that. Got multiple targets, disrupted positioning of Rush Hour. It looked like this was going to be a game winning for Extinction, but then it came down to a photo finish between the Espeon and the Talonflame. Almost about down to frame data, really, of how long is the cast animation from Fly and what is the missile speed of the Espeon. And distance and positioning are all relative and being able to properly execute that. But the more exciting thing is going to be what happens in these next 30 seconds as we track the points.
Yeah, I mean, we're just getting ready to do that now as we just freeze here. And, we might have some issues and not able to do so. But incredibly, a nail biter in that one, Malice. It literally came down to a buzzer beater coming out from Extinction. That was so incredibly well done. Brilliant set. I think we are going to head to a break now, chat, while we get ready for this next one. So grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Okay. Hello, trainers, and welcome back. That was a very quick one. Me and Lobo are incredibly excited, though, because we get to cast one of our favorite teams from our very own region. BH3 Esports are here, matey.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, BH3, one of the world's qualified teams. We've also got another world's qualified team in Volticons as well from the EU. So even though we have crossed the pond and we are here casting an absolutely amazing NA tournament with $1,000 prize going to the top team, Tano. I mean, second place does get 100, and third place, as our Star GG said, does get a well-deserved pat on the back. But we are here. Looking for Org is also a very, very fun team as well. I had my little list here. I'm pretty sure I've lost it. Let me see if I can find it. Looking for Org is a LATAM North team that is also Worlds qualified as well. So they're going to Worlds in San Francisco to represent LATAM North. EU is sending BH3 undefeated for majority of the season.
Almost.
Up until that final. I was getting there. They were taken down by Komai on the final day of the season. But these boys, BH3, they're a young team, they're a strong team, and they're a hungry team.
What I also love about their roster here, buddy, is it's technically BH3 feat Marv. Marv is here from Pets. Because unfortunately, Megu couldn't make it. So Marv is going to step on in here, and that is a strong team. But so is looking for Org. Of course, they are qualified for Worlds, and this could be an insight. Imagine the scenes if they end up in the same group at Worlds, and we got to see this first.
This is a Worlds preview, which I absolutely love to see. I can imagine, but so we have been told, I believe, and we need to get confirmation on this, because it's LATAM North and EU, I'm very interested about the ping, if it's going to be locked to NA01 kind of ping. So probably most of these teams are going to be locked on orange ping. I know when you and I somehow get transferred to NA when we play over here in the EU, it's not horrible yellow ping, but it does make it quite hard. So looking for all going to be on your purple side. Wolf, Kaito, Hades, Lofe. I'm going to say Lofe or Loaf because that's kind of Wolf, just with an L. And Tokido are going to be looking for Org. And it is BH3 featuring Marv. And I mean, if you wanted a player to secure from the EU side, I think Marv's a pretty good shout.
It definitely is. You know, you've got to fill some huge boots with Megu there, being one of the best defenders in the game. But also, just a little bit of insight, Utah has a brand new phone, and it looks really nice. So I fully expect them to do a really good game here from Utah.
I did see the Twitter from Utah as well that showed us his phone. And he's ready to lock in as well. And it looks like an absolute beauty. Do we know the exact model and make? We'll get it for you if you want to replicate Utah. Mate, give him an affiliate code for that phone. Snorlax going to be picked up. Machamp, Blissey, Mega Charizard, Y, Moltres, Psyduck, Hooper being banned off. Very standard bans, still respecting the Mega Charizard Y over here in the land of LATAM.
Yeah, understandable. I think over here in the west side of things, we put a lot of importance on that Charizard Y, especially with the amount of damage that it can deal and how often you have that Unite move. As you say, Snorlax is taken, but right now, Sazero is going to pull out the Elder Goss, and it is going to be the Mega Lucario that people find so as such a strong prio pick that Kranix is going to take here.
Ale, Kranix, bring us that Mega Lucario. Kaido's hovering over the Zacian right now. We saw Zacian get banned off a lot in Japan this morning, and the one time it was allowed out, we definitely just decided to shake our heads and be like, yep, that makes sense. That's why Lofi's going to take the Mew, such a good versatile Pokemon. Marv on the tried and trusted Mamoswine. We love Marv's Mamoswine. Such good positioning, leads from the front as well. And I think it's just going to be such a pain to deal with. But the bulky front line that Looking for Orc have got, looking to go with it.
Listen, coming into this game, I could have predicted Marv was going to pull out a Mamoswine in this one, buddy. You're playing for BH3. They are, of course, close friends, but you're going to stick on your core Pokemon. Reckzz as well, pulling out the Inteleon here. Some great ranged attack. That combo between Reckzz and Lolf is going to be really interesting in this game. Tokido is going to pull out the Leafeon, which is, of course, going to be the #1 threat to Sazero, to Reckzz, and it's going to be a huge responsibility of Marv to protect the ranged attack here.
Now, Utah with new phone in hand. Let's see if it improves that performance. And he has decided to go with the ever so popular Water Urshifu right now. The Surging Strikes Urshifu so popular right now since it got those buffs. I do like Lofi on the Alcremie. I think you and I are very much Alcremie admirers, not for the fact that it's also just so very, very cute. I haven't seen so much Alcremie Hollowware, but I imagine it is going to be as cute as little button strawberries on its head.
All right, now, I mean, as we have a look at this game, I'm really hoping in this set we get to see some Utah Cypher at some point, buddy. But that Water Bear is played very similarly, so I'm excited for this one. But it is going to be a tough matchup. Looking for Org are qualified for Worlds. They are a mighty team for them to go up against here. And a Leafeon is great early game. One thing that we know, Kubfu is not a good rotation of that central area. Can be very difficult to get that rotation if an invade comes their way.
And you know what? I saw it with Professor Mouse earlier today. You and I saw it multiple times this morning. There are 3 things that are ever present in life. Tana, hit me with it. What are they?
Death, taxes, invading a Kubfu on Pokemon Unite. Simple as that, mate.
On paper, gonna put you in the hot spot. We have crossed the pond, but the way we do things in EU is never gonna change. Put you in the hot seat. On paper, where are you giving this match to?
BH3 on paper, purely just because I think the Mega Lucario slightly better as an all-rounder at the moment, and I think it could come down to those defender picks. But we'll see if that makes the difference, buddy, as we kick off this game here in your quarterfinals of the Reckzz Cup. Looking for Org on your purple side, BH3 Esports on your orange side. Bro, we've already got some warding going on here with this Swinnow.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Marv decided to about face, instead decided to face the Snorlax head on instead of it, trying to force the Snorlax away from the invade. So this is going to be the first time we are seeing a Kubfu hopefully going to get to take their central lane completely unabated. As I say that, I see the Leafeon icon slowly making their way towards that central lane, but they've decided instead to just go for the engage onto that top side, looking for Org taking the early aggression. However, Leafeon only taken 1 of their central lane buffs. However, Urshifu online and decked out in that beautiful Hollowware. I mean, what did Edna from Incredible say? No capes.
No capes. Let's see if that makes a difference in this one, though, buddy, because they do have the Urshifu online. I was so interested to see Tokido actually go push that top lane and look for the KO opener rather than limit the Kubfu in their central area. Pillorswine is online here for Marv. Going to use that eject button to get out of the way. Electro Ball was coming, but they're able to get back to that pad and pick up that Citrus Berry.
I mean, Reckzz has decided to also go with the Fell Stinger, which means they might be playing that Snipe Shot. There we go. They do manage to stack onto Marv and send them back to Nurse Joy. Still donut stores, but it is early days for BH3 as Kranix decides to secure some farm, moving ever closer to that power-up punch close combat combination and that Unite move as well. Now, this is the first match, Connor, so the objective that we're going to get is going to be Rayquaza. The Metal Claw is going to be pushed away by the Focus Punch. Such early, intense pressure coming out from looking for Org.
Yeah, the top lane is so interesting because both all-rounders have found their level 5 now, and the supports are evoed as well. They're going to clash in this central area here, looking to see if anyone can find a KO as well as that extra bit of farm. The recovery makes a huge difference here as Wolf is going to pick that up. Big Beam's going to come on through. Alcremie is sent back to Nurse Joy, and Utah is looking to cook. Snorlax is gone. Zacian was looking to hunt down this Drizzile, and they find it very quickly.
Yeah, they do. They weren't going to let Reckzz get away because they know as soon as Reckzz gets access to that Intimidator, they are incredibly dangerous. Even on ping, the secure is going to come through from Lucario. Kranix is very wary right now. It is a Decorate Alcremie alongside the Recover. Usually we see that Sweet Scent that gets dropped. I mean, it's a Dark Urshifu right now, Tanner, as well, so not a Water Urshifu.
Yeah, they are looking for that Ebon Fist here for that single strike secure. And it makes a difference, to be fair. But you do have that Lucario there as well. So it is an interesting decision from BH3 Esports. Ice Fangs are going to come through. Will it be enough to find Wolf eventually? Yes, it does. But this is a fight for this set here, buddy. We're just about to say these first objectives getting taken. It is going to be the Regieleki that gets taken by that Lucario. Reggie still getting ripped here by BH3 Esports. They do have that snipe shot ready to go as well. Look at Alcremie looking to see if they can get in there, but they can't at the moment. And that is a good secure for BH3 Esports.
Yeah, they're trying very hard, but double objective secured for the side of BH3. They're looking strong. The Emerald 2-step's going to come in on to the Urshifu and delete them off the board. The Solar Beam's going to come through. Marv is going to Earthquake to try and create some space for their team. Reckzz is hitting these snipe shots, which is why Looking for Orc have to be very, very careful where they decide to poke their head in. Marv looking for the Earthquake, trying to find Snorlax, but does manage to pick up a berry and get on out. Decides to heavy slam through, but the snipe shots are still hitting, and Snorlax is getting a lot of damage put on them. Reckzz is chasing. They're not really caring about the Solar Beams right now. They're just trying to find a single KO for some of this experience. 6 minutes gone on the clock, 14 to 79. As aggressive as Looking for Orc have been, Tano, BH3 looking comfortably in the control right now.
I have enjoyed how much of an issue Tokito has been for BH3 though. Those Emerald 2-steps have been so incredibly good. Aura Cannon is going to be popped here from Kranix as they try and see if they can find a KO onto that Zacian. They're going to continue with that 1v1 up there. In fact, Utah is going to see if they can go give some assistance. And Looking for Org are going to take the opportunity to push this T1 pad here. Mew with a big beam will come through. Reckzz looking to defend it, but a huge block is in the way. And there's more scores coming through as Looking for Org look to cut down that score lead.
I mean, Zacian has managed to survive in that top path. Marv is back right now. They do have the Azure Spy Vision that does come out from the Intel, and however, they're going to get deleted off the map by another beautiful Emerald 2-step. Tokito is actually smoothing and grooving on this Leafeon. So far, you and I have been a little bit underwhelmed with Leafeon's presence in the games that we've watched recently. However, Tokito is proving that this Leafeon, even though it's been out of the meta for quite some time, is still incredibly strong. Now, Tano, we've crossed the halfway point. Objectives about to turn up. Regieleki top side. Our all-rounders are going to duke it out. Kranix does not have access to that Mega Lucario, but we're about to go for Reggie Roulette on the bottom side.
It's going to be a Regice here. Getting the rip is going to be BH3 Esports looking for the zone in. Is Marv here on that Mammoth Spine. Big beam comes through. Not able to do it quick enough as it will be taken by the Wicked Blow from Utah here. The Regieleki does go to the side of Looking for Org, so they have to get more out of this push to BH3 Esports because they're going to lose that top pad. More points are scored and Looking for Org now take the lead.
I think they've decided to just back on off this one because Leafeon went into that top path to help out that secure potential in that top side. Reckzz is getting targeted by this Snorlax, and they just don't have an answer for it. Marv usually very, very proficient on that Mammoth side. The Aura Cannon is going to come from off the screen as Kranix wants to try and get their own back, but that just forces Looking for Orc out of the game. They decide that even though that Mega was committed, they can just walk away from it, which is, I think, one of the best ways to deal with a Mega evolving Pokemon.
And what I'm loving here is that Tokito is single-handedly proving that the issue with Leafeon is the player, not the Pokemon. They've hit level 13 here at the 4-minute mark, buddy. That is impressive. 14 on the side of that Leafeon now. And the thing is, they have been the #1 cleanup of Reckzz. They had a difficult job on this Inteleon because of what Leafeon has done.
Yeah, I agree. And look, we have seen Reckzz adapt as well with that Inteleon. We know how skillful they are on those snipe shots. We have also seen them go using Liquidation, which might be better when it comes to zoning out that Leafeon. However, these Solar Beams are hurting. Marv usually one able to stay in there, but look at this Leafeon. They are the most forward front Leafeon that I have ever seen. They're looking for another Emerald 2-step, possibly trying to take Marv down. The Mutant Auto does find its target. Snorlax going to get 39, but Kranix themselves are going to get 39 inside that top part. Sorry, 40 and 39 going in. But Looking for Org are just pressuring down Utah. Dark Bear gets taken down as well just after the 3-minute mark.
The team fight capability from Looking for Org has been impressive in this game, especially off the back of the Zacian and Leafeon duo. I think right now it has been a pendulum, buddy. We see Looking for Org score big points, BH3 score big points in return. It's incredibly close, as we say, 30 seconds before the final stretch. Looking for the secure here on the side of the Regice. They do have Reckzz ready with that snipe shot, but also looking for it on the side of the Metal Claw Zacian, but they give it up instead. Will allow this Regice to be taken by BH3 Esports, which is going to be a tasty buff for them coming in this fight.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the levels with 12 seconds left to go until Reckzz. The secure tools are looking a little bit better on the side of BH3 with the Inteleon plus the Urshifu Dark variety, as well as that Power Up Punch Lucario. However, they do have Leafeon, they do have Mew, and a Zacian with a Sovereign Sword available on the side of Looking for Org. 176 to 163. The defenders have found each other, Wolf and Marv, just having a little bit of a thick boy off in that bottom path, in that bush. The Solar Beams are searching, and they are finding their targets. However, BH3 have done something which is really nice. They've rotated away from that bottom pad to pull the fight towards the central lane and towards that top fight. Marv looking for these berries as well, but it's still a patient waiting game with both ranged attackers searching, but Marv might get caught out.
Marv has been caught out here. Brilliant block coming in from Wolf. There's a big beam as well. Isn't able to connect with Marv on the side of that. And luckily some assistance from Sazero with those pollen puffs landing. The patience from BH3 here. They've got to be cautious. It's going to be difficult to work out who's in the lead massively. But there we go. We're going to blow it on now. There's a Fluffy Cream Supreme coming on out. Aura Cannon has popped. They're looking to see if they can find the KO onto the side of this Leafeon. Emerald two-step will connect, but the Mammoth Mash will stop that coming in. Ooh. It's going to be an Electro Ball from Mew that takes the Rayquaza. BH3 was slowly ripping it down, and Mew was prepared. Instant spore from Tokito here as they put Looking for Org on their shoulders, and BH3 are on the back foot.
A very smart play by Tokito. We saw that they were getting absolutely shredded down. You saw the HP that they had on there. The Rayquaza shield is going to be shredded on side of this Snorlax as well. They still have a chance. 34 seconds left to go. Marv's going to eject out, but Kranix also engaged that fight very, very early. The close combat not going to be enough as this Snorlax has proven to be an absolute demon problem to deal with. Marv not usually one to be phased by opposing defenders, but in that one, that time, Snorlax really had Marv cornered with a lot of those heavy slam block combinations.
So, difficult game for BH3 there, Lobo. It felt like in those team fights, they were struggling. I think how oppressive they were on the side of Looking for Org. You had Kato and Wolf that was really bringing the damage to them. They couldn't get close to Hades, who was continuing to drop the damage with those beams coming through and the Electro Balls. And then you had Tokito that was finding the perfect flanks, managing to break through the line and pick up Reckzz a couple of times there. We're not used to seeing a game where Reckzz hasn't found a KO.
No, I agree. That has to be one of the hardest things that I've ever seen. One of the hardest games I've seen Reckzz compete in. 64k damage still being dropped by Reckzz not finding a KO is immense. I mean, even Utah was struggling on the Dark Shifu with that Wicked Blow combination. Yes, it was there for the secure, but Hades with the Electro Ball secure, immense. Now, we gotta talk about it. Tokito on that Leafeon, top damage in the game. I mean, we talked about it this morning as well, my goat. It's target selection. I mean, yeah. Tokito said there's an Inteleon on their team. Bet. I'm gonna go. Just bet as we have a look at some of these highlights here, because the way the game played out, BH3 were not struggling the entire time. It was still very, very close up until that Rayquaza fight because they were 10 points away from each other.
They were. They'd done the right things with managing to get the counter scoring through. We talk about how important that is. Look, they're trying to lock down Tokito here on the Leafeon. The Emerald two-step will connect, but a brilliant Mammoth Mash from Marv stops all that, and the damage was being dropped on the Rayquaza. That is a stun coming on through as they try and connect with the Wicked Blow on the side of Utah, and they do. But it just isn't enough. The Electro Ball from Hades is going to just get that small chip of damage and secure it there for Looking for Org.
Before we go off this, can we just go back and rewind it a little bit, production, if that is possible at all? To just rewind this a little bit further back to just when the Leafeon decided to Emerald two-step. Because I just want to point out something here. Tokito is surrounded by 3 members of BH3. We could just play this from here in slow-mo if that's possible. We see Kranix inside that Mega Lucario form. We see Marv has gone for the Mammoth Mash. They've decided to target the Alcremie. However, when we go back to see the Emerald two-step, it was actually Salzero's Cotton Car Crash that pushed Tokito away and towards that bottom path that allowed them to get away from the combination. As we see right here, look, inside the Emerald two-step right now, he goes up for it. He's being close combated. Sazero, look at where Sazero comes in right now. As he lands, he pushes Tokito out of the way. I'm wondering if that doesn't land there. Not only, I mean, Marv and Kranix were fairly healthy in that state, but to push Leafeon out of the damage, you kind of, I want to say, inadvertently saving your Leafeon right there. I might be looking too much into it. I might be nitpicking a bit, but I guess that's what we have to do in these situations with teams this good.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right play. You do need to protect your team with that Cotton Cloud Crash. But yeah, just kind of like if Tokyo landed there, it's just a basic to find the KO on that Leafeon. But it was smart play, looking for Org, knew that Rip was coming in. Brilliant positioning from Hades once again, just being in the top side of that, knowing that they weren't going to be targeted because they were so concentrating on the secure on the side of BH3 Esports. With Utah, I mean, the only way they jump over that wall is if they have Ebon Fist or an eject button, and of course we saw they were running full heal in that one, so they weren't able to get close to Hades, and that was enough for looking for Org to take that first game. It did feel like BH3 was struggling in some of those team fights. I was very surprised at the single strike Shifu coming out from Utah there. I was expecting Water Bear Lobo.
I was expecting Water Bear as well, especially with that full heal. Perhaps this is another instance of move selection. I mean, it is a new phone, guys. It is a new phone. Perhaps they don't have all of the settings just set out just yet, but that's just me glazing our BH3 goats over there, representing very, very well. So let's have a look at what they can do to change this up. Looking for Org did very, very well. The Alchemy with Decorate was definitely interesting for me because I feel like that Decorate was so useful with the stuns and the extra damage that they were actually getting off in some of those team fights. So they were stunning out Kranix when he wasn't in that power-up punch. They were stunning Reckzz because that Alchemy was playing very, very far forward. But this is what I say, the underratedness of Alchemy, its healing capabilities are just so good.
It's such a great support Pokemon. The Fluffy Cream Supreme is a brilliant team fight Unite move to keep your team in it. I love it. I genuinely love the Alchemy. I don't play supports in this game, chat. I'm not a fan of playing support in this game. I play it in other games. I'm just going to throw that out there. I play it in other games. I just don't in Unite. But I love supports. You are the goats on the backbone of Pokemon Unite. Alchemy is such a great one as well. So it would not surprise me if teams look to run that one back. Right now, though, BH3 are on the back foot here, Lobo. What do you think is going to happen with the changes on that team?
Look, I feel like they're going to go back to their counter picks. We know Marv is a very, very good Psyduck player as well. Psyduck was banned out in that game, relying with the tried and tested Mama Swine. However, the problem a lot, I think, had to come from that Snorlax. There was a lot of stun. There was a lot of annoyances as well coming from that Zacian, which was able to hunt down Kranix on that Lucario. So what do we change here? Do we go for a little bit more of a... I mean, Kranix versus Zacian in that top lane wasn't a bad pick. I think they could run back that Mega Lucario one more time. I think the difference has to come right now from Reckzz. Moltres was the only one of the bans that came out. And honestly, to see Marv on an Articuno, I know you and I have very strong opinions about Articuno, but Marv on an Articuno was not picked up. Typhlosion wasn't picked up either. So it would be interesting to see either of those Pokemon come into the foray. I don't know how much Looking for Org need to change here, Tana. What are your thoughts on their comp?
Well, I think for me, yeah, they might look to run it back. The issue was Hades was untouched by BH3 Esports, buddy. They need something to get on that backline. 15k damage Hades took in that game, dropping, I think it was nearly 60k themselves. Yeah, that's impressive for a ranged attacker. And you know that that means that you have not been able to get close to taking out that Mew. That's a problem for you as a comp. You have to have something that at least puts pressure on the opposite ranged attack. Otherwise, they're just going to sit behind their front line and land beams and electro balls and secure these final objectives all day long, mate.
Yeah, look, and you know, we know that BH3 have the tools in their arsenal to deal with that. Utah Scyther is feared in the EU region. I mean, going for probably on the Rayquaza map, probably going for those extra secure tools that they needed in that comp did make a lot of sense. But honestly, what is the best form of crowd control? Just KO every single person on the team. That is the best form of crowd control, is a KO. So if, I mean, you're 100% right. You look at what happened to Reckzz in that game. Target selection at its finest. Every Emerald two-step was somewhere in the close vicinity of poor Reckzz on that Inteleon. We know how good they are on that Inteleon, but when you have a speedster that is hard targeting you, no matter how good you are, no matter how well you're able to hit those spell stingers into those snipe shots, you're still going to get deleted off the map with that Unite move.
Yeah, this is why I think the Water Bear would have been a better approach for BH3, but we can debate about that until the end of time, buddy. Let's have a look at the second game here as the bans are about to come on the board. I wouldn't be surprised if we have no difference in these bans here.
No, the bands seem very, very stock standard. It was Machamp, Psyduck, Moltres, Hooper, and Mega Charizard Y. Did I miss one? I think I said 5
Blissey.
instead of 6, but I think I missed the Blissey instead. So they respect the Mega Charizard Y over here, as you should. I still think it's a little bit underwhelming, especially in 5v5 comp, but how many times am I going to say that about a Mega Charizard variant today, especially with what we witnessed over in Japan with Mega Charizard X?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it did struggle over in Japan. We saw one good game from that Mega Charizard X. Here, though, Psyduck is actually going to be banned out by looking for Org instead, and BH3 are going to take the Mew away from Hades. Completely understandable with what they just dealt with. It does mean that they can have a look at how they adjust their ranged attack on the side of looking for Org.
Yeah, look, I think the Mew ban is 100% justified from this side. I mean, Wolf is going to stick with that Snorlax. It was such a nuisance, such a good frontlining Pokemon. Those blocks were so good. Those heavy slams were so good. Marv was hovering over an Articuno, but looking for a little bit more disruption here. I mean, Jirawe would be very happy with what Marv is hovering over right now. However, they've decided to not go for their defender pick and go straight for that Mega Charizard Y and that Eldegoss combination. Surprised they didn't actually take the Alcremie away from looking for Org and decided to go with that Eldegoss.
I'm very surprised the Alligator wasn't taken there, but the only bans we have today are Meganium and Skeledirge. So for Alligator, which is an incredibly strong Pokemon right now, is still open. But
is it? I didn't know.
Maybe slightly, but a little bit.
Just a little tiny bit. Little tiny bit.
But Keito's going to stick with the Zacian here, and they had a very impressive game on that. So, stick with the tried and tested. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, mate.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I do like the switch here from the Latias. It does provide a lot of decent support, but one speedster to another. You and I are always very excited. A Dodrio is an exciting pick for any player at this higher level in the competition. I have a feeling it's going to be Tri-Attack coming through. There's nothing really that can lock on to the Dodrio in these comps, but Reckzz has decided to change that with that Side Strike. Mewtwo Y going to come in right. Tranix going to run the Surfetch, which is incredibly strong right now with that oh my god. Furikata? Is it Furikata? I have to remember. I always remember this. Yeah, I got this. I got this 100%. I like the comp, but I mean, Glaceon is a favorite here in the NA. EG played it really well over at EUIC when we saw it. It has to be that Icy Wind combination, but considering how bulky Marv can be, maybe they go the Icicle Spears?
I think it won't matter which one you go for. I think it's a brilliant pick here for looking for Org. You are looking for counters that are directly going to deal with that Charizard Y, and Dodrio and Glaceon are going to do that effectively here. So I like this from looking for Org. They've recognized what they're coming up against. They've built some counter picks themselves. Good adjustments from them. Reckzz does pull out that Mega Mewtwo Y, sorry. I keep getting those mixed up, bro. It's so frustrating. But they have Charizard Y and Mewtwo Y on the same team, so it is better for the Mewtwo Y. They're gonna have level 5 will give them their Mega, and I think it's probably one of the best still ranged attackers in the game with how much damage it can output.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we are just looking at the rest of the bracket. If you guys want to check out the bracket, you can as well. I mean, BH3 are the only EU team left up in the winners' side. Omer Boozlefay have dropped down into losers bracket, and Volticons have been eliminated as well. So EU still going strong with BH3. They can pull this back into a game 3 situation. Dodrio, I mean, it was stock standard that it was going to take that central lane with a level 4 Glaceon. I don't really think it needs it, but Glaceon is one of those only evolutions that needs level 6 to be fully online, as opposed to the other ones which just need that initial level 4 evolution.
Let's see if Glossifer can make a difference here on that Dodrio approach. You do have that basic passive built in to the Glossifer, so it is very good for that invade, and it seems like it is going successful at the moment as Sazero looks to steal that one away. So close, level 4 online for this Doduo, and they're going to continue to try and take this away. Tokito is going to have to go back to the Flux Zone here. Sazero isn't happy with that, going to continue to see if they can find something, but they just can't at the moment.
I mean, the Eldegoss slow with those boosters is intense. I mean, Is that a Latios that managed to KO Utah in the central lane, sticking with both of those buffs, my guy? But Snorlax is here to help out. Is Sazero going to be able to take this with the boost? It does get stunned, but Sazero decides it's better yet to not go for that evolution. They're going to try and slow them down. Snorlax is going to tackle their way through. Sazero staying a little bit longer than they should have, but a lot of good plays coming out. Invade successful to varying degrees for both teams.
Well, the thing is, they've allowed that top lane to hit their level 5s early enough, and it has meant that they've struggled to get their Sefetched online, buddy. They've got the K openers. We're seeing more from Latias here. They're finally going to go down. Eldegoss is online, but they've got the power spikes on the side of looking for Org, so you've got to debate whether they wasted a little bit too much time there, but they do have that Charmeleon here for BH3. They're going to continue and look for that Charizard. Just one level needed here, buddy.
I mean, Latias managed to get both buffs away, KO the Charmander in their own central lane, take those buffs away. The Metal Claw goes with the Detect, going to be pulled out by the Sefetch, but Zacian wins that fight. Sazero just a little bit too behind to get the healing out. The Tri-Attack's going to come through. Zazero is going to take a quick trip back to Nurse Joy, but in that time, we do have Utah with the Mega Charizard Y online. Now going to search for that evolution. Glaceon still nearing their level 6, so they'll get access to that Freeze Dry, which is going to give them big amounts of stacks on that Icy Wind. Nice eject Wood Hammer coming out from Marv, but they're going to absorb a lot of damage.
Yeah, I do like the Icy Wind play here, especially for how much you want to be able to dash around this Charizard. Utah is desperate for their Unite move. That's when you really make an impact for your team, especially with how low of a cooldown it can be. 26 points are going to go on in here. 31 points on the board. Nothing for the side of looking for Org. They've just been non-stop fighting since this game kicked off, mate. Not even looking for scores here.
Yeah, look, Tokito is trying to stop some of these scores go through, but they do get stopped with the Sidetrack, and that is the problem with Dodrio. Once you get stunned even just a little bit, you lose that speed gauge that is going to help you keep up your speed and make sure that your Tri-Attacks hit at full force. But now look at what Marv is doing. He does what he does best on this Trevenant. As I say that, not a lunging Leak Nova Blast just yet, but a swing of that Leak, and Kranax picks up a KO streak of 2. BH3 seems to have turned this around quite well.
That they do, and it's not Furicoda coming out of Sefetched here either, buddy. I think it's that Leaf Blade that we're seeing there with that dash, and it made a difference in that moment, but Tokito very close to their Unite move here. So is Zacian, so they're going to have some great secure on the side of looking for Org as they go for the rip. On that top side, Regieleki has gone into this pad, looking for an overcap, manages to find one. 36 on the board here. BH3 Esports have taken well and truly control of the points, but that is a triple trample coming out from that Dodrio, mate.
Yeah, the triple trample is going to be called out, but the rest of BH3 are swarming, and Charizard takes to the sky with that Seismic Slam. The Fire Blast is going to go down. Dodrio does manage to get away, but Zacian can pull up a KO. The Infinite Cyber is going to help defend that. Beautifully done by BH3. The Sidetrack is going to go on to the Snorlax. They're looking for the KO, but Marv is going to act as a guard for that pad. 170 unanswered points. The eject going to come out from Marv this time around to avoid the Icy Wind coming through. Logically, Nova Blast into the Mist Blast is not able to save, but does send Glaceon back to Nurse Joy. Phantom Forest does come out as the Sovereign Sword also gets one back. Marv with a beautiful Hornleaf Woodhammer combination. Zacian wants to swing that sword, picks a catch up. There is action going all over the map as Marv is surviving, but is going to be sent back to Nurse Joy, courtesy of that Dodrio.
Yeah, they stayed a little bit too long in that fight there, buddy. Ali Krani looking to see if they can get back here and defend this pad, but points will finally rain in. We're at 5 minutes here, looking for Org score their first points in this game. They have been playing really well in these team fights, but BH3, despite having a really difficult early game, have well and truly put a stomp on this at the moment.
These eject Horn Leeches into these Wood Hammers are just absorbing all of these Icy Winds coming out from the Glaceon. Been largely ineffective. We're used to seeing big amounts of Glaceon burst damage, but however, just the absorption ability and the regen ability from that Trevenant so strong. Sefetch is about to fight a 1v3 inside this top lane. Kranax, however, does not really care. They're going to fight and swing that sword as quickly as they can. Look at that HP just get deleted right now. The Regieleki is going to be taken. Kranax is still alive. Cotton Club Crash is going to come down. Beautifully done by Sazero. 1v3. Kranax says, I don't care. Allez, allez. Let's get some KOs and keep the lead going for BH3.
What a brilliant lunging leak Nova Blast for Kranix there, as they are able to defend that pad and actually find a KO for their efforts as well. Nearly Marv with a great wood hammer, but unfortunately the jump from the Dodrio is too much. Seismic Slam's going to come through here. Infinite Sideburn as well. BH3 are throwing the kitchen sink at this top lane here, but a good block coming out from Snorlax. Power Nap will be enough. Glacial Stage will land as well. Can they find the KO on Mewtwo? Why? Yes, they do. And that reduces the damage that BH3 can find, but they're going to break the pad anyway and extend their lead. A 211 lead now for BH3 Esports.
They're doing so well, but did you see how well they managed to pair that Seismic Slam with the Infinite Sideburn? Yeah. Not only do you get the stun, but as soon as you land, it was timed perfectly that they're going to survive the Seismic Slam, but they're going to get stunned straight away by that Infinite Sideburn. Now we've got a clash inside the middle. Lunging Leak Nova Blast on to the Snorlax. Kranix is going to get hit by the Mist Blast. Heavy Slam. It's going to get taken down. Is it going to survive? But no, Dodrio comes to clean that one up as well. Marv is surviving in a 3v1 situation. Sazero trying to ward off this tri-headed demon that is this Dodrio, as looking for Org. Want to make sure that this is a quick duo. Sazero takes a quick trip back to Nurse Joy. A threat KO streak of 3 for this Glaceon. Beautiful block sends Mewtwo into a wall. And looking for Org have turned it around just as quickly as they lost it in the initial stages in that top fight.
Yeah, they really needed that one, buddy. Level 13 on the Glaceon now. They found 12s on that Latias as well as the Dodrio. They definitely needed those levels, and we have a ball game on our hands here, chat. Regieleki about to spawn in this bottom lane. They're going to take the opportunity to go score more points on the side of looking for Org here. Looking to see if they can find the KO on Wolf. They are chasing them all the way to the central area. They will take them, and they'll still get the Regieleki for the effort as well.
I think that's a great chase down there. They knew they had the movement and the ability. I mean, Snorlax had the ability to block, take it away. They waited out the cooldowns. Marv's got position now, and we know Marv loves an eject Horn Leech into Woodhammer. Kranix is looking for, just looking for extra levels to do even more damage. 2 seconds, 1 second left to go. Where there's a Groudon, the game is on. Let's get rowdy with Groudy and whatever other sayings we can come up with right now. 60 points between these two teams, Tano. This is it. BH3 need to win this to send it to a game 3. Ooh. However, this could be a 2-0 dusting. But however, I mean, Marv is taking some damage right now.
They are, buddy. They had to get that focus band popped. For the Phantom Forest was used as well. Looking for the Lunging Leak. Nova Blast is going to come on through. Oh my god. They've just deleted the attack coming out from looking for Org. Glaceon is gone. Kato can't do enough to find the KO onto the side of Kranix. And that's going to be BH3 Esports annihilating the carries of looking for Org. It's down to Tokito to do enough to get in here. That Woodhammer, the Horn Leech, coming out from Marv is enough to protect them. Triple trample will come through. Will the tri-attack do it? No, it's going to be the Latias. Brilliant play from looking for Org, as Wolf is going to put this team on their shoulder once again.
I thought the KOs were coming. Latias is about to get KO'd by this Mega Charizard. Why he's going to come out of its Unite move. Can they get the KO to hold? Snorlax is there. Latios is the one that goes down. 253 to 261. BH3 are still in the lead. But now the Dodrio has the ability to score. But the rest of looking for Org are coming back up. And they can do this nice eject by Sazero with 40 seconds left to go. And less than 12, 10 points. But no, the points are going to rain in now. As looking for Org finally take the lead. It's Marv against the world. But I think as this game counts down, that is going to be the white flag thrown up for BH3. Once again, a supporter, a single player coming out of nowhere to secure that middle objective.
Listen, how on earth is this team still looking for an Org? I beg to know the answer, because not only was that just a brilliant team fight, it felt like they were done and dusted, but the support player picks up their team and secures that objective themselves, and that was enough for them to bounce back with clean KOs on the side of BH3. Chat, BH3 were the leading team in the EU UCS this year. They lost one game, and it was the final one versus Komai Esports, and looking for Org just looked like it was dismantling them there.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that entire match was a back and forth slugfest between these two. That Groudon fight definitely looked like it was going in the direction of BH3. Marv with a beautiful Horn Leech to manage to get Wolf picked up into that Phantom Forest as well. Charizard held on to that Unite move for so long. Utao's patience for the Seismic Slam. They were waiting for the Dodrio to triple trample in, and they finally used it. But as soon as Utah went up for that Seismic Slam, Tokuto had access to that triple trample and just trampled their way right back in. This is the final stages right now. They managed to take care of the Zacian, turn their attention right back to the Groudon that Utah has worked on. Now look at the positioning here. They've got 2 members alive. Look at how low health Loaf is right now.
I know. The Mist Plus can't find anything. Brilliant Colin Cloud Crash from Sazero once again, but I believe, is that the Dragon Breath or something that came out of the Latias
Yeah,
that finds it?
It had to have been.
It was.
If you saw that as well, I mean, you had to use the ranged attack to get it. Reckzz actually had Side Strike locked on to that Latias. However, they ejected back into the Groudon pit to put on some damage on to that main objective. Sensationally done. I mean, whatever you want to think, there's prize money on the line, but I think the real winners are us that get to watch these incredible games.
I believe that, I mean, BH3 Esports are now going to go down to the lower bracket. So they're not done here yet. And we still have Oman, Vozoloof that are still here, which is basically Ginyu Forces. So we still have 2 EU teams in it, chat. But we're going to head to a quick break while we get the next set ready to go. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will be right back. Hello, trainers. Welcome back. We have a star-studded game for you here. It's Evil Geniuses taking on Digwin Root Dig here, Lobo.
I'm very excited for this again. An NA heavyweight fight about to go up. Now, I do believe the Digwin Root Dig is just parts of Dignitas that are going to be playing. Obviously, we saw them a little bit earlier as well. Evil Geniuses is a fantastic team, so I'm keen to see how they go. And we're going to get a full-on showing of what this NA meta is currently all about. Because even so far, Tano, we're seeing a little bit differences between the way all of our regions play, which makes absolute sense.
What is fascinating for me is that just in this day alone, chat, I have casted Japan, EU, and now NA. It has been 3 different events for me today, and all 3 play Pokemon Unite in a different way. Definitely more similar at EU and NA, because it is, the West typically has their own kind of plans for it, but still slight differences. And it's just fascinating. I love this game so much because you can play it in so many different ways, Lobo, and each region does. It's so good.
Yeah, look, they've got different focuses for the bands. They've got different focuses on their team comps as well. What we witnessed earlier this morning over in Japan was also full all-star draft. We're not doing that over here right now. So the Pokemon that you play are able to be played again. However, when we saw that go over in the East, all-star draft means once you pick a Pokemon, it is banned for the entire duration of the set, whether it's a best of 1, best of 3, or best of 5. Still haven't seen a best of 7 yet with Pokemon Unite, but could you imagine if we had to cast one of those?
I hope not, buddy. As much as I love this game, best of 7s are brutal to cast. So I don't know though, because you do have bracket resets here in some of the Pokemon Unite tournaments, and that pretty much is the same level as that. If that happens. But here we go. It's game 1 of this semi-finals. Digwin on your purple side, Evil Geniuses here on your orange side.
Rob, Anon, Clash, Zealot, Zugrug, we saw them earlier today. Christmas, Ducky, Otto, Rolling It Down, and Jungle Book on the orange side of Evil Genius. Psyduck, Mega Charizard, Y, Moltres, and Hooper. 4 bands, consistent across the board. I don't think that's changing for the rest of this tournament.
Nope, I'd be surprised if it does. Espeon ban is interesting. It is such a prio pick on a lot of these games, but I haven't seen it banned yet. They don't want to deal with that stun, and that's the cure here for Digwin.
I haven't seen it been played yet. I mean, you and I got an incredible screenshot that you tweeted out earlier today of just the beauty of Stored Power Espeon. Zealot is going to pick up the Feraligatr. My big chompy boy is going to be seeing the screen right now. However, when I saw it, Tano, it did feel a little bit ineffective. Waterfall, as funny as it is to drift around on that Feraligatr, it does cut off at the most unexpected moments. And as soon as you run into a wall or something that is not mob farm, it gets stunned. You stun whatever you hit, whether it's the opposing team, but then you kind of get to combo that with that crunch. Ducky's going to pick up Snorlax, and Otter going to take the Mew.
It's so interesting though, because it is still a huge amount of damage that comes out of that Pokemon, buddy, and I'm surprised that they've not entertained the idea of banning it. Let's see if they've got an answer for it though. That's what I want to see from Evil Geniuses here. Rob is going to pull out that Zacian as well. Brilliant core comp that Digwin have managed to get their hands on there, with Zugrug pulling out the Umbreon.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like Zugrug coming out with the Umbreon because it's going to put that Mew and possibly that Snorlax in check if they're going to be running that mean look, rolling it down, hovering over the Latias. A very popular supporter that you and I have never really understood. We probably need to get some pro players to explain the Latias to us. Christmas going to go up with the Garchomp as well. I like the Garchomp because it has the damage, it has the self-sustain. However, Clash is hovering over that Articuno.
Articuno would be a great shout here, pairing it with that Umbreon. It does mean that you've got even more crowd control, and you can open the gates for that wish to come through from Zugrug and give your team that assistance. No range, though, on the side of Digwin, and they will pull out that Charizard X that we saw Japan put so much priority on earlier on today. Let's see what Anon can do on that side of things, as Jungle Book is going to look to finish this Evil Geniuses comp with that Glaceon that this region loves so much.
I like the Glaceon pick here after they decided to, second to last pick that Mega Charizard X. A lot of burst damage going to come out from that the Megas, but also a lot of burst damage going to come out from that Glaceon as well. Articuno is a problem. It's got a large HP pool to draw from, to just stay in there and be annoying. But I mean, when you have the combination of Mew and Glaceon, that Articuno might not be around for very long. Also, it's a sure hit move, so it can target that Feraligatr that's going to be waterfalling all over the place. And it's going to have to be very careful for this Charizard. I'm so keen to see how Mega Charizard performs in this. Give us your analysis of the Mega Charizard X so far from what we've seen this morning.
Not very good. But that was Japan, and it struggled. They had some good counters to it. Let's see, because here in these regions, not a lot of people are used to going up against it because it just doesn't get used that much in the West, to be honest with you, Lobo. But for me, that Zelot, just one bite from that Pokemon, one hits all that range that they have on the side of Evil Geniuses. So they really have to protect this Mew and protect this Glaceon as we kick off our semi-finals here, buddy. Digwin on your purple side, Evil Geniuses here on your orange side.
My little photo boy. At top lane with the big boss man that is Articuno. They're going to go up against Gible and Latios, which I think is going to be quite a tough lane. Totodile still quite strong in that top path, even in its first stage. Electro Ball was able to secure that, I believe. No, it was not able to, but the Electro Ball secure with the combination of the Snorlax. You're going to try to pick up a KO on an Eevee that's not an Umbreon just yet. Glaceon has evolved in the central area. I'd be more concerned if it hadn't evolved at this stage. Taking that central lane was the Glaceon. 0-0 so far.
They were very lucky in that bottom lane, and Otto was nearly getting the secure on the side of that Eevee, but the shield comes through, and with Rob being down in this bottom lane now, an eject button has to be burned alongside that focus band on Snorlax here. And this is going to be pretty difficult to defend, having Zacian in this bottom lane as well. Jungle Book is going to come provide that assistance with a little bit of damage coming out from the Icy Wind. Can they find the KO on Umbreon? Yes, they do, with the Electro Ball coming through from Otto.
It was a little nice positioning sense coming out from the side of Digwin. They saw that Glaceon had a full stack of Icicle Crystals on them and actually made them run a little bit further. So by the time they got to where the rest of the team were, those Icicles ran out and they didn't have the chance to go full damage. So nice little bit of positioning sense coming out from Digwin. Didn't matter in the end, however, Tano, because they still picked up the KOs and now have 45 unanswered points against them for the side of Evil Geniuses.
Okay, so Grug is going to try and be a nuisance here in the central area for Evil Geniuses. Try and see if they can take this blue aura away as Jungle Book is getting ready to hit it and take it. They do grab it, and there's the X-Speed pop. So going to get hit with that Icy Wind and the Electro Ball. Heavy Slam comes through from Ducky, but they dash out of the way, and they manage to get back to their path.
That was stunning by Zogrog there. Just a positional sense to avoid Mew, Glaceon, and a heavy slamming Snorlax. Latios is going to be sent back to Nurse Joy as Rob is online on this Charizard. Still no access to Unite move. That comes 2 levels later. Ducky is in this bush waiting patiently right now. I like the amount of patient waiting games that we're seeing from teams right now. They're not rushing into decisions. However, usually you'd see your defender... Oh, bye-bye, Croconaw. It was nice to see ya. We'll see you in a little bit.
That we will. The difficulty here is that Evil Geniuses just have to survive this early game, because the Feraligatr is going to be a bit much, buddy. But that was a glacial stage that was shut down pretty much into. I think they got it back instead of that actually playing off, right?
Yeah, I think that glacial stage was actually cancelled. I would love to go back and I want to go back and see the interaction there, but they have it back straight away, so they can set the stage once again and get access to those ice. The edge X is going to be popped up by the Latias. It was a nice bait for Jungle Book here to try and get those icicle speeds down, but the Umbreon is just going to get tickled by the ice from this glacier. But look at Zacian menacingly in ambush, going with the Metal Claw. The Red Steel gets taken by the Mew. However, it was Glaceon that secured the Red Regieleki before they got taken down by the Unite move of the Charizard.
Oh, buddy, they got plenty of bang for their buck there, did Evil Geniuses. They get both objectives and still managed to defend their paths. They pulled out the Unite move from Rob as well, so that Mega is now going to expire. I don't think that could have gone any better for Evil Geniuses in those moments.
Yeah, they managed to use the resources of Dig win. Zacian was there. They didn't go for the right target. They should have gone for the objective and that Glaceon, but they went for the Latios instead. Umbreon Zergrug wants to be a nuisance, want to try and get some objectives away. Articuno is in a big amount of trouble here. Snorlax is going to put down a heavy slam to get this Gabite away. Gabite still not being evolved yet as we close in on that 5-minute mark is a big problem for Evil Geniuses because they've got the big chompy Gator online and those crunches are going to hurt right now.
Yeah, they're also ready with the most aptly named Unite move, Big Jaw Bite. If they want to take that approach here, they get a 40 dunk in, and that will be really difficult for the ranged attackers to survive. In fact, they're going to use the waterfall to disengage from this fight here. Zacian will do the same. Zergrug takes that muted auto onto themselves, and Dig Win have found some good moments to at least open the door to getting back into this game.
Yeah, look, Evil Geniuses have got the score lead right now. They've got the lead a little bit on levels as well. However, the main issue right now is they need their main attacking force, which is this Gabite, to get online. They avoid the waterfall. It's quite hard to direct that waterfall. Latios is here to help out, but look at the chunk of damage that just came out of that Gibble. Mist Blast going to go through as well. But Kato, HP to Dream. Latios is chasing it. Jack does manage to get it, and they get the evolution into Garchomp. This is going to be a nice overcap coming up from the side of Evil Geniuses. However, turn their attention to a Regieleki, and now a Regirock for Dig Win on the bottom side.
Honestly, mate, just seeing the team synergy from Evil Geniuses was so good there. Auto with a perfectly timed beam to find the KO onto Feraligatr. They know that that is a big issue in these games, and they really do have to find a way to answer to it. And they've struggled to get so far on the side of Zealot, but we do still have half of this game to go on ahead. Looking for the disruption here. Moonlight Prance is going to land on the side of Zergrug, and they're going to throw it on out with the rest of the damage as well. Mystical Mirage is going to be utilized from Evil Geniuses. That was a power nap, but the Ice Wing Whiteout will be enough to be able to defend this pad. The freeze onto the side of this Garchomp, and they're not going to be able to get much more as Chris Smith goes back to the Pokemon Center. Had to use the Charizard X Unite move for it though, and now I tell you what, they're fancying a push on this T1 pad, mate.
Yeah, Articuno is dangerously low here. The block is going to push away the Mega Chomp. It's got the red crunch on there, which is big amounts of damage, but the Big Jaw Bite comes through from the gate. It does not matter. Gets sent back to the Pokemon Center. Charizard's going to try and punch and Flare Blitz their way out of this, but Evil Geniuses ain't going to let that happen as well.
Seems like in these team fights, Evil Geniuses have all the answers to Dig Win, but Zergrug has been a disruption problem for Evil Geniuses. Noticing they are playing that Snarl Foul Play combo, and I'm loving it here from them, as that is just controlling the defensive plays for Dig Win. They find a KO, do Evil Geniuses though, and they're going to go grab experience rather than push this pad. I may have lost you, buddy. I don't know if you're having any technical issues.
Nope, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I was just dying in the background there, trying to cough my lungs out.
Oh,
However,
buddy.
I am back right now. 2 minutes 45 on the clock. 44 seconds until we say hello to our next objective. Evil Geniuses looking to be in that driver's seat.
They are. Let's see who wants to take this bottom lane objective. Registeel, I'm going to call on out right here. It is a Registeel. Chris Smith looking to go for the rip instantly. So does Zacian, though. And that is an interesting combo. Zoning out is going to be this Snorlax, but Moonlight Prance has been used already. Looks like Dig Win want to take this as the fight. Ice Wing Whiteout is here as well. They really want to capitalize on this. There's the Livid Outrage coming out from Evil Geniuses. They managed to take the Registeel, and so many Unite moves were burned. Only 2 on the side of Dig Win. They lose their Feraligatr. Evil Geniuses has all the advantage here as we say hello to Reckzz.
Yeah, they're about to come back. Their Feraligatr is on a 8-second cooldown. They can just go for the rip here. They're going to try and zone out this Umbreon. The Mist Blast is going to hit, pick up the KO as well. We saw Mew going for a score there, but there is the Mega Charizard Unite move. This could be the turning point for Dig Win, but no! Gets a face full of Mewsted Auto as they turn their attention to the Rayquaza and try to secure this one. They're still very much in the lead on Evil Geniuses, but Feraligatr might have something to say about it. Just one chomp is enough. But once again, Mew proving how useful and how much of a good utility Pokemon that it is.
I mean, Otter just showing how they are such a brilliant Mew player, not giving any moment for Digwin to get the opportunity to get back into that game. The team synergy from Evil Geniuses has to be noted in this one, Lobo. I think it was brilliant play. They were winning those team fights comfortably during that, and I think Zealot had a difficult game on the side of that for Alligator.
Yeah, I agree. This is where I'm trying to say Pokemon that are released in what we like to call a broken state might not be the best Pokemon that can perform in these 5-stack combinations, Tanner. I mean, Feraligatr is a very strong Pokemon, but once you're in with that waterfall, if you don't hit your target and you don't stun up the target that you want, you're kind of just stuck out in the middle of nowhere. When you've got Jungle Book and Otter on Pokemon that can actually do damage to you whilst you're in that waterfall move, then you need to come out of waterfall, hit your crunch for that big damage, but you're still going to shred down a lot of your health. I have to give a big shout out to Zugrug. I mean, the numbers don't tell the tale, but Zugrug was an absolute nuisance to Evil Geniuses that entire game.
I really enjoyed the disruption that we saw from Zugrug on that Umbreon. I think playing that Snarl as well was just a great decision. I mean, they were looking for a little bit more HP on the side of Digwin, but the disruption was there. Clash and Zugrug, they needed to do what they did, and it worked for them. Good defensive plays on their pads, but they didn't have anything to really get onto Otter or Jungle Book. Look at Otter's stats here, and Jungle Book's, to be fair. 44k damage dealt, 17k taken. That means you haven't been able to get onto the ranged attack.
No, absolutely. And this is now starting to become a very concerning trend with Mew players right now. They are not taking a lot of damage coming into these games. The dive, pretty much not really there on the side of Digwin. Yes, you have the Feraligatr that can bypass that front line, but only if you're able to target that Mew. Look how far back Otter is right now. Not even anywhere near the dangerous jaws of that Feraligatr.
What I love is, and it's usually in sort of hero shooter games, a thing called peel is what we saw in this game, buddy. So when we had that dive come through from the Feraligatr onto the side of the ranged attack, there was peel coming through from one of the carries of Evil Geniuses. We saw it there with Garchomp coming in, turning back around to find the KO on the Feraligatr. They have assistance coming from their team when that dive comes through from that Feraligatr.
Yeah, look, and turning this final objective, which was a Registeal, which is the most popular objective. But look at that, Otter, not even, they had a free reign to score 50 points there. It takes 6 seconds to score a full pocket full of 50. But Otter, I mean, whether it was a team call to be like, no, come to the objective right now. Even if you're like half a second late, it's going to be an issue. But Evil Geniuses just dealt with it so well. Articuno gets dealt with properly. And Feraligatr is the only one in here, but look at the amount of stuns that are going on to this Gator boy. Wow. They clamped those jaws shut and didn't let them get any way out. But game one, what a game one that we watched. We're waiting to see what the map is going to be and who's going to pick in what selection. Maybe leave the Feraligatr at home, and it hurts me to say that. It hurts my little Lobo heart to say to leave the big Toto boy at home.
Yeah, it was tough to get something going there for Digwin, unfortunately. I think they just had good answers, the Evil Geniuses, and that was the one thing that I was worried about because, you know, like you said, rightly so, I'm looking at that thing as like a trio Q sort of mind, which it is incredibly strong. But here in the 5-stack side of things, Evil Geniuses felt like they had good enough answers to deal with it. They were strong enough in the fact that Zealot, when they did dive onto the side of Evil Geniuses, the way the fight was going, it wasn't that often that Zealot had much backup from their team, unfortunately. So it was easier for Evil Geniuses to isolate that Feraligatr and get the KO on it before they could do much. So it was definitely a tough game for Zealot.
So game two, Digwin is going to take first pick, and EG have chosen the Groudon map as well. Snorlax's going to be banned off straight away alongside that Moltres. I mean, Moltres probably the strongest of all three birds at the moment with the way that we're seeing it go in these 5-stack games. Articuno is being dealt with quite effectively from the amount of times that we've been seeing it played.
I'd agree, to be honest. I think it is getting played a lot, and it is great for defending pads. I think that's the important thing, is that even though it is getting KO'd, I think they do well at defending the pad with it, but it's just not bannable from the side of these teams. They don't consider it to be needing to be taken out. They will them a chance, though. That is still a Pokemon that continues to stay in ban jail, and they do take away the Feraligatr. Evil Geniuses, they don't want to risk running that back.
I mean, yeah, look, there's a point that can be said. Did you just have a bad game on the Feraligatr, or is it a Pokemon that is currently not working? Evil Geniuses don't want to flip that coin. They want to go for the 2-0, but Anon is going to take the Mew away from Otter, which, I mean, yeah, I can't really argue with that line of thinking, can you?
No. You cannot allow Otter to do what Otter just did on that Pokemon. So good recognition from Digwin to be like, we're not going to ban it, but we absolutely need to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Tano, just have to be aware, Professor Malice did think that that was an Aegislash coming out here. That is a Zacian. Just to be very, very clear, but that is okay because it does look like Hone Edge. Love the artwork coming through. Christmas going to pick up the Zacian coming through, but Rob has decided to go for the Mega Charizard. Why? You know what I would love to see? I would love to see Evil Genius just be like, you know what? We're going to pick a Mega Charizard X to just let's fight the two Megas against each other.
I thought we were going to get an Armarouge then, bro, and I was like, we're going to see a Fire Spin Armarouge with Mr. Mime? That would be beautiful, but no, Otter is going to lock in the mascot themselves, Pikachu, coming out onto the field. Will it be Mage Pikachu? Will it be the Volt Tackle Electro Ball that we see so commonly?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the team. I'm looking at what I'm seeing right now. I'm going to put my analyst hat on as I get into this game. Mage Pikachu kind of goes a little bit hard here because you kind of zone out what they need to do. Now, Otter with any Pokemon, especially Mages, is one to be feared. I am going to go and pull a trump card here. I'm going to play my Joker card right now, Tano. Volt Tackle Thunder coming out from Otter this time around. That's my prediction. But I do like seeing the Mega Gary. I love the design of Mega Gyarados. I do think it's been a little bit more underwhelming than any of the Megas after it got that nerf.
I agree with the Thunder Volt Tackle. I was expecting the same. But what is interesting here is double Megas struggle in a lot of these games, buddy, unless it's Mega Lucario. Mega Charizard Y and Mega Gyarados, whilst when they were first introduced, dominated the meta. After the nerfs, we have seen teams try to play these in tournaments and really struggle to get much from them at the moment. But looks like, so it wasn't Jungle Book, it was Vin Diesel.
It was Vin. It was Vin. I just saw that. Yeah, I just saw that as well. The sub that I was like, did they bring a sub in? No, Vin has just changed his name. I have to say, I think casters have a difficult job in and of itself. We have to remember so many moves. We have to remember the timings. We have to remember the Unite moves as well. And with 95 Pokemon in the game right now, 95 Unite moves that Tano and I just have to rattle off on the thing. The one thing I think casters can probably agree on is the ability to change your name when you're in lobby. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. And just do not let that happen, because some of the names that we've had to pronounce on broadcast, I feel like, it's just unnecessary hate that us casters get. So I don't know how you feel about that, Donna.
It does make it more difficult. They love to give us a challenge, matey, but nevertheless, they are going to pull out the Dragonite on the side of Vin. And of course, we're fresh off casting Japan earlier this morning.
We love Dragonite.
That Dragonite, yeah, we love it. It really made a statement in Japan, and other regions have picked it up. Hyper Beam is in a very good state right now. People very often forget how strong Dragonair really is in that mid stage.
Yeah, I agree. We talk about all the time your central laners. One of the key factors of choosing your central laners is how strong they come out of that central lane at that level 5. So Dragonair one of those central laners that comes out quite strong. We are going to get an invade because of course we are. This is what we like to see. We haven't been able to escape the invades, but I'm so interested to see what Otter has going to pick on this Pikachu. That's the most intriguing thing about this game, and that says a lot.
I have missed hearing the chew, 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 Pika, Pika.
You're gonna say that for about 5 seconds, my guy. You're gonna say that about 5 seconds and like, can we mute the audio now for Pikachu?
I actually love it. I think it's adorable, but I can understand why people would find it very annoying. Rolling it down is going to have to go back and get some HP back onto their bar here. They're not even at that level where they can hit their evolution. Vin in the top lane is now going to rotate and see if they can take some of these Natus. They're going to be met with instant opposition, though.
I like the contrast that we've seen in Japan. Every single game that we saw, they were early for those Natus every single time. Rolling it down did manage to take a red buff away from the side of Digwin, so Charmeleon only wandering around with that single blue buff going through. Pikachu with that Electro Web is going to be able to do something. It is Thunder coming out from the side of Otter this time around. However, Zogrod just said, hey, I'm going to just run next to you, but I'm not going to hurt you, okay? I'm just here to be your friend.
Oh, Vin, run is the opinion here. They do have the assistance from Zacian, though, so they're not going to run just yet. They are getting so much damage dropped. Now they have to run. It's a dragon coming for you as they dive through with the waterfall. Zacian can't do anything but go back to Nurse Joy.
It's the Gen 1 fake dragon versus the Gen 1 real dragon. However, Dragoness still needs to get that evolution. However, Magikarp has climbed that waterfall and reached the pinnacle. But I mean, it's not the pinnacle yet because we've still got a Mega Evolution to come from that Gyarados. 68-31, so Digwin have done well to fight their way back into this game, especially after an invade that kind of put Rob on the back foot starting off, but they have secured a Regidrago. There's the Thunder coming out from Otter. I want to see this Pikachu pop off. The minute I see a Thunderstorm get popped, it's going to be incredible. It's Thunderbolt, Tano!
I am so happy Mage Pikachu on the field. Otter, you go. Love to see that. And they do have a beautiful Hollow Air as well, making it look even better. 720 spawning on in. Perfect position for Mage Pikachu to grab all of this farm and get a good stun through to Digwin. Now they're going to go their separate ways whilst we wait for these objectives to spawn on through.
I mean, we are seeing a Hydro Pump come out from rolling it down, so no Muddy Water. I don't think I've seen the second move yet, so I assume it's going to be Arc Ring to keep them healed and sustained. Regieleki wasn't even spawned, and that Fire Blast was put down. Blasto's going to try and make their way in here as Ducky wants to kind of, take this one for themselves, try to surf away. The Thunder almost got it, but Rob said, nah, I'm going to take that one.
That's the only slight difference there is, of course, Electro Ball would have been a clear secure, but it can be a little bit tough with the Mage because you can out-secure it just waiting around the way that those Thunders land. Right now, though, Digwin, they managed to push that in, leave that on one down in that bottom lane, looking to see if they can make it up here quick enough to take the Regirock. Not able to, though, as Chris Smith will lock that through with the Metal Claw.
A smart play to leave it on 2 with the Regieleki walking in. I think Rob is just going to go and break it now with a nice 38 overcap. However, they don't have their Charizard here in that top path. Mega Gyarados is not available yet for the side of Digwin, but if they pick up a KO, they could pop that Mega and get back up. Draco Impact is going to be used by the Dragonite to give that Hyper Beam a little bit more damage, but Root Dig is just absorbing all of this damage as Evil Geniuses have to go on the retreat. And there is the Seismic Slam coming out from the Mega Charizard. Why? And they have cleaned this one up, have Root Dig, and maintained the control in this top part.
Unfortunately, the Aquamarine Splash wasn't enough to deal with the huge damage that Digwing was bringing to them, buddy. And now we have the Mega Gyarados online as well, ready with that Dragon Current. It's going to be used at this next team fight. Evil Geniuses looking to rotate down into this bottom lane, grab what experience that they can. Digwin's trying to stop them from getting it, though.
The Mew being so effective and so pivotal to every team that it's on, I wonder if we're ever going to get another Pokemon that is as unique as Mew inside Pokemon Unite, because so far, I don't think we've had it. 3 moves, 3 different moves that do 3 different things. Surf, Electro Ball, Solar Beam. I mean, we get Pokemon that are doing different things, like your Waterfall with your Feraligatr, like your Flamer with the Typhlosion, but there is not a single Pokemon that comes to the versatility of Mew, and it is showing in these competitive 5-stacks as both teams search for this next Regieleki win.
Yeah, I think if anything, it'd have to be the Arceus when it eventually gets added. Regieleki has been taken by Evil Geniuses. Seismic Slam will come through, but they just get sent straight back to Nurse Joy. And now EG are going to take the opportunity to see if they can find more KOs here. There's the Dragon Current, lands it straight onto the side of Zacian. Can't find the KO just yet, though. Thunderstorm will come through from Pikachu, and that's going to be enough to defend against that Mega Gyarados as EG look to instantly retreat at the moment. Honor, though, trying to see if they can find something from the Mew, but unfortunately Electro Ball will find the KO for them. Moonlight Prance from Zugrug is going to take that damage and allow the Mist Blast to clean up on the side of that Latias.
I mean, Otter tried to run the other way to create some space, which was good intentions as well. I mean, Zugrug just returning in the face of that Blastoise shows how comfortable Digwin are feeling right now in this game. 214 to 64. They've been on 64 points since about, I mean, that 7.5-minute mark, whereas Root Dig have slowly clawed their way back into this game. They've destroyed both tier 1s. They have both tier 1s still up to Digwin, but sometimes that can be as much of a curse as it can be a saving grace right now in these games.
Yeah, I absolutely, mate. You're spot on with that. A rip on the Regice here from Evil Geniuses. Can they find it, though? Thunderbolt is going to be used again. Stolen away from Digwin as they take that one on the back of a Charizard. And now EG will have to retreat because Digwin are looking for more KOs here, extending their lead. Instead, they're going to go their separate ways and just look to rotate to this bottom lane.
I mean, did you hear that? You heard that, right?
I heard that, bro.
You heard the return sound effect coming up from the Pikachu. Absolutely fantastic. Otter has found some good space for Evil Geniuses. They've targeted this Mega Gyarados to make sure that it can't get in. But what are you going to do to stop Anon from securing away your buffs in that central lane?
I know, the Mews have been so impactful here today in every game we see. In fact, at this level, Mew is such an insane Pokemon. Trying to provide all that healing on the side of this Vaporeon with that Acro Wing. Going to continue to rip this Regieleki. Hyper Beam will come through. Ooh, basic. Nearly found it, but it is going to be locked in by Otter. Good secure there from EG.
The combination of Thunderbolt with that Hyper Beam seems to be working really well for Evil Geniuses. It is a combination that we don't see quite often, but however, I mean, with the Charizard and this Gyarados right now, they just ripped that Regieleki. Blastoise going to push them away. They're going to go for an early Hydro Typhoon, Tano. They're just going to rip this on the Groudon. Are they going to go for it?
They're going for the instant rip. Dragon Current has gone on in, though. They have managed to find the KO. Goodbye to Dragonite. That's the Hyper Beam no longer here for the secure. Otter's looking for it. Can they find it? Yes, they do. Oh, my God. Zacian is going to take it here for EG, and now they have to use this buff to find KOs, but Mega Gyarados is in their face and crunching them back to Nurse Joy. Digwin have defended the secure, and Evil Geniuses are on the back foot.
I don't know where all the damage came from because now they've just got 3 buffs. It was, I'm not mistaken, Zacian secured the Groudon, but the amount of damage that came out from that Mega Gyarados as soon as they picked up the KO, I mean, EG do have a fairly squishy comp when you look at the Pikachu as well and the Zacian without a dedicated support. 214 to 64 right now. Can they push this back? They need to get some points in. They need to group right now. Otter is defending, but again, Anon has made the difference on this Mew.
All they can do is take this team fight and hope that you find KOs. You have to find buffs now for your team if you want to get a pushback. Look at the damage Vin is having put on them. Thunderbolt is going to land. Can they find the KO on Umbreon? Not just yet, as they're able to pull the attention of EG. Wasting time here. 40 seconds left. They have them T1 pads open. And we mentioned how much of a curse they can be at this moment. They need 200 points scored in this pad to comfortably take this lead. Defensive plays from Digwin here as they dive straight onto this pad. Zugrug looking to cause that defense. There's the Mystical Mirage as well. Hydro Typhoon trying to
23.
come through here for EG. It's not going to be enough. 86 points land on him, but they need more. The Hundo Burger from Latias is going to shut down this offense from EG.
Yeah, absolutely. The Draco Impact trying to go behind to try and score these extra points. They still need 200 points on the board. Otter is there, but no, going to get pushed out by the Mew. There's no chance Pikachu's going to get that score. And Digwin have done absolutely brilliantly in this game. They had Evil Geniuses that entire game. I mean, Otter on the Pikachu was effective, but you have to give it to Anon. Ban the Mew, guys. Ban the Mew. It seems to turn the tides in these games so effectively and so often in Pokemon Unite.
And listen, after having a bad game on that for Alligator, Zealot locked in, bro.
Yeah.
That Mega Gyarados was incredibly impactful in that game for Digwin, especially in that final fight. Take a bow, Zealot. That was some brilliant play from this team. And I mean, did we expect anything else from this set here, buddy, but to go to a game 3?
No, absolutely not. These are two of the top teams that we're seeing right now. Anon 94k damage dealt, 23k damage taken. I mean, Evil Geniuses started off very well, but again, I want to just highlight. We can glaze it as much as you want. Look at the offensive pressure that Mew has. A lot of people look at ranged attackers and they have to play in that back line. Mew is not that type of ranged attacker. Look at how much damage he's putting on. He's putting up pressure. The Mew stood orders into the Electro Ball, damages down that Blastoise enough for it to be taken out. And we know how much of an issue Blastoise is. Aquamarine Splash not being able to use, but the double Mega has not worked in previous comps. I mean, Digwin made it work in that one.
They did, and it is usually the Mega Gyarados that struggles, but boy, did Zealot manage to get that cooking as soon as they hit that Gyarados level. And you know here that the threat is this Zacian, so a perfect target for Zealot to find, but they're just able to get away using that Metal Claw, and then they just go all in on this. They do manage to find the KO, because unfortunately Zealot has to dash out into some ranged attack from that Pikachu. And they just find that clean pick on Vaporeon. And off the back of that, this was brilliant. This was so good from Zugrug. And the mist is enough to find that KO.
Funny enough, I think most of the KOs we saw on the Mega Gyarados actually came from Otter on that Mage Pikachu. Otter was putting down those Thunderbolts right there. You see the stun on the Thunderbolt again. We're about to see it again as well. Just making sure that Gyarados, look right there, stuns him again to make sure that Gyarados and Zealot gets just zoned out a little bit. But this was the interesting bit here. Blastoise got 3 of the carries out for the side of Digwin. We come through here. The Thunderstorm is going to come down. Look at where that Mega Gyarados is. Look at the health bars of Evil Geniuses right now after they managed to secure this Groudon courtesy of that Zacian. They're so low, but the rest of Digwin are full health.
I just love how Otter is just sat there dropping damage behind the pit, bro. just peeking over the wall as they land that damage. I actually thought Otter grabbed that one, but of course it is the Zacian. And then look at Zealot, bro. This is clean. Picking up the Zacian, picking up the Pikachu, and that was it. The attack from Evil Geniuses is gone because, of course, they already found the KO on Dragonite.
Yeah, and look, the fight back was there. However, when you have access to this Mega Gyarados as well, it helps defending so easily. Mew also so good at defending because you can switch to Surf, you can switch to Light Screen to push them away, you can surf them off of your map, then you get your Mew stood auto into the Electro Ball secure. What can this Pokemon not do? I mean, it's such a brilliant Pokemon. It makes me want to learn Mew, but I don't want to make a fool of myself when I try. It's just so good. And any Mew player that is that skilled, we have a lot of them. We saw a few of them in Japan. We know we have a lot of them in EU. There's definitely a lot of them here in NA. They are high skilled players because it takes a lot to perform with Mew at that level.
Trust me, bro. I've tried it. I've tried to get good at the Mew, and I look like the biggest beginner in this game you've ever seen. So I have the utmost respect for people that are decent on that Pokemon, and I do enjoy how complex it is in this game. I'm with you. I do hope that we get another Pokemon added as complex at some point. But right now, we've got a game 3 to settle here. Who will take it? Looking at these bans.
Yeah, look, they've swapped sides, so Evil Geniuses decide to go for their first pick this time around. So they're going to be on your purple side, Digwin going to be on your orange side, and Digwin have actually decided to go for the Rayquaza map. I mean, NA practicing Rayquaza out here because this is the most we've seen Rayquaza since it was the main map on Theosky Ruins all those seasons ago. Mega Charizard Y, Hooper, Snorlax, and Psyduck are going to be banned off alongside their Umbreon. They're sick and tired of Zugrug on that Umbreon. Get it out of here.
Completely valid, as Zugrug has had a
justified.
brilliant set on that Umbreon. But you do force Digwin to look to ban the Machamp here. They don't, which means Machamp is open. EG have first pick. Are they going to go for it, or do they want to go elsewhere? It's such a strong Pokemon. I'd be surprised if they don't. Surprisingly
enough, Tano, the amount of times that we've seen Typhlosion been played in our previous casts, I'm surprised it hasn't been picked up. However, allowing the Moltres to come out is exactly what Evil Geniuses want. I like the idea of choosing that first pick. Zealot has decided that after that Gyarados performance, they're going to go back on to the Gator. Maybe that's the answer that we need to Moltres. Big damage, big burst damage in the form of that big jaw bite.
Yeah, listen, the Moltres struggles with some decent range, especially range that is really good at kiting, like Anon is able to do on that Mew. That's going to make a big difference. I'm surprised Machamp hasn't been pulled out just yet. Ducky's going to go Mr. Mime, and Otter is going to lock in that really important pick on the Espeon. Zugrug now gets access to the Blastoise, and it looks like Clash may be pulling out that Articuno here. That is brilliant frontline for Digwin.
They've just gone. Let's protect Anon. That's essentially what I've just seen. I do like the Mr. Mime pick from Ducky because you put the walls up, and for Alligator, if they're not able to engage with that waterfall, you put the walls in their way. You make sure that they can't get onto you to use those jaws to clamp onto you. However, what doesn't care about walls is that Metagross. Chris Smith, however, has picked up the Machamp. So Anon might finally get more than 30k, 25k damage put onto them in this game. Rob, however, has said, well, we've seen Mega Charizard Y. Let's see the X variant this time around.
We have two presidents being protected here, Lobo, right now. You've got you've got Mr. President Otter and Mr. President Anon getting protected by both of their teams here. This is a ranged attack battle in this third game, and it's so interesting because both of those ranged attackers are so good at being able to win team fights for their team.
Both of us are such big fans of Mew and Espeon, especially in the competitive scene, because we see players that are so very, very skilled on this. Now, I know I've known you for quite a long time. We've casted together for quite a bit of time right now. I am looking into my crystal ball, and I know you want to see Psyshock, Psybeam stored power. And I am of the same persuasion that I would love to see Solar Beam, Electro Ball, Mucid Auto versus Psyshock, Psybeam in a Protect the President style competition. I think it's going to work brilliantly here. I don't know if stored power works as nicely into the comp that Digwin have got going on.
I don't think it does. I think it gives you kiteability, but I think with the amount of crowd control and just offensive plays you're going to see from these all-rounders, you have to have the stun from that side shot coming through. That is how this team has to play. So let's see how it shakes up. But this is the third game of this semi-final. As expected, both these NA giants fighting off against each other. It will be a central lane Moltres here.
A central lane Moltres is very good here because I think it's going to come out of that central lane stronger than that Charmeleon. However, in the top side, they have to be very wary because that is a Machamp up against a Totodile, my little toady boy, and that big boss Articuno going up. But the problem here for Evil Geniuses right now, Mew is online out the gate. Espeon still needs to get to that level 4, so Mew can start pressuring early.
It can, and it's paired with a brilliant secure of that Squirtle as well. But now you've got a level 5 Moltres coming into this lane with the resets that they're able to find. They get frozen at the moment from the Articuno. Rob was debating, do I go get involved in this? No, they've not seen me yet. Let me get back in this bush and prepare for these 850s.
Yeah, be fired. Toto, don't go into that bush, my boy. Don't go into that bush. The Moltres is here, forward facing. It's about to be jumped in a 3v1 situation, whereas the rest of Evil Geniuses right now, they are waiting, they are working. They're going to get the freeze on to the Articuno, but look at that damage that a central lane Moltres is able to dish out.
You get that boosted ready to go, as we saw them doing there, and you hit that move, you get the reset, get an instant next move, and that is a lot of damage you are throwing onto the side of Dig Win. Looking for the KO, they find it. Zugrug, with the assistance of the Electro Ball coming out from Anon once again. Otter was preparing for that side shock, but they were ready for it.
Did you see the positioning of Anon? Eject button forward, push the light screen, Mr. Mime, to what I mean. The mental gymnastics that you have to be able to do to come up with something like that. Anon is on another level with this Mew.
Now, we're still looking for some Evos on the side of Dig Win. They at least have that War Turtle online. They have to get Feraligatr here quicker, as we're getting close to level 7 on the side of this Moltres, and they're going to find the KO on the Charmeleon.
Ooh.
Able to get away is the Croconaw. They were so weak. Recoveries are going to make all the difference here from rolling it down. They were so close to finding double KOs multiple times here from EG.
Yeah, but this is why you and I like the Alcremie so well. It's not straight healing. It can be put on the ground and used for later. Submission is going to go through. I believe the Yellow Jaw has been locked in to try and get some farm. As soon as this Feraligator's online, it's going to be a problem to deal with. However, that farm is going to go to the side of the Machoke. Get access to that Machamp. But now showing different kind of objective prioritization from both teams. It looks like Evil Geniuses want to go for the Reggie Roulette instead of the Reggie Lecky in the bottom path, but also picking up KOs and making sure that Machamp gets online.
All right, plenty of stacks are going to rain in now. You're going to get nearly all of them for Chris Smith and, of course, Vin on this Moltres. That is not what you want to see if you're on the side of Dig Win. Putting some pressure on the bottom lane now is both of these teams. Ducky's going to have to go back for some HP, and they have managed to zone them out just slightly here as they start to make some hits onto this bottom objective.
It's a Regirock, which is going to go well for Dig Win. Mr. Mime is going to block away the Articuno. I don't think there's enough time for Otter to get in with that side shock. However, putting pressure into that top lane is Evil Geniuses, 107 to 25. I can imagine that 25 is going to go up very, very quickly as Mr. Mime is here, gets punched by the Charizard, who hasn't gone Mega just yet, and they've caught up in points just like that. Might have been able to do a little bit better math, but I mean, with a Mr. Mime on that pad, I mean, you don't have that much time to do math. Who has time to do math?
Ain't nobody want to do math here, buddy. Big Beam's going to come on through from Anon. That's going to say goodbye to that Machamp as they were able to go in with the submission. Mystical Mirage has to be used as well just to allow them to get away from this Moltres. Big Beam, get the Mucid Auto cooking as well, trying to hold this pad with a huge surf, pushing 3 of them out of the way as Dig Win make it back down here. Great defense from Anon.
Anon just held that pad against a Moltres. Hydro Typhoon is going to whiff it. Absolutely no one, but it felt like that was more of a warning shot. Feraligatr gets pushed into the wall and bit down. That's what I mean, Tyler. If you can't hit that waterfall, or you miss it, or it's very, very hard to control, you kind of just get left out in the middle of no man's land. Chris Smith here, top side, level 9. Just going to wait for, waiting to try and secure those middle Altarias, or just waiting to see if anyone from Dig Win decides to go through, and they do, and they've dispossessed this Blastoise, but it's a Blastoise. It can just surf itself out.
Yeah, Zugra's going to have to retreat now. They do grab a lot of that experience as they try and limit what this Moltres is going to take from it. But Zugra's waiting to get in onto this Regieleki. He recognizes that Evil Geniuses has pretty much all of their Pokemon there. You ain't going to be able to out-secure. Give yourself back to the home pad and see if you can rotate down for this bottom objective.
It's a little bit quiet in the mid stages of this game. Not too many engagements going on, but I feel like I'm about to eat my words as we are 5 seconds away from a Reggie Roulette on the bottom side. Ducky's going to step forward with the Mr. Mime, and it's a Registeel, so all the teams are going to want to do this, but Dig Win have got Feraligatr and Mew in the top part dealing with that Regieleki, but they can still go for the secure Hitano. It is going to be the Espeon that managed to secure it. There's the Seismic Slam. Mega Charizard X is going to be deleted off the map as quickly as it arrived, but Anon is here for the defense now, but this might be tough with a Registeel buff in hand for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, you don't have your Feraligatr either as they go score a 40 dunk in that top pad. Definitely needed because it cuts down that score lead, but it's going to be answered straight back here as they try and do some mass, but it isn't enough. They do manage to get the better overcap in. Nearly got the 40 in from Otter there instead, but I gotta say, buddy, my favorite secure move in the game is cooking for Otter here. Psybeam with some great secures once again.
I mean, it was doing really well, especially in the chaos of all of that. The Mega Charizard X makes it quite hard. I mean, when you have the Unite moves pop, they do have a bit of a spectacle on it, so it does kind of cloud the vision that you've got when you're trying to go for that secure tour as well. You got to make sure, I mean, Espeon's passive as well does act as a little bit of full heal, so it doesn't get stunned out. I mean, Mr. Mime, the walls are coming through. This is exactly what I was afraid of when they picked up the Gator. The Mr. Mime is so good, just avoids it. They're coaching onto the Feraligatr. Digwin were not happy how that team fight went, and they're going to try and get their own back this time around.
Oh, big job bite there onto the side of the Moltres, but it's instantly defended, and they can't do enough damage onto Moltres just yet, but they've done enough to find the squishies, and without the healing coming in from Alchemy, Digwin have the advantage here, but they do lose a lot of their HP, and saying goodbye to the Feraligatr means they can no longer stay on that pad.
They lost a lot of their HP. They did go for that Unite move on the Moltres, but they just managed to gain that back. That is just the ability of the regen on this Pokemon. Look at Chris Smith right now, making sure that nobody can get in to take that Regieleki. 40 seconds left to go in this game 3 as we say hello to Rayquaza. Where there's a Ray, there is a way. Man, I missed that saying. 2 seconds to go till this final Reg Roulette. It's going to be a Reg Ice. I feel like once they see the Reg Ice, not many of the teams are going to go for it, but it is global experience, but we might get a fight popping off 20 seconds before this final objective.
Yeah, we've seen it happen before. Teams use a lot of Unite moves at this moment and try and see if they can lock this in. Clash is so weak there. Nearly KO'd. Hydro Typhoon will be used here from Digwin. They're going to commit to this. Showtime, Mr. Mime, and that secures the Reg Ice here as well. For Evil Geniuses, Ice Wing Wideout will do absolutely nothing as they go straight back to Nurse Joy. Evil Geniuses slightly dismantling Digwin's oppression there.
I mean, 3 down. They still have Charizard Unite. They have Mew Unite. The Mystical Mirage is there. We're going to turn our attention back to the Rayquaza, where the Evil Geniuses are going to start ripping this Rayquaza. They have to be careful because Anon on this Pokemon is so difficult. The Fluffy Cream Supreme is going to be used as well. Mega Charizard X is in the play. There it goes! Oh, and it is Mega Charizard X that secures its honor.
Robbed it from Evil Geniuses there, buddy, but can they do enough? Because they are behind at Digwin. They need points. There is a T1 up. We do see a score from Anon here, but it's not going to be enough. We see Machamp going straight for their own scores as well. There is a 72 cap. They now have the lead, but the 60 from Machamp makes all the difference here. The Feraligatr looks like they're going to go down. Rolling it down nearly fell as well, but Vin puts Evil Geniuses on their back as they look to continue this lead.
Yeah, they're oh my god, it's almost like a 6-point lead coming out here as well. They're going to try and put some pressure on it. Machamp is going to be defending. Chris Smith is back and knowing exactly what they need to do. The problem with the Rayquaza shields, I'm noticing after we get the buffs from Kyogre and Groudon Tano, they disappear so quickly. As well as, I mean, the Kyogre buffs and Groudon buffs just stick around for as long as possible. Evil Geniuses are in the lead by 6 points. I mean, a close battle is not going to be enough. I mean, but look at the pockets that all of these players have got. 34 on the Blastoise, 50, 15 on Anon. Alchemy going for a score. They didn't need to, but Anon could play hero here with the 15, but there's a Moltres there to defend it on that tier 2.
Yeah, I think that's enough right now. Oh my god, Mew managed to get
a
30 in. I think Digwin have just done it, bro. They have
Anon
just found the 30 dunk from Anon. What a play. And that is it. EG, we're not close enough to a pad. The ice is up on that T2. Anon has just trumped that one from Evil Geniuses. Wow.
Anon was surrounded by a Machamp and a Moltres. How did you get that in?
It's a 15 dunk, bro. I guess, you know.
Dunk.
A good surf, throw him out the way, get back. 15 dunk is pretty quick.
Yeah. But the thing is, we kind of missed the score that went in from there, so we couldn't really see how that happened. But Anon once again putting Digwin on their back to send them through to the next round. They're going to send Evil Geniuses down to the lower bracket as well. That has to be heartbreaking for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, but it's going to be pretty scary for whoever is down there in that lower bracket. But that is not a team that you want to be going up against. Also, I've just noticed that both EU teams have ended up against each other in the lower bracket. That is so tough.
I mean, BH3 actually do go down to Omon Buzalov, which is actually so interesting. Those players know each other very well, and that would have been on EU ping as well, Tano. But let's have a look at some of these highlights. Beautiful secure there by Espeon Otter onto the Reggsteel.
We didn't hear that production. Apologies. We were talking a little bit loud
Yes.
at that moment. If we just have a look at these highlights, and if you could just let us know what was said there, as we're just going to see them continue to brawl here. But EG had some good control in this game despite losing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I did think they had the better pressure in this game. I mean, the Feraligatr was a lot more effective this time round. The Machamp, it showed exactly why the Machamp was banned out a lot of this, as well as why the Moltres was banned out. The Hydro type being pulled out at the 8 seconds before the final objective, and Dig Win going down 3 members right now. And I said it, on the back of Rob and Anon. Rob managed to secure the main objective with the Mecha Charizard X. Anon just actually draws the entirety of Evil Geniuses towards them. The shields of Rayquaza get absolutely burned so very quickly. 214 to 141. We thought Evil Geniuses had this in the bag. However, Anon said, nah, it is my turn.
Insane. Like, it was a beautiful game. That's what we expected from this set, chat. Both of these teams know each other so well. They've been competing with each other for nearly the entirety of this so far. And I think Extinction looking for Org. We're looking at the other semi-final here with that 2-minute mark.
I mean, the 2-minute mark, we go from one action to the other. The central lane has come through. It is going to be Kyogre. We go straight into a main objective fight. There's no rest for the weary. Tana Blaziken almost being caught out. The Decorate helping out with the Alcremie. We've got an Espeon as well coming out from Hades. Moltres is here as well from Trainer. Now the Heavy Slam's going to go through into the block. They found the card. They found the Mamoswine here, but the Alcremie is keeping them nice and healed. I mean, looking for Org and looking very, very good in this game.
They are. Blaziken trying to be an issue. Psychic Slayer is going to be used, but the Mammoth Mash is not going to be concerned about that at all. And now they surround them down in this bottom pad. Fluffy Cream Supreme keeping looking for Org alive in this fight. Metallic having to retreat on the side of this Zacian, a Pokemon they are so incredibly comfortable on. And of course, remember, chat, Extinction are the ones that have to make something happen here. Looking for Org well and truly in the lead.
Hades finds the Psyshock onto Bore Reach on this Mew. Blaziken has Tokito, sorry, on that Blaziken is just being kept alive by this Alcremie. Looking for Org, keeping their presence around all parts of the map. Mamoswine was taken out early, but they are back. Feraligatr going to try and find a way in with their Unite move. They've actually already used the Big Jaw Bite. The Feraligatr has been jumped on, but they get the shields right now. Mammoth Mash is going to come through as well, but gets jumped up by the Snorlax with the Power Nap. There are fights going on across the board, and it's now being pushed out of that central lane pit. Espeon gets sent back to Nurse Joy.
Yeah, good secure there from Metallic, because that Espeon was becoming a big issue with looking for Org, finding a good KO onto the side of Moltres. Now they have to go for the rip. 25 seconds left in this fight, but it is time to go big or go home in this fight, going down to that lower bracket. Let's see if Metallic can get the rip through. We've got 15 seconds left. It's going to be too little, too late. There's a T1 pad down in that bottom area, but they can't get there quick enough to score the points. Seconds are burning down. Mamoswine making a dash for the T1 pad, but it's taken by Feraligatr, and looking for Org are going to defeat Extinction with a 2-0 victory.
I mean, the last 9 minutes, Feraligatr does manage to secure that, but unfortunately, that fight was absolutely crazy. I think our appreciation for Alcremie gets higher and higher every single time we watch this Pokemon play, because it kept Blaziken sustained, it kept Feraligatr sustained, it kept Snorlax sustained throughout that entire fight. And I think the utility of Decorate, Tano, is so good.
It is, and we now know what our winner final is going to be, buddy. Looking for Org are going to take on Dig Win, while EG are going to head down to that lower bracket alongside Extinction. Wow, I mean, I'm glad we got to see the end of that semi-final alongside our Game 3 situation that happened in the other one. That was some clean play, again, coming out from Looking for Org.
Yeah, absolutely. These NA teams are absolutely no joke, with NAIC just around the corner. Last chances for teams to qualify for Worlds as well. We had Worlds representatives from LATAM North, LATAM South, EU, and NA show up for this incredible tournament as well. We know our Japan teams from earlier this morning, Tano, as well. So much Unite action happening the weekend before NAIC. But I believe you and I are going to catch a plane back to our side of the pond, because that is going to be us done and dusted, wrapped up over here at the Reckzz Cup. Big thank yous for everybody that invited us over. I know you and I always love getting to spectate and watch and cast over these NA games. We're going to hand you over to, I believe, Professor Malice is going to come back on in, as well as IMAX as well are going to be taking over as your casters to finish up and round out this incredible tournament. Any final words before we take ourselves a break and head on out of here?
Just a huge thank you to Extinction, to Reckzz, to Underdunk, and their whole team here. It's been a pleasure being on the mic covering this multi-regional tournament with a heavy NA flair. And yeah, take for alligator out of the game. I think that's it, buddy.
Whoa. That is my
I said what I said.
No, okay. All right.
Okay, I'll change it.
Yeah.
Pidgeot is the best regional bird.
No. You know what? I'm not going to get caught into this. Again. Everybody else, thank you so much for having us. We'll catch you guys very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a drink. See what you did to me, Tonic? You messed me up. Grab yourself a drink. Grab yourself a snack. I promise you, we will be right back with some more incredible action here at the Reckzz Cup. See you guys very, very soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and I was about to call it Underdunk, but this is not Underdunk. It's the Reckzz Cup with over $1,000 on the line, and we are in the winners finals with Looking for Org against Dig, Win, Root, Dig. That is a mouthful, and that is a name. Joining me today is the player IMAX. That you all know him, you all love him, and he's going to be the analyst and color cast for tonight's production.
That's true. I am doing that. I'm really excited for this game and for this whole thing. The Reckzz Cup is obviously a really fun event Reckzz put on, and the whole of Extinction and all that. And we've got two really good teams. Dig Win, Root Dig is a culmination of two Dignitas players from Zealot and Zugrug, as well as some of TI Gang, if you remember from the league. So it's like a combination there. And Looking for Org is just a straight LATAM team that made Worlds. It's going to be a fun showdown.
Absolutely. These are some powerful teams, and they have been showing out today. Big One has been unstoppable with a lot of 2-1 wins, or 2-0 wins, and even picking up a win against Evil Geniuses, another professional esports organization. Going into this match, what are you expecting to see? What are you anticipating the most in the draft?
Yeah, well, in this draft specifically, I would think Zacian is going to be a good pick for Dig Win. We've seen Zealot play a lot of the Zacian in this tourney, as well as Enon on the Mew. Seems like those are some classics. Latias is another one that they've been playing a lot of. That seems like a lot of their comps are revolving around the Zacian, Latios, or Mew. Expecting to see some of those. Umbreon from Zugrug. We haven't got to see as many games of the other team just yet, but Hades is incredible. Espeon, Wolf has played a lot of Blastoise when I scrimmed them, but those were in different metas, so I don't know what they're going to be bringing to this one. What do you think of these bans?
I am a fan of a lot of these bands. Most of these characters are in I had like a list of 9 that I shared that were high priority picks. Charizard Y for Alligator, Typhlosion, Champ, Psyduck, Hoopa, Blissey, Snorlax, and Umbreon, and they all fall within that category. I think these are great bands, but a lot of things are open, and Moltres clearly has been one of the priority picks in today's tournament. It's now open. I expect to maybe see a Typhlosion somewhere, or we might stick with good old faithful, which is the Mew, which has been a strong performing attacker consistently across multiple metas and multiple seasons.
Yeah, Mew and Zacian, just like I called out, we see 3 bans that are not like super aggressive first pick bans from Dig Win. And I think the reasoning is to give the Moltres is to get some the Zacian Mew and just play their comfort here that they've been playing the tournament. And the Latias is taken away from them as well on the other side.
I think the Blastoise, it might be a denial pick against Looking for Org. We've seen Moltres pair very well with his ability to extend a fight, giving them lots of uptime. But what's gotten me curious, and I think both the casters and the audience will want to know, what's the thought process behind Latias, the red one, the small one? It's a strong support. It's been favored by a lot of these teams. I don't understand how it works.
Yeah, well, it's got the same stacking mechanic as Latios, so it's one of the highest damage supports in the game, and it's also the Dragon Shear is a really interesting support move because instead of healing, what it does is it does some shield and some damage reduction, but the coolest part about it is it increases the damage of the Pokemon you use it on. So it can pair really nicely with mons like Dodrio or anything with an Execute or High Burst, like with the Espeon as well, to increase the damage. And it can pair well with the Moltres for helping it survive in these fights.
So it shields them, it gives damage reduction towards damage done to them, and it increases their damage?
Yep.
That's disgusting. Now I'm going back to the IDB later today to read exactly how it works. Is that 20% on the final damage or 20% of the base before scaling? I want to know where that buff comes in, but we will not have time to get into a discussion like that because the game will be starting soon.
Yeah, very soon. Another thing to note is the Gren. It's going to be curious to see this Gren Dodrio in the jungle matchup. that we have here. I think it's going to be Gren and Dodrio in the jungle, unless the Gren might be bot laning. But if it is, we'll see Dodrio have a favorable early game into the Gren on the first gank, and maybe go for like an invade or something. But Gren should be able to like shore that up late game. Have a good fight.
All right, we are getting into the game, and we'll start to see the clear patterns from the two junglers if they're going to path towards top side or bot lane, indicating where the next big fight's going to be. Do you have any projections on where these junglers might want to start?
I'm not too sure. There's obviously just the most normal thing to do is to clear to top side. But it is Rayquaza, so you know that the bot objective is going to be bottom, or the XP objective, and knowing these set objectives could definitely have an impact on how the players play.
And going into the game, we do see the Dodrio is going for a C-type clear into the bot lane, while a C-type clear is being constructed by the Greninja looking into the top lane. This means that there will be opposite sides on strong lanes, each team having an advantage in their defensive play being an indicator of early game success. Zacian looking to grab onto the Latias right now, chasing them into the opposing team territory. They're going into looking for a juggle, driving on it multiple times, but he's quite low himself. A kite that comes from the Moltres, and the first knockout of the game goes over to looking for Org.
Yeah, it doesn't actually turn out that well for looking for Org, but I really like their macro there. As we see this B fight happening, most of the Bs go to looking for Org, which makes sense. I'm a big fan of looking for Org's macro there, because as the Gren shows topside, the Dodrio says, instead of trading, because I have a favorable early game matchup here, I'm just going to run up and match the Gren, even if I'm a little bit late, and it ends up working out for him.
Very smart move indeed. A couple ways to beat a team. You can either play to your own strength or play to their weaknesses. And knowing that the Greninja is weak, it's better to meet them early and prevent them from getting any type of advantage whatsoever through a contestment. And it's working out great. We are 8 minutes into the game. The score is 74-0 in favor for looking for Org. Looking for Org leading in EXP right now with 3 level 6s, although Digwin has the highest level character in the game, being the Greninja at level 7.
Yeah, and notably as well as score, we've got a lot of stacks for this Dodrio. And early stacks on this Dodrio means it's going to pack a punch in this fight right here.
Engage from the Dodrio is going to be able to jump onto the Articuno, getting the pick. They now have a number advantage in the top lane. Zacian and Greninja on the pad, debating if they want to try to uninterrupt or if they're going to be able to defend here. He goes to stop the Moltres, but overextends due to ZOI, allowing the Dodrio to get a pick. Zacian goes in for the defense as well, but will get picked off. Articuno successfully being there will prevent more points getting in there. We have a War Turtle going in as well. Not the point lead that looking for Org has wanted. However, the knockouts are EXP. It's a window of opportunity, and it's points on the board.
Yeah, that was a really fun fight just before the Bs there. We saw the Dodrio canceling the Zacian jump kick with the Zacian Metal Claw with the jump kick was really well timed, and then Zacian flashes his second Metal Claw onto the Dodrio to try and get the execute and go 1-for-1, but he wasn't able to.
There's a bow on the board. The teams are getting in position. Reggie Ice on the bottom, providing EXP for the full team. Moltres in the top lane, attacking the Regieleki. This is a split push play right now. There were 2 different objectives being attacked by looking for Org, and Digwin has to decide where they want to go. Moltres out secure the Blastoise in the top lane, and looking for Org have the number advantage, allowing them to get the bot side. Reggie, I almost called it a Lecky. They got both objectives, which is powerful tempo for looking for Org.
And Digwin are just trying to minimize the damage here. They took the red buff and then went top where they noticed that there was less people, and just playing this cross map play is good recognition, but they do have to give up some bot lane scores for that. And it's curious to see if they can even get anything more on the top side.
I wonder if the intention was to defend or to give up points there. They sent the Articuno, who's a really strong defender, but it might have been a what is it? Not a proximity, a probability play. There's a chance we can stop it. Otherwise, we'll get value elsewhere with the topside play, as you mentioned. All right, breaking out now. Articuno going in on Wolf, but Wolf wants to get the Ice Wing. It will grab and connect, pulling them back. But there's no damage to fall out, so Articuno will be able to get out of that safely. In the top lane, we have some action coming in from the Espeon, hitting multiple targets. Moltres getting a knockout onto Digwin, but a retaliatory play coming in from Digwin, taking Moltres out themselves.
and you see Mamo flashes to stop the Mew from getting his 8 cap. Presumably, he thinks that this Mew is stacking, and I would not be surprised if they are, but I wasn't looking at the items, so I'm not sure. But if the Mew's stacking there, he's just trying to get a couple stacks before he dies, and the Memo is going to exchange his 80-second flash cooldown to stop that.
Rodrigo from Looking for Org on the outside of the jungle of Digwin right now, looking for some vision, properly, or some information to decide if he wants to rotate, if he wants to dive, or if he wants to go for a score. Gets 2 points in, Blastoise pushes him aside, does not connect the Solar Beam from the Mew, but Mew will electric ball the Mamoswine, and Mamoswine is now trying to run away from 4 members of Digwin. Cutting their losses seems to be the play here. Espeon and Dotrio hovering on the sidelines in the bot lane as Latios and Moltres go for the top lane objective.
Yeah, Digwin take a 1 pick, and they're going to see how far they can leverage that going into this bot push and getting the objective. See how much mileage they can get off of the slight mistake from Looking for Org.
You like to connect to the top lane to get some points. Moltres goes for the rotation, but Digwin is sieging this pad. Solar Beam comes in from the Mew onto the Mamoswine. Mamoswine bought the Unite, but will get taken down, outnumbered and outgunned by Digwin right now. A 50-point burger goes in, putting the scores to 268 to 177, still in favor of Looking for Org.
Yeah, and it's all trace backable to the Mamoswine getting caught on that tier 2. You know, it's not a game of miles, it's a game of inches that turn into miles sometimes. And well, it was maybe preventable. They weren't able to.
Minute 30 before the Ray fight, score 283 to 177 in favor of Looking for Org. Blastoise getting a sneaky 40 points in there, breaking the top pad, giving more opportunities for EXP for Looking for Org. Articuno and Blastoise in the top side of the top lane right now, trying to fight away from the Mamoswine, about to get knocked out, will be secured by the Espeon. Looks like it was using the stored power. Is that the one that shoots the automatic attacker abilities, the auto tracking abilities, the missiles?
Yeah, stored power.
Stored power. I need
Stored power
a
and
dictionary
the
with me.
we have to keep some secure on the thing. I imagine Psybeam is the best secure, so Digwin really could be have the pretty good flip potential in the end game here.
Does Psybeam out-secure Psyshock? I thought Psyshock did more damage.
Psybeam is the best secure on Espeon's kit, but it's blockable somewhat, and it's kind of harder in some ways. They're pretty much the same damage. But they're both good secure.
Just steal spawns on the map. Digwin ripping very quickly with the Zacian. All 5 members there. Looking for Org seems to be a little slow on the rotation, but they get the grab on the Articuno. Now they have a number advantage. They are about to grab the Blastoise, but Blastoise gets a 5-man knockup with the Unite move. Here comes Greninja popping their own. Moltres gets the Blastoise. Mamoswine very low as well. Greninja about to get out. Moltres going for the Mew, but Zacian goes in for the knockup. Will get taken out by the Espeon. Passive shot comes in for the Mew, but will not be enough to take out Moltres. Both teams having to reset and recover before contesting the Ray.
Yeah, slight miscommunication it looked like from Looking for Org, but now they're tapping and looking for an immediate fight here. They want something to happen fast.
Rio comes in from the flank. Onto Unite move, goes for the Articuno. Articuno very low. We have the attackers trying to stay up right now. Espeon leveraging a massive amount of damage. Will get a pick on the other defender as well. With no front line and all 5 members up for Looking for, this could be the play that takes game 1. But oh no! And flank from the Zacian, the Greninja will get a triple knockout for Digwin. This is going to be the steal, and we see the secure. Digwin gets the Ray!
Yeah. That was a crazy play from the Zacian. I couldn't tell if he used his eject there to get on as well, but the Gren was in the smoke screen, so they thought it was only the Zacian going at them. Didn't give him enough respect, and then the Gren comes in with the Surf at the same time as the play rough. And these Ray Shields are going to be the hardest objective of any to contest. Kind of just walk up the pad and cap your points, and we'll see if that's what happens.
So you're looking for Org here. You're in this position. You lost the Ray. Digwin is ahead in points. They should be aware of this. How do you come back? What's the counterplay?
How do you come back? You're gonna have to hope that Digwin makes some mistakes here. You're gonna have to hope that you're somehow able to like 5-man wipe, get some points, run to their home pad, but there's not a lot of time, and they basically would have to donate the win if they wanted to lose it.
Fair enough. And when you get to a certain point, in this case, it's over a 300-point league. There's just not enough points on the board for Looking for Org to get, or enough time. Good defense comes in for Looking for Org as they pick apart 3 members of Dig Win. Unfortunately, it's too little, too late. Game 1 win will be Dig Win. I wasn't gaslighting myself. I got confused with Dig Win, and I thought it was Dig something else, and then I wanted to say win because I was worried I was like showing favoritism and saying they were winning. No, I read it right. It's Dig Win and Root Dig. I'm not confused. For once this broadcast, I am correct. Getting into the numbers now, we can see some of the knockouts. Big damage, big knockouts, big participation from Hades on the Espeon. Lots of value there, 8 and 14.
Yeah, Espeon is a mon that Hades is incredibly proficient at. Just a really, really good Espeon player. And it was the Gren from Dig Win with an incredible performance. You know, as he scaled into that mid to late game, getting level 7, seemed like there wasn't a play that wasn't like where the Gren didn't have like some forefront in it.
No, look at that, 111,957. I had to say it correctly. IMAX, can you do me a favor for me real quick? Can you whistle for me? I can't whistle right now for reasons I don't want to get into. I can't physically do it, but that is an impressive number. Somebody needs to whistle.
I don't know if it picks up on my mic, but I did just whistle.
Oh, no, we've denied it. It is a shame. We won't be able to praise Anon for doing as well as he is, but that is still 43% of his damage. He was a monster earlier in today's matches on the Mew. They put the Mew over the Rob and have Anon now in the Greninja, inspiration to attackers everywhere. Looking for Org is going to have to come up with a big game plan for game 2, but let's get into some of the highlights here. We have a great play coming in from Dig Win as they try to get the tempo back. They are on the bot pad. They are on the Mamoswine, outnumbering him 1v4. This is going to be a chance to get EXP back and destroy that bad, get rid of that flex zone in order to slow down their rotations.
Yeah, and if we remember, oh, hold on, we've got a fight here. This is the Ray fight where Looking for Org nearly messes up. I think they weren't quite committed to making this fight Ray, or all the members weren't. Someone was probably saying, let's make this Ray. Someone was probably not too sure. And they almost lose out on the Ray fight there, but they managed to get back in it because of the Zacian. And here's the actual Ray fight we see now.
I liked watching this team fight where Looking for Org was able to get the first pick. They're about to get a second one. They're really healthy here. Perhaps some recalls, but I guess they didn't want to give up the territory because there's still Zacian and Greninja, and they're big threats for that very reason. Oh.
Yeah, in the smoke screen, it's almost kind of like a jump scare from them. See it, they're looking at the Ray, trying to tap it, say, what health do we commit? When are we looking for a fight? There's so many things going across their mind, they didn't even, like, realize that they're just getting dived, and then it's too late.
When I work with other teams, that's one of the things we see the most. Sometimes these games are more than just a physical, mechanical piloting, or even a mental game of understanding the strategies and the exploits of the games. There is a level of feeling that we have, a psychological type of warfare where you put pressure on the other team, and that pressure, the fear of the unknown, the fear of the consequences of losing, the fear of having to make the accurate play, what happens if you don't, is enough to get them to slip up or miss out on a very important detail. Might have been the difference maker right there, is concealing information coming from the flank, scaring them with the smoke screen, and making them think they didn't have a chance to recall or reposition. And that hesitation cost them game 1.
Very well said. That game looked very good for Looking for Org in the beginning. They had a good first gank, could have maybe been better, but they had a strong beginning to the game, breaking the bot pad, getting the second bot pad really low. The swinging moment was when they were trying to overextend on that bot pad again on Mamo, and it really wasn't anything too too crucial to the game, actually. It's just the Mamoswine dying as like level 10 or 11 or something. Not too high, but that was sort of the momentum swing, and you didn't see anything go as well for them after then.
No, unfortunately, it's a fun part of psychology that we have. When you lose something, when you make a mistake, you're more likely to screw up and make a mistake again. And when you win, you feel more confident and boldened, and you have an easier time believing that you can continue to make successful plays. And so the evidence shows that you will continue to make those plays. One of my favorite things teaching is this positive psychology of relentless optimism and always believing you can, because that belief has hit such a huge impact. But enough about that. We're getting into game 2. Looks like there's been a little bit of a side swap. We have Dig1, Root Dig on the left side and looking for Org on the right side. Draft 2, time to come up with a change of plans. If you are looking for Org, what do you think they're going to do? Do they run it back? Do they adapt?
That's a good question. I don't mind looking for Org's draft at all. You could say that game felt like it was going well for a while. Let's see if we can just correct where we went wrong and get the snowball. But it looks like Dig1 is also confident in running it back, so maybe that will dissuade looking for Org some. But the Mew ban is really interesting. That's a mon that they've been playing a whole lot. It seems like they're probably not wanting to prioritize it to the first pick position, and they're assuming that the other team will take it on the 2-3, or the first and second pick of theirs, so they don't want to give it over there either.
I'm happy to see Mew getting a respect ban. My own team have discussed the possibility of banning Mew because it is such a strong pick, but there's been some hesitancy because of how strong some of these other ones are out there. Dig1 banning it indicates that they are not going to probably pick it. It looks like they're going with the Feraligatr. Lobo has talked quite a bit about this. I'm pretty sure it was Lobo. Could have been 10. No, it's Lobo. Lobo for sure. And I know it was him because he was C1 and he's going to laugh at that joke. But he talked about the Feraligatr being a really strong pick, but not translating to a lot of in-game success in today's series.
Yeah. Well, taking the Feraligatr here over the Moltres as well is sort of just like a trade-off. They do manage to still get the Umbreon and the Espeon away. So I like the Dig1 draft, but Moltres for Feraligatr is not amazing. And Feraligatr has a lot of counters. I think that's a lot of why you're seeing why it doesn't always translate to success, is because despite being a really strong, even overpowered in some ways mon, it does not it does not have like amazing matchup spread into a lot of mons.
Ooh, I like what Looking for Org is doing here. They brought out the Trevenant. I'm surprised they would take Trev over like a Crustle. I can understand maybe over Blastoise, but really strong front lane, a lot of disposition, a lot of way to disrupt what Dig1 wants to do. And they pair this with the Zapdos, a very strong control mage type character, high burst damage, very vulnerable. And Dig1 is trying to punish that with what I would assume they would anyways, with the Rapidash and Greninja picks on Clash and Anon.
Yeah, and the coolest part about this Rapidash is that it's going to be a support Rapidash. Something really, really cool to see. It's, I've seen support Rapidash before, but not so much on, the big stage like this, right? It's a pick that will, a lot of teams will send flying in scrims. Hey, let's try out playing support Rapidash, something like that. I'm curious if we're going to see Wish Umbreon to cover the healing deficit, or if they're just going to run it. I could see it either way. Playing no heals here, or just picking up the Wish. And I'm also curious on the second Umbreon moveset, because we've seen him run Foul Play in a lot of the sets prior in the day, but I like the look of Mean Look here some for the Moltres and the tree. Can really shut down this tree if he's going to be looking for things.
I'm really surprised by the support Rapidash. I'm trying to visualize how it fights. It does have some stun. It's a great hit and run. It can displace people. It'd be very awkward to fight against. But in a lane phase, it doesn't have the element of surprise as it would usually have in the jungle. What's the crux of this strategy? How does this work?
Well, the lane is got pretty strong secure, and you can kind of just run around and split the lane. So what you're going to see is you're going to see the Rapidash not really play with its teammate in lane probably. it's either going to go invade or it's going to play enemy side of lane and just like run around doing stuff and just being annoying, like you said.
It makes a lot of sense for me to see it in the top lane. There's a little bit more melee users in the top lane, not so much against these guys, but the matchup might be okay there. They could go for the invade as well, as you mentioned, in the strategy to be disruption. Looks like they will be going for stacks, though, using the mobility. In the bot lane, Zapdos is going to be able to secure quite a bit more farm from Digwin, putting them and suppressing them a bit in terms of EXP. This is something that Zapdos is really good for, but Zigzag able to take it out from Zapdos in between the discharge.
Yeah, something really cool that Zugrug does here is that he notices that the Leafeon is the jungle, which is also probably the reason they aren't looking for invade this game. And then he looks at the blue buff to see if it's up, because Leafeon is known to get his level 4 and go straight to top lane. And they take away the blue buff with the Rapidash and the Umbreon. They play for mids and are looking to 5-man bot here. What do you think of this? They might be able to get a pick.
We see this one coming on Zapdos. Zapdos will quickly be dispatched by the Greninja. It is going to be a retaliatory knockout from Leafeon, though, being able to pick up the Espeon. Fortunately, there are a bigger number advantage for Digwin, so they will be able to continue to siege and get a knockout. But Hoopa comes in with the portal, bringing both themselves and Moltres for the cleanup crew, going for a reverse double knockout in favor of Looking for Org. And because of this, Looking for Org has the tempo, they have the play. 3 members in the bot lane, they decide not to siege, instead going for the wild Pokemon.
Yeah, that was really well played from Looking for Org. It's of course Groudon this time, so we're gonna see Regidrago. I'm curious how much either team is gonna send. If it's just a 5v5, it should go to Looking for Org based on the comps right now, but I could see them like sending various numbers for either team.
Like what Leafeon does there, they hover in the bot lane, they look for an opportunity to get a pick, and with that pick, they then go to the objective. There's a window of opportunity where Digwin will be at a disadvantage, meaning that if it comes to contestment, Looking for Org will likely win the fight and the objective, which is just what they do. And Leafeon, being as healthy as they can be after that, is now positioned to the top lane, looking for yet again another pick.
Yeah, it was really well played from Looking for Org. Setting up for the 720s, Leafeon was hovering top to see if they could kill this Feraligatr, but the Feraligatr didn't step up too much. They're going bottom and just leaving the Moltres to secure here, and looking for a Leafeon play bot. Gets his ult, and we'll see if he looks to do something or just go back to jungle for the third clear.
Both objectives are going to be spawning in about 5 seconds here. They will be able to tell which one is the Regieleki and the other Reggie. There's 3 of them. It's hard for me to say which is going to be. But with that information, they can decide what they want to prioritize and where they want to go. Rapidash invading the jungle, punishing Leafeon, making it hard for Leafeon to not be there, because if they don't contest it, they lose out. Digwin leveraging that information, knowing where they are, to attack the Regieleki on the bot lane. We have a foul play coming in from the Umbreon, allowing them to get a shutdown onto the Zapdos, displacing them. But a non on the Greninja is onto the Regieleki, with more disruption being ran by their teammates attacking the pad. It's going to be an objective trade. Looking for Org did win the Regirock, getting a defensive buff in the top lane, but Digwin will pick up the Regieleki unless it gets stolen.
Yeah, Looking for Org are able to take the pad though, and we'll see if Dig are able to put enough pressure on to take this pad. Gren gets a really nice ult, getting the reset off the guy, gets another surf, but the Moltres ult looks like it's going to counter him. Probably going to go to the Moltres, and it's a foul play Umbreon, which is something I was interested about on the draft screen. It's been playing a lot of foul play. Definitely is looking like the comfortable pick here, but you know, Mean looked good on the draft. So I was bringing it up.
All right, 5 minutes, 40 seconds left in the game. Score is 59-82 in favor of Looking for Org. Point differentials, or level differentials, are relatively neck and neck right now. Both teams having level 10s and level 8s in their team. Looking for Org, though, has a level 11 in Leafeon, and now in Moltres, having a clear definitive lead. Zapdos popping the Unite move onto Digwin's bot pad, allowing a free score of 40 to go in.
It's really fun to see the Leaf as well after the bot fight. Instantly runs topside to the top Bs that they're spawning, or still up, and just clears all of them. playing for a lot of farm, and then is going to get hoop ulted back down for this push here, and probably almost has leaf ult again from the beat.
The Pops Unite, we see the Leafeon rejoin the rest of their team. Umbreon goes to be defensive, but does not successfully. I take that back. They did successfully defend the back with Anon, taking 2 of them out, and they go for a back cap of 40, evening up the points to 132 to 135. We see a stun coming from the Espeon. Valerian Rapidash, wrong G name, goes in for the stun, will immediately get knocked right back to the Pokemon Center by looking for Org, as Moltres seems to be just a menace, but the play doesn't end there as Ralligator comes from the flank and goes for a double knockout of his own, giving Digwin the tempo.
Yeah, Leafeon misusing that ult there a little bit as well, not able to actually find the targets he was looking for, and then gets Rapidash ulted, and that's a misplay from the Leafeon. You do hate to see it, but they might still be able to hold this pad with the Zapdos ult.
I like how long this play has gone. After all that, there was still another fight. Leafeon came with the flank, tried to go for the fight. More Unite moves came in. They go for the bad. Hooper shows up. Zapdos comes in, and the pad is still remaining, standing strong. 3 minutes, 40 seconds of the game, 132 to 175 in favor of looking for Org on the bot lane. Regieleki about to secure it with Moltres.
Yeah, and looking for Org has the score lead here, but they have both pads up, both on pretty smallish points, and Digwin has the level like to match them. It's a scary situation, especially when they have those walls as well. I would probably rather be Digwin in this situation despite the point.
Digwin misses the stun on the Espeon. Would have been a beautiful play, but they didn't need it to land anyways. The number advantages allowed them to get the Moltres to back off. Ralligator, having closed the gap, will be able to knock out the Moltres, gets pushed back by the Trevenant and decides not to continue to play in the top lane. In the bot lane, looking for Org, walks up, teleports their team out, but will be caught out by the Umbreon and the stun coming in from the Rapidash. The Rapidash being a very mean source of interference, and Zapdos is not having a good day, but will be able to get that horse to stay away.
Yeah, every play in this game is going super long. Both these teams are like extending into these situations where the other team can punish them, and then after they get punished, they just go back the other way. But that bot pad play from looking for Org was really clean. As soon as they see people, 3 I think on the top, they instantly send it bot and get the play. Now it's a bit more demanding of a score lead. Still double 14 on Digwin and some flip potential, so they're going to be able to force a good fight, and it's a very close game despite the score.
Teams are taking their positions. Trevenant wanting to be down by the lower L bush, but now going closer to the ground on Digwin playing from the left side. Umbreon looking for a pick onto Leafeon to keep them trapped out of position. Both teams just posturing very safe right now. Fishing abilities coming in from the Espeon, trying to land a stun, but does not connect. Zapdos Moltres pounding on the ground on. It's now at 50% HP. The play comes in. We see a massive engage, and there it is. Ralligator takes off the Zapdos. Leafeon takes on the Espeon. The attackers are going down. Waterfall comes in from the Ralligator. Going to be another double knockout. The only remembered player is the Hoopa, but Hoopa will not be able to secure the Groudon. Digwin takes the Groudon. They have 3 players up with a buff. Greninja not going for the score, giving it to Ralligator instead. Umbreon on the next pad already with another 100 points, now up by 2. Digwin has a minute left to cinch this game. Another Groudon map, the buff can be transferred, meaning there's still time for looking for Org.
Yeah, it's still a close game. A whole minute left, 2 points separating the teams, and when they see close battle, they're going to want to score more and push, but that tree makes a big mistake. I think he thought the Gren was still in that bush, never saw him walk out, and so he flashes into the bush to try and catch the Gren, but the Gren had left out of vision. And just ends up hitting the Umbreon passive and hitting nothing.
All right, water call coming in, run for Alligator. You're about to grab the Moltres. Moltres will be caught by multiple players. Another 100 points going in for Digwin. Hoopa in the backline scores 34, popping the ult, hoping to teleport their remaining teammates. So all that was up was the Trevenant. All remaining players are removed for the game indefinitely for the remainder of the time. Game 2 goes to Digwin, and they will take the series, becoming the winners of the winners final, moving on to the grand
Yeah.
finals.
Game 2 goes to hashtag dig win, hashtag root dig. That's right. And it's a surprising thing. You know, there's a lot of Worlds teams here, a lot of really strong competition, and you never really know how something like this team Dig Win is going to converge. It's because it's a cross section between multiple different teams. Both, obviously, it's all successful players, like very successful players, but you don't know how these teams that are made specifically for the event. Obviously, Dig Win will not be playing in NAIC or anything else together with this 5, so you never know how it's going to quite converge, but it's working really well for them. They're beating a lot of teams that are 5-man together.
Well, they know their roles, and they hopefully they must be friends or familiar with each other enough in order to get something going, and they are doing really, really well, beating against other players that might be a shock. Like they beat BH3, and they beat Extinction, and Looking for Org. I got Looking for Org confused. I'm reading the wrong. Yeah, they beat EG. They beat IX Gaming, and then they just beat Looking for Org. Some really big names out there. So Dig Win is just doing fantastic. And I'll be curious to see who they go up against in the grand final. Looking for Org might get a chance to get its lick back. Extinction's playing against New Gen right now. And Evil Geniuses is also looking for a way back in. I stand corrected on all of that. The bracket did not update. I remembered to hit the refresh button. Evil Geniuses and Extinction are fighting out for the chance to play against Looking for Org and get a chance to move back to the grand finals.
And what a team fight we get to see here for a second time. I wish I could see it 3 times. I missed the beginning already. But it's like a really split team fight. We're going back. Oh, it's incredible.
I think they all go for that. We're
Magic!
able to see the position
Production
here.
magic. Okay, hold on. It's a split team fight here. You see like a double section on the team fights. Looking for Org taps it to half just to make something happen. They don't really want to flip, but they do want this fight to happen. There's a fight on the right side, a fight on the left side, and this Ren gets the reset. The dive is here, but the peel that would be stopping the dive from Dig Win is fighting the backline of the other team. It's both teams are diving each other's backline, and that's where the 2 fights are. And then eventually both teams kill each other's backline and they converge in the middle, and Dig Win ends up winning.
Another fight looking at the defense here. Ifion goes for the kick onto Umbreon. Espeon gets a little overextended, but I think the Unite move set it up quite beautifully for there. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a couple more matches left for the Reckzz Cup with money on the line. We'll get to see who else is going to get that bread and get ahead and get fed in the grand finals. But before then, we are going to cut the break to prepare for the next round. See you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Reckzz Cup. We are here in the losers final. We got to come up with a better name. The comeback final. Something like this. Something losers final sounds like an insult, but we have two phenomenal teams going at it for the chance to get that red. We have Looking for Org and Extinction going head to head, and this is going to be a chance. We'll look for Org get their lick back against Digwin, or where Extinction get their lick back against Looking for Org, the team that knocked him out of this winners semi-final.
From now on, I'll say the cool people who have lost their sets prior final. I think it should catch on. It's got a really snappy name.
I feel like that is going to be the world's best hashtag. Definitely a viral name. Now, for best of ones, these best of one matches have slightly different rules. The higher seed has the ability to choose the map or the ability to choose who gets first pick. And right now, it looks like Extinction has first pick. So Looking for Org has decided on the map. I don't have a confirmation on what that map is, so we'll get a little bit of a...
Looks like it's Groudon.
How are you able to tell? Is it because it's
I
red?
just look at... There's a... You can look at the bushes as well.
Oh.
Because the bushes are all different. Getting into this draft, we have an Espeon ban. This makes sense. I was calling out how Hades is a really strong Espeon player. Duck ban, that also can be maybe looking towards Reckzz, although it is a very strong pick. Reckzz is very comfortable on the Mon as well. So probably a combination of a target ban and a meta ban, and an Umbreon ban. Which is interesting because I haven't actually seen Wolf play Umbreon this tournament, though it might just be because hashtag WinDig kept scooping it up as early as they could.
That's true. I mean, they might not have had the chance to see it. Umbreon is something that gets target banned a lot. We do see Machamp coming in, which is a ban most of us expected, although there was one whole set where he wasn't banned and nobody picked him. It was crazy. Followed by Charizard and a Miraidon.
The Miraidon ban, that's for Bora Reach. Bora is expanded his Mon pool some. You might see him playing a Mew or some things, but yeah, there's the Mew pick. Bora is not known for the Mew. This is a new addition to the Mon pool. He's been working on it for some time, but the Miraidon pick is because they're trying to target Bora, and he's coming out swinging saying, okay, you think I don't have a Mon pool that I can work with? Well, I'm going to lock in this new character that people haven't seen me play to such a high level before and win with it. But giving over Lax for Alligator is a very strong picks to give over. Lapras being a really good pick into for Alligator, but they forego it for the Moltres.
I mean, Moltres is pretty strong in the Alligator, performed very well in a lot of these other games. I do like the Hoopa pick as well. Or reach on this Mew, reach for the stars, reach for it all, and reach for the prize. I believe that you're in for a surprise. You know that they're afraid of you and not wanting to give you the Miraidon. But they might not be that afraid because they lock in the Typhlosion right away. And Hades is going to be a player to watch in this one. Follow up with Lofi on the Vaporeon. A very happy Vappy protecting their team.
That was incredible. You just rhymed like every sentence. That was amazing.
Oh, I can do it from time to time.
We see Typhlosion picked. Typhlosion is something that I thought teams were going to have some higher prio on, but it looks like a lot of teams are taking after the Japan meta where they were letting Typhlosion go. And the Leafeon and the Mime. Mime is probably the other tank that's known as a counter pick into the Feraligatr, because the move where he sort of runs in a line, I don't remember what it's called. It's got this water and he's like the Mime can put an end to that just by if he runs into it, and he gets no movement, so it's a very strong pick into the Feraligatr. And Leafeon is just going to be a tempo jungler, also good into the Typhlosion. Typhlosion is actually going to bot lane here.
You made some really good cases for Extinction on their draft and where it came from. I'm a little worried that they do have a lack of bulk. There are defensive items on the mine, but it's just not going to match what Snorlax and other defenders can do. And you have high burst damage characters on Looking for Org, Typhlosion, and Feraligatr and Zacian, all known for high burst, and so there's very little room for error, very little time to react when you're playing squishier characters into such a composition, and I think that might be favorable for looking for org. But as you said, they have unique counters, they have strategy of their own, they have their own burst damage and ways to disrupt and exploit the looking for org draft. I think this is going to be a highly technical game.
Things like the Feraligatr, for example, and a lot of this dive that you're talking about, or stuff that maybe threatens the bulk, it's really going to be about whether Extinction can keep them away with the Mime, for Feraligatr specifically, or whether he's able to get past the Mime, past the walls, and not be disrupted as much, and be able to get there. Because if they get on top of each other, it's going to be looking for org that end up with the win. Bot lane here looking really strong for Extinction. Mime gets both secures, but he's getting chunked down, and use the focus procs. So the Mime is going to be a little bit less able to contest the farm up top, and Typhlosion steals the bunny.
Okay, rotating to the top lane after is clear. We'll have an advantage there, but Leafeon on the bot lane wanting to take advantage of the fact that Cyndaquil is a proprietary evolution, has 3 different forms. And so an early pick could set it back. Great defensive play coming in from Extinction. They are able to avoid getting picked off by the Zacian, although they have to concede some of the wild Pokemon value that is made up by the success of Leafeon's playbot.
He's going down here. Flash from the Feraligatr, tries to get out, but unable to. Leafeon comes in. This pad push is hard. They're gonna have to back up, but the Leafeon ends up dying. And this farm situation is looking like the top lane is strong for looking for org, and the bot lane, as they were left 2v1. I hate to do this, but something really cool that Extinction actually did was on the 9-minute rotation, the Lax was trying to go top lane, and the Extinction knew that they were going to 4-man top with the Lax, and they sat in one of these bushes here and caught him out. I just had to point that out. Sorry.
No, don't ever apologize for realizing just the genius that goes into these plays. Sometimes you might even call it an evil genius that allows them to become such powerful players. But 7 minutes, 50 seconds in the game, there is no point differential. We have Moltres in the cross from the Vaporeon hanging out there, and there is a dive happening in the bot lane where looking for org will be able to disrupt and push back. Mime is now overextended. We're trying to use its abilities to secure what farm it can, but it will eventually have to just concede its health bar to looking for org for the shutdown, but bought plenty of time for the Mew by pulling players away. More points got in. We're now 20 to 50. 20 points for Extinction, 50 in the favor of looking for org. 3 players still on the bot lane. Snorlax pulling for 12. Mew not being able to disrupt an evolution coming in from Typhlosion, popping the eruption, giving him a clear advantage over his counterpart.
Looks like it's just a cross map. Extinction favoring the top side, looking for org favoring the bot side with the 3 initially, but then the Zacian goes onto the Regidrago, rips it, and comes top lane. And looking at a top lane fight here, it's about to be very important for this game.
Looking for org is not at the same disadvantage. They do have a level lead on many of their characters, with Feraligatr being level 8 on par with the Leafeon. This allowed them to play strong bot lane and in the top lane, getting a pick and now putting in more points. Or is 38 to 66, with multiple objectives having gone over the looking for.
And you can see that this Leafeon ult is used here, but from Extinction, they used the Leafeon ult, weren't even able to get the objective, but it just comes up from the farm. And this next fight is going to have a lot of ults. Feraligatr ults topside as well on the Moltres to get the 40, and Extinction are going to try and fast play bot to see if they can get anything back, but the play doesn't end up working out. It's just a 1-for-1 for the Leaf ult. And Zacian also looks like he also ulted, so it's a 1-for-1 on the ults as well.
Typhlosion is able to work with Snorlax to get a pick on the Mist of Mime, giving a number advantage for looking for org, using the eruption from the Typhlosion to keep the damage on Regieleki. Snorlax in the lower left-hand bush, working as a warden, trying to ward off Extinction from connecting with the Regieleki. Knockup comes in for the Snorlax. Moltres will get taken out like McGruff takes a bite out of Grime. Feraligatr really showing us what that Jaw do by getting more points for his team alongside the Snorlax. 5 minutes and 20 seconds of the game. Score is now 66 to 199 in favor of Looking for Org.
And unlike the last game we were commentating where the score lead wasn't really determinative of the game, this game is looking very strongly in the hands of Looking for Org at the 5-minute mark. 5 minutes still to be played, but it's a strong lead they've built up. Gonna have to see if they end up squandering it or not.
Level differentials are in favor of Looking for Org right now. They have 3 level 11s, a level 9, and a level 10. Extinction not too far behind with a level 10 and 11 of their own, so certain small skirmishes and picks can work very well. Moltres getting lots of damage on the Vaporeon, but Snorlax trying to interrupt with the block. Hoopa is going to be porting her teammates out of danger, just saves the Moltres from getting caught out before this fight erupts.
Yeah, Moltres has to pop his full heal and instantly take the Trick Portal as the fight goes down instantly. A really fast conversion. So many ults. There's the Lax ult, Typhlo ult, even more coming through. And Looking for Org is the favorite team.
All right, Looking for Org does get the Regirock here. We'll give them a 20% buff to their defense and special defense, mitigating the amount of damage that Extinction's going to be able to do to them in the next minute and a half. 16 seconds on the bot side. Reggie Alecki, Looking for Org, preparing for this by rotating many of their players in the bot lane. Explosion is still taking the jungle before he makes this rotation. But pops Unite move, trying to get a double stun, does get a double stun. Leafeon gets the pick on the Zacian. Solar Beam comes in and takes out the Snorlax. Extinction might have just found their comeback play.
JL and Reckzz make an incredible play there. The decisiveness to hoop ult as soon as you see the Zacian, like frame 1, is incredible from JL. And Reckzz with the walls. Just catching out the Zacian. Can't do anything, face checks the wrong bush, and it was really well played from Extinction. They didn't have much, they weren't given much opportunity, but they took what they were given, however small it was. But Looking for Org are going to be able to get the Regidrago back because of the tempo exhausted from Extinction.
Koopa overextended will get picked by Looking for Org. This gives them another chance to have that tempo. Now they're on the board with more numbers, with more plays, and the ability to dictate what play comes next. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the map. Score is 155 to 199, still in favor of Looking for Org. XP differentials are mostly tied, but a slight favor towards Looking for Org, who has 3 players at level 13. Extinction having 2 level 12s and a level 13.
It's a pretty close game now. Extinction were looking bad until then, but the Moltres full heal has gone into timer. That's really important on a mon like Moltres to keep your full heal. But the Ray fight breaks out early, and 2 are dead immediately on the side of Looking for Org. Extinction are probably going to have to try and make some fast team fight here, and the Typhlosion has a beautiful flank.
Explosion pops Unite move in order to get massive amounts of damage, uses the eruption, leveraging the flame will to get a shield. 2-3 players go down. Only Leafeon and Moltres left, both big disruptors. But Zacian is back on the board and rotating over, about to be here at the fight. Goes for the Leafeon. Leafeon is going to be sent down. It is an ace. Looking for Org still has 4 members on the board going for the Groudon. Koopa and Mime do spawn, but they won't make it in time. At the 139 match goes to forfeit. Looking for Org takes the game and gets their chance to contest dig win for the $1,000
Hashtag
pot.
dig win, hashtag root dig. For the $1,000. Sorry for cutting you off there.
He's
Yeah,
telling me to put some respect on their name. I will make sure that I say their name as long as possible, politely, correctly, and ensure that that hashtag is put out there.
stats we have, it looks good for Looking for Org, but it doesn't tell the full story of how Extinction were able to almost mount that comeback. They brought the game to a pretty close angle before the Ray, and then almost had the Ray fight before the Typhlosion found a really good angle, and I believe the Lax as well flashed in on that angle from the Typhlosion, and they were both able to catch out Extinction while they were walking down. But the majority of this game was good for looking for org because a lot of these stats are from the early game, right? The kill stats and other stuff. And damage is evened out a little bit between the two teams because because the early game has less of a sway on those numbers compared to kills.
You do get more stats as it goes on. Moltres did have 51, almost 52,000, a little bit less than Typhlosion. I do think Moltres was a pretty domineering player on the side of Extinction. AIDS on the Typhlosion really came into shine at the end there when Snorlax pinned him up and everybody was getting hit multiple targets through the Eruption and the ult. Have a replay here, a great team fight. Snorlax initiates, disrupts their position. Mime is trying to run interference, but there's just too many threats and too much damage. You have it coming from Feraligatr, Zacian, and the Typhlosion. Can't stop them all.
Bora Reach, gotta talk about Bora Reach here. Gets his Miraidon banned, puts up 24k on the Mew. It's a really unfortunate showing if you're a Bora fan, and they all come through the port. That's the moment. Everyone comes through the Hoopa port together, like at the same timing, and no one's able to escape the stun. It's an unfortunate moment. Typhlosion finds a good flank, then everyone goes into the Hoopa port. And gets caught out.
In. They do grab the Leafeon here, but that is the final play, and there's not much to say except that setback is a setup for a comeback, and I think Extinction may be signed up for NAIC, and the pot is a lot bigger there. So if you don't take it today, that is okay, because there is still a way for you to win the Ray to win the day. And I think I have said enough on these rival games. It's going to make people go insane. And really, we're here to watch Pokemon Unite and focus on the game. So coming up next will be #DigWin and Root Dig going against Looking for Org. It's going to be the grand final, a best of 5 match with a winner's advantage going over to DigWin. To my understanding, it means DigWin needs only 2 wins to win the series, where Looking for Org needs 3.
Gonna be an exciting grand finals. Our matchup between the two of them was really fun to see, and we're gonna see it again as we go to break.
As we can tell. The excitement is just palpable, and we'll be back. As Max said, we are going to break right now to prepare for the most exciting delivery that you have seen. We're talking about the green, and Professor Malice will not be obscene. That's right, I've got a button to keep it clean. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see you soon to watch the team bring their opponent to doom. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Me and IMAX, and we're on the attack. We were certainly not in the back lobby talking some smack about Shavam and the other people that we just love so much. We are actually here for a very exciting match, the grand final between #DigWin, #RootDig, and Looking for Org. A rematch of the winners final. It is going to be a best of 5, and we are just cutting through the discussion and going straight to the draft. And that's all right with me, because I'm not daft. This is an opportunity for us to just really embrace the highest level of play. So there's nothing else that I will say except for the draft, starting out with the Machamp, Snorlax, Charizard Y, and now the Mew.
Mew ban again is something that is weird for me to see from #RootDig, #DigWin from the second pick. I thought the reason they did that last time was because they were in the first pick, but it would appear not to be the case. I think they probably just don't want Hades on Mew. And Zacian Prio is something we've seen from them a lot, and the Hoopa being picked early, I think, is maybe something you would expect from a lot of teams, but I haven't seen that from #RootDig, #DigWin. I mixed it up there as before. And the Feraligatr first pick is something that we are consistently seeing. Moltres going all the way to this team again in the, what is this, 3-4 pick. Just insane.
3-4 is definitely better than 6-7, that's for sure. I think we can all agree on that. But Anon has the Moltres and the Blastoise. DigWin, RootDig is shaping up to have a very strong composition. Zealot with the Zacian, Anon with the Moltres, Zugrug, Blastoise, and Clash with the Hoop. I wonder if there might be some swaps there, but looking over at Looking for Org, they have a really strong draft themselves. They took the Feraligatr, now they got the Mamoswine, they put the Espeon, a big priority pick attacker, and now they're going to pair that with Eldegoss. Great damage, heals, shields, a couple of different things, a very popular supporting pick. A standard staple one might not be the best in the roster, but it has its unique flavors, and I think it fits very well here with Taquito on the Urshifu. I don't know if that's Single Strike or Water Bear. I think Single Strike, but that would just make their team really burst heavy. Rob, on the other hand, going for Mewtwo Y, another staple attacker, very well renowned. And with some of these melee picks who like to stay clumped together, that Unite move from Rob might be what it takes to rob Looking for Org of their opportunity of getting today's prize.
Looks like a wet bear. Or a water bear, as they say in professional.
Whoa, you can't say that. That sounds dangerous.
As they say in professional casting. Not wet bear. They say water bear around here. It looks like it's probably a water bear based on the build. And I agree with you. I like #DigWins comp quite a bit. I think they have the brawl in the Zacian and the Moltres to deal with everything, as well as the stun from the Blastoise. I think Blastoise into Mamoswine is going to be one of the matchups that is really interesting to see here, because if played well, the Mamoswine can do some things, but I like the Blastoise a lot in like those big team fights, and it'll have to be. I like #WinDig in this from these comps.
Is
but
big
there's
win.
obviously a lot of
win big.
I think they're gonna win big potentially, but it's really too early to tell. There's a lot of things that could flip, right?
All right. Well, one thing that we've said with certainty is if there is a Cubfoo in the jungle, it will probably get invaded, and I think that's exactly what's happening. Is the invade is coming from the Hoopa, but Looking for Org predict this and set down Eldegoss to be a defender and help prevent that from succeeding. Big Win is going to have a Squirtle and Mewtwo in the bot lane. Looks to be a fairly even exchange on the wild Pokemon. A slight 5-point advantage being with Big Win, meaning they secured one contested camp.
Something to note is when #BigWin Clash, the Hoopa, saw the Eldegoss, they didn't immediately leave. And the reasoning, I believe, is because they noticed that the Zacian and the Feraligatr are fighting each other up in this top lane, and it's very good to keep this in a subdued 1v1 state rather than going 2v2. And Gossifleur actually rotates down, gonna be a 4-man bot lane, having the Psyshock already, probably. Gonna look for a pick, I imagine.
The engage coming in for the Mamoswine will knock them up, allowing them to pick that player apart. Urshifu goes in, creates some distance from the Mewtwo. He doesn't want to get close, and a lot of points will go over for Looking for Org. 42 goes to them, 24 retaliating points going in from Big Win, causing a 42-24 blitz, looking in favor of Looking for Org, taking that early lead. Invade from Looking for Org is going to go in the jungle with Urshifu. Mamoswine using the Ice Fang to grab Mewtwo and send him apart. Tackle goes in, Ice Fang lands again. World Turtle is in a tough position, is looking slow right now, and will not be taken out. Does get taken out by an auto attack from the Espeon. Urshifu continuing to stay on this bot lane, going for a knock-up onto the Hoopa. Hoopa gets a berry to recover, and the play may finally be over.
Really, that whole play looking really good for Looking for Org because of this Mamoswine. Mamo having a really good couple picks. Fight breaks out in mid. Eldegoss dies, and the Feraligatr, or should I say, what is that guy's name?
Feraligatr?
Totodile.
Totodile, yes.
The Totodile still dies on the red buff. Maybe Zealot is getting a little bit over aggressive here. One crunch could end it all, but doesn't happen. They kill everyone in the central area and come out with the win.
Yeah, triple knockout, high risk, high reward, and works out very well for Zealot on Dig Win there. Espeon gets the knockout onto the Hoopa. It looks like a little bit of a pick there. 7 minutes into the game, Sentinel Adjuctives. There is no Sentinel Adjuctives, it's just Array. The Reggies are now on the map, and Looking for Org is rotating for the Registeel. Blastoise is looking for a way to disrupt it. Ice Rain comes in, knocks him away. SBM bot the Unite move, and it will be going over to Looking for Org, who is able to secure the Registeel.
Big Win putting their eggs in every basket, hoping that it would work out to play the objective as a 4-man and still get the Zacian as the value. If they were able to win that fight, it would have been incredibly swinging on the game. But since they had the Zacian up there, losing isn't quite as big of a deal as it would have been.
6 minutes, 20 seconds on the map. Score is 108-54 in favor for Looking for Org. Big Win pressuring the top lane. Moltres, 40 points, will get knocked up by the Feraligatr, but continues to take the play. Feraligatr is incredibly low, now finding the Urshifu and the Espeon. Moltres incredibly low. Now Mewtwo himself on the flank does take out the Urshifu, sending a knockout over the way towards looking for Orb.
Still, Digwin is favored on the XP here, but we'll see how much longer that lasts. Urshifu now has the ult and a lot of potential to fight, but it is a 3v2 for Digwin in the top path here, and the Mamoswine is forced to ult. They use Espeon ult as well, and that's going to be good for Digwin, forcing out 2 ults, even though the Hoopa ends up going down for 0 kills. Unless this Moltres gets picked by the Mamoswine and everyone else. Moltres very far stepped up there. Been playing the rest of this game pretty well, but that was a unfortunate mistake from, I think it's, I'm not going to try and pronounce Moltres' name.
Oh, the Moltres' name. Oh, we'll see it in frame here in just a little bit, but anyway, 108 to 54 in favor of looking for Org. They are ready. They are hungry, as I might say, for victory today as they take the lead. But Digwin is not about to be outdone or dug out as they collapse on the bot lane here, looking for a knockup on the Mamoswine through the Mewtwo. Now Mega Mewtwo. A burn maybe taking out the Mamoswine. Mamoswine gets to the pad, but still needs to heal up. Espeon is going to look for a cheaply secure. May be able to take it, will not be able to take it. Mega Mewtwo getting the Reggisteel, giving EXP and a 20% damage buff to Digwin.
Urshifu is behind them here on a long flank. Gonna look at this Mewtwo and Hoopa. Mewtwo has no teleports, gonna be forced to use the ult, and it's not enough for Feraligatr ults as well as the Urshifu. Urshifu still has the second part of the ult, but they have to kite out because the Hoopa ult comes down and everyone ports through. Eldegoss ult, every ult is being thrown, big team fight, but the Surf is huge from the Blastoise, huge Hyperspace Fury from the Hoopa, and Espeon ult, one last stand versus 4 members, but not able to do anything. Hoopa lives on 1, and it's going to be the bot pad broken for
Blastoise.
Windig.
A menace there, getting multiple targets with his Unite move, knocking him up and circling out of position, allowing Digwin to work. And that play was able to be done because of a fast reaction from the Hoopa. New fight breaking out and looking for Org's jungle right now. Blastoise will escape with Mewtwo and other teammates rotating to the center. Setting up for this, not really anything on the map, but maybe still looking to fight for these two teams. It's their last ult timer if you're Feraligatr, for example, could be something they're looking for. As they're posturing in this top path versus the other team. Amplify goes for an Ice Fang on the Mewtwo. It will not connect, but we have a knockup for Feraligatr. Feraligatr is going to be forced to flash over the wall there. Engage coming in from the Blastoise, knocking multiple targets, but a counterplay coming in for looking for Org, and they already knocked out 4. They're going for the last one. This is going to be an ace in the favor of looking for Org. They're now counting out their points, trying to maximize their score. A 50 goes in. Now there's 4. A 44 over cap will be the final play, and looking for Org as taking the point lead back. 50 seconds before the race spawns. Score is 232 to 193 in favor of looking for Org. Really good team fight from looking for Org. Shoring up for the spot objective. How that fight started was really fun, but no time as the Blastoise hits a big surf going into the spot register. Urshifu is forced to back out here. Looks like it will be going up to Digwin Root Dig as they take the Reggisteel, giving them that damage buff going in. One of the things to track, though, is which teams still have their Unite moves. It looked like just about everybody. Moltres, Mewtwo, Hoopa, Blastoise, Mamoswine, Feraligatr, Espeon, and Eldegoss all have it. Gaussian and Urshifu being the 2 that don't. 9 seconds left to spawn. They are looking for a chance to maybe get that back. Might come up in time, it might not, but how they take this fight will determine the payout. Looking for just Trick Portal, poke for side of Digwin. They're behind in score, but it's a very close game on XP, and they've got good flip potential and various other things. Blastoise may be looking for an angle down in the spot side coming around, but it comes back up instead. Right, massive play, lots of Unite moves coming out. It's hard to track the exact action. A replay will be helpful there, but Mamoswine is going to be the one that takes the Ray over for looking for Org. This is their opportunity to get an upset and to get their chance to take the series. They will continue to build upon the lead they have. They are at 396 points to 193. It is a race, so even knocking somebody out isn't going to guarantee you a fast score. 40 points come in for the Rally, and now at 476, Blastoise trying to keep them out the pad. Another 100 points to go in. There is a minute left in the game, but score is 582 to 193. Looking for Org is looking very strong right now.
Yeah, this game is looking like it's their game to lose. It's gonna be pretty difficult to do so as well. But there is still some siege. Some people did die. There is some time. Something I do want to talk about from this game that was really fun, like chess match in these team fights, was you'd see this Blastoise. One fight, he gets a really nice angle and finds a good engage. The next fight, the adaptation comes in where as soon as they see the Blastoise on their backline, instead of backing up into him, they ran straight forward in that top fight from looking for Org, and that's how they were able to get the team wipe just before at about the 3-minute mark. That's how that fight started, is they saw the Blastoise behind them, and instead of going backing into him or trying to not fight, they just ran straight at the other team, knowing that there was no front line there for them.
All right, final score 662 to 325 with a win going over to looking for Org. Score is technically 1-1 because of the winner's advantage in this best of 5. Both teams are in a position to win the prize, to win the series. They need to win 2 more games. I'm expecting to see a back and forth remainder of the series. Looking at the details here, lots of damage for Tokido and Hades at 80,000 and 94,000 respectively. Non at 78 on the Moltres, a little bit lower, but technically more when you look at the team's total damage. A Non representing 34.4% of this team's damage.
Interesting to see looking for Org having high damage here because they were winning that late game. The damage stat, of course, like I said, is skewed towards the late game because everything does more damage then. So seeing looking for Org winning these late game fights like this fight in top that I was talking about earlier is the reason why they're showing so much more damage, even though Digwin had some good early game plays.
Play is going to show us what happened exactly at this Ray fight. I wasn't even able to comment on it. It happened so fast. I don't think I'm used to Ray getting deleted like that. Zealot looks like he goes in, starts repping to pull him in. Mamoswine goes in. We've got some damage from multiple targets on it, and already within that breath, he was at 25%. Mamoswine is able to get to secure. Blastoise was trying to go in. We're going to rewind it a little bit.
It's that moment when the Zacian Metal Claws onto the Ray for the first time. The secure is really close. As the Zacian ult is slightly early, not enough damage beforehand, and the Mamoswine comes in with the Earthquake right between the Zacian ult and the Blastoise ult coming out. It's really clean play by the Mamoswine, really clean timing because he has to time it as well to dodge the stun from the Blastoise ult, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get that Earthquake off.
Do you think that was intentional? Was it kind of a Hail Mary, everybody throw your ability and hope yours lands?
Yeah, I definitely think it was intentional. A lot of how you time secures as someone who doesn't have a lot of secure, like a tank or support, for example, as a tank player, you want to go either right before or right after some damage. If you notice a Zacian, you want to think about when they're gonna Zacian ult, and you want to either go right before, in case they're too late, or right after, in case they leave it on 1. Because if you're just trying to go at whatever your peak range is, it doesn't really affect much when they have so much higher secure range than you.
That makes an awful lot of sense. If you try to go for your peak range, they are going to out-secure you every single time. So the way that you win is you account and you bet on the probability of human error. They're either going to be too late or they're going to be too early. And you're banking on one of those two outcomes in order to... I lost my thought looking at the new update that they made to the tracking down there. I see you, production. I see what you did. But in order to make the secure, that makes a lot of sense. And I don't think there are many players who are thinking at that level. We're used to thinking, what's the max that I can do? But you can't always think about what you can do. Sometimes you can think about your opponent's inputs and how you can exploit them, which is a whole other level of play.
As well, when you're in a multiple, a securing with multiple people angle, like I said, it was timed between the Zacian ult and the Blaster's ult. That's another thing you think about a lot when there's like double secures on an objective. Let's say you have an Urshifu punch and a Spirit Shackle or something. Going in between is oftentimes going to be when you can get it. So if you can time it in between those 2 ticks of damage, it's going to be really good.
All right, back into the next game. Each team technically has 1 win. Each team needs 2 more wins in order to take the series. And it looks like Digwin is going to be on the first pick. And Looking for Org has selected the map.
Digwin on the first pick. It's a Kyogre. Is this the first Kyogre of the day? I wasn't watching incredibly closely while I wasn't casting, but it's the first Kyogre of my casting, at least. Very interesting map selection. A lot of people not liking the Kyogre right now. As the bans come through, it's a Gren ban. If you remember in that Winners Finals game, Anon was absolutely killing it on the Gren. So that makes sense. It's target ban there. And the Lax 1P on Kyogre, this makes sense as well, because Kyogre is a map where you really want to put a lot of priority onto Lax compared to those other tanks because of it, because of the map choice.
Ooh, Charizard Y gets through, and they pair it with the Moltres as well. They might use the Moltres as an attacker, or they could put the Charizard top, or even Charizard Jug. I'll be interested to see on how they delegate, because there are a lot of different pivots that they can use with just those 2 alone. Digwin will have Espeon and Thashian. Really strong all-rounder attacker pick. Espeon, arguably one of the most prioritized attacker right now. I think it's Espeon, Mew, and Typhlosion are the ones that most people are looking at. Wolf will take the Crustle, a very strong and offensive defender, which could be useful here, and a Lofi on the Alcremie. A little bit of an underrated supporter, but lots of shields, healing, disruptions, and a powerful ult that can dictate team fights, and a strong pairing with Moltres, who wants as much uptime as possible in some of these fights.
I'm curious if we're ever going to see the Zacian denied from Digwin. They've played Zacian every game I've seen so far, or most of the games at least I've seen of them. And the Latias is another pick that's really interesting. Clash played this earlier in the tournament as well. It seems to be a pick that they are just a fan of, and but they did really well on it before. And I remember we talked about how that can affect the game. Of course, that was the other team, but
one of the things really interesting to me is there's not a response to the Charizard Y. There's no Mimikyu, there's no Slowbro, there's no Serena. They just continue to play their style of game and focus on high burst and high damage. Is Charizard Y just not that level of a threat anymore that he needs a dedicated response?
Yeah, Charizard Y is not seen as too big of a deal right now from a lot of teams. They're not putting too much emphasis on it, but I am curious why there's no counterplay because it was picked so early. You know, normally I wouldn't expect you to be preparing for a Zardwy if they're gonna late pick it, but picking the Zardwy so early and then not picking anything that's particularly amazing into it is an interesting call that you found on that draft.
Another thing I noticed that I really like that's going well for Looking for Org is Crustle is a great barrier for Zapdos. They took the Zapdos who has high AoE DPS, and Digwin didn't strike me as a team that had a substantial amount of dives, a very front-to-back playstyle, which Zapdos is favored in, and even the Alcremie is favored in. I'm thinking Looking for Org might be en route for a very successful game 2.
I agree. Looking for Org's draft looks very good if they play slow, but I'm worried that this Zard might go in too far and ult, or this Moltres might go in too deep and not be willing to like play the fight in stages, if you know what I mean. Take the small victories, back up, and then take another small victory later is how they're going to win these team fights. And the other side, it might be something more along the lines of objective priority. We see a lot of really good objective priority from the Zacian and the Blaziken and the Latias helping the secure ranges, it seems like they don't want something like last game happening where they just lose the objective on a flip.
9 minutes in the game, both junglers are in the top lane. Moltres and Charizard will be trying to take out Zealot, but Zealot will survive. A knockback coming in from the Combustion, trying to get them to stay. Charmeleon is on a hair. Latios is looking for him, does get the auto attack to send him packing to the Pokemon Center. Moltres and Alcremie now being stuck to defend the pad as the birds freely go over to Digwin. When you know where somebody is, you know where they're not, and there's not anybody else running interference in the bot lane, giving a Zapdos a chance to try to build a lead against the Espeon, but Espeon securing toe for toe, tick for tack with the Zapdos.
So 1v1 now in the bot lane with both these tanks isolated. This is going to be really good for Digwin because the Snorlax has that EXP share item. The Crustle doesn't seem to have it, so the time is always going to be more beneficial for the Snorlax here. Snorlax is just getting passive XP, while the Crustle is not in that situation.
I didn't stop to think about the impact EXP share can have for roaming supports. That is a really strong observation to make. Anybody going to NIC and AIHC might want to think about incorporating that into their play. But right now, Digwin is on the Regidrago. Snorlax is ready for the secure. Espeon is there for the secure. The Blaze will not be enough, but the overheat, will not be enough. And yet it still will be secured by Digwin, giving an EXP advantage. Currently up with multiple level 7s. New fight breaking up the top lane. Blaziken comes in with the overheat, trying to connect that. Alcremie will be able to live, and Charizard takes the berry in order to continue the fight.
Very sad from the Blaziken. A really good eject play, but he's only level 7, so not able to confirm more off of it. Just getting the posturing, and it does end up, that eject and that fight does end up being result in them getting the Bs because of the damage that they put onto looking for Orc. But he was undoubtedly looking for kills in the moment. As we see an invade here from the Blaziken, they know that they have more power than the Zard and the Cream here, and the rest of the team is too slow to rotate as 5 members are looking to go into the jungle. Zapdos goes in too late. Moltres comes in also too late and just too far as well and ends up dying. Crustle hits a good X's, or can this Blaziken go down? If he does, it might all be worth it, but it's not. Really close.
Blaziken was able to play very successfully, lots of burst damage, rotates to get 40, and then steals the berry in order to avoid having to take a reset. Looking for Pro, ignores the Blaziken on the top side of the map right now, prioritizing the Regice for some EXP. Charizard and Moltres are laying waste to it, but Zacian will land the final secure. Big knockup comes in as a combo from a flanking Snorlax and Espeon Unite move. Zapdos and Moltres retreating to the pad as Digwin cleans up this fight.
Digwin look incredible in this game so far. They notice that looking for Org starts ripping this objective without any secure, and as I said, Digwin have all the secure. They have 4 secure mons on their team, 4 strong secures out of 5 members, and the heavy slam is almost there as well. So Digwin is like very hard to contest on objectives, and looking for Org start the objective up for them and end up dying and giving the objective as a result.
This back is a setup for a comeback, and Digwin is certainly looking to come back in this game for a victory in and of themselves. Moltres looking for Orb, rotating up through the mid lane. 4 players there looking to maybe take the overextended Zacian, who is denying farm by taking the wild dots on the side of looking for Orb. Russell on the bot lane doing a dance with the Snorlax. Espeon tries to get some chip damage in.
Digwin doing some really cool macro throughout this game. They've been swapping the Zacian and the Blaziken on who is top slash. The Zacian came bot with the Blaze playing solo top for the first objective, which was really cool. And then they swapped back. As this fight happens, starting on the bot pad, someone's already dead. It's the Moltres. Laxalt comes down, but feels a little bit forced. Maybe they can get punished here with the Zard ult, Cream ult, and Blaziken almost kills the Zard, but he doesn't quite get in range. Not a lot of HP, but they do get punished. Tough fight. They're over-forcing a little bit from Digwin.
think Looking Orb was able to play to their strength there. They popped the Unite move from the Alchemy, which helped keep the Charizard alive. Charizard held the hold for the Zacian, which was a target that he wanted, allowing them to knock out multiple members. Once again, though, they're going to start up this Regirise to try to get Digwin to walk into it. They may not have the secure necessary to take it.
And that's the tragedy of Looking for Org's comp. As much as they might have a good team fight, it's going to be hard to ever finish off one of these objectives. If a single member of Digwin is alive, they can secure it.
For Pro, Looking for Org is in the bot lane right now. Crustle is popping his Unite move, has lots of shields, lots of health, looking to initiate a possible fight here. Zap Cannon coming in from the Zapdos, trying to distract Digwin as I totally misread that play. It was Zacian in the top lane who was keeping the attention in the bot lane to threat there in order to grab the Regieleki. A great play from Digwin. And now they're going to leverage their secure in order to grab the Regidrago. A 100%, I think, secure rate for Digwin in this game.
Looking for Org find a nice angle with the Flash X Scissor here, and it's a really big Charizard cooldowns like over and over again. Ult finds a good target, and so do all the spells, and it's a really good team fight. Digwin, I think, maybe should have just looked to go to the pad and sack some of their players that were caught up in the initial engage, but they think they can salvage the fight, and they don't quite manage to. Really good from Looking for Org.
40 seconds left before the Kyogre comes into play. Scores 156 to 213 in favor of Looking for Org. Moltres being chased down by Zacian, hoping to get to the heal from the Alcremie. We will not make it in time. Zacian now on the Alcremie. Charizard, having used the Unite in the last team fight, needs to try to get the Unite move back up. He's unable to get it. It could be detrimental to their chance of securing and winning the Kyogre.
Looking for Org with the point lead, this is exactly where you want to be. You don't want to be the one forced to do something if you're Looking for Org. But this positioning is really important, because if you give Digwin an inch, they will rip this objective. They have every secure imaginable, and you have none. And it looks like Rip is going down. See if the Zapdos is maybe the only thing that can contest. And the Zard gets it with a burn kick right after the Espeon throws Psyshock.
Oh, that is going to be incredibly frustrating, but great play on the side of Looking for Org. Push the Fire Blast there. The initial burst or the tick damage, whichever it was that secured it, just secured this game. It's one of the reasons why you might want to consider banning the Char. Why? Still, maybe not as strong as it was, but not an underrated champion. That just took the Kyogre for them, and many more points going to their side. Minute 20 seconds left in the game. The score is now 210 to 625. Looking for Org just needs to back up, play defensively, and the game will be theirs.
This is Kyogre buff, so it's pretty hard to make a comeback because of the healing. It's harder than Groudon for sure, because it's harder to get those KOs to get the buffs to transfer in the first place. But if they do manage to do that, then the hard part will be out of the way and they can make it.
I am just astoundedly impressed at the narrative of this series. Looking for Org lost 0-2 against Digwin. Digwin was looking really strong. They were at a disadvantage. They were able to win game 1. It looks like they will be able to win game 2. One more game is all they need in order to take the series. This is an underdog comeback, and we love to see these types of stories, these narratives. I can only imagine the stress, frustration this can be, but you know, when it comes down to the wire, there are two choices that you can make about your effort and your attitude. You will either lock in and give them hell and take the game, or you can give up and resign yourself. I think Digwin is going to have to dig deep, and I'm rooting for them to take this to a game 5.
And you're supposed to say, I think Digwin is going to have to dig deep, and I'm rooting for them to win. Because it's Digwin.
Oh, I could have said it. I'm
digging them for them to dig win.
Anyways,
it writes itself. No,
final score 4-6 to 7-8-5. A lot of knockouts on Zale. It was 7, and Tokido had 5.
Yeah, if we had a graph of this game, it would go to Digwin at the beginning. it would have a big spike, and then as Looking for Org evened out that game and maybe even took a little bit lead, it would go slightly towards them, and then a big spike like back towards them. You would actually have it would spike back up to Dig Win once they are mispositioned and they start flipping, and then the secure, it spikes back down right to Looking for Org to get the win.
The Charizard on to level 14 for the final fight, I think, was huge. He got 85,000 points of damage, just 29, almost 30% of this team's damage, higher than anybody else, on par, a little bit ahead of Rob and Zealot. I was going to say on par, but they're not on par. There's a 7,000 point difference there. Age doing great work on to the Zapdos, lots of AoE at 73,000, 25% of his team's damage, contributing more than perhaps his opponents. And we can see this graph. We have that graph there. Dig Win is leading all the way up for the first 6-7 minutes of the game. 6-7, there it is. I knew it was going to happen. It vined its way in, but Looking for Org was able to find a means to come back, and it's just phenomenal.
I actually forgot that there was literally a graph in this game that shows it. I just happened to use that analogy, and that's very funny. But yeah, you'll see Root Dig is winning here at the beginning of the game. This is when they're ripping this objective, despite all the secure, and no surprise, Dig Win ends up getting that. But I think the reason they started ripping that is because they didn't see Root Dig or Dig Win there. So it's really impressive that they were able to like conceal themselves so much to give Looking for Org the confidence to hit that first objective. This is the other fight I was talking about, where they're sort of trying to salvage this fight. They come in with the Zacian and the Blaziken onto this initial Crustle engage when they could have just sat on the pad, and they end up losing the whole pad for it, unfortunately. And here's a secure. This is really interesting. See what happens to the overheat as well as the thing. The overheat is late, and the Espeon moves are early, and they're not timed perfectly, and the Charizard gets it with either an auto or a Fire Blast tick right in between the Psybeam and the overheat. Frames away from the overheat damage connecting.
I want to. I don't know if that was an auto attack or the Fire Blast. It was that hard to tell. And Charizard's Fire Blast or auto attack, I guess, has a very fast missile speed. It's almost instantaneous compared to other auto attacks that have a bullet or a beam or what we call a missile that has to travel from the initiation point of the animation to the target, which can be delayed damage. Very beneficial for the Charizard there, and that minor difference could have been what allowed them to take that game. Going into the next round of the grand finals, we see some repeat offenders in the bands. We see the Psyduck and the Mew again, but now the Feraligatr is being taken out of the game by Looking for Org.
I think that makes sense. Dig Win have shown that they want to pick this Feraligatr in the first pick if they're given the opportunity, and denying that makes a lot of sense. We're going to Groudon, and it's a Snorlax pick again on Groudon. I'm less excited about this from Dig Win because Snorlax is really good on that Kyogre map. Still very, very, very strong on Groudon, but a little bit less good, and we'll see if that makes a difference. Zacian going back over, and if they run back to similar compositions, it might be a Dig Win win, because we saw how close they were in that first game and how the tick of burn just took it away from them. But the Espeon is actually taken away. Hades is known for playing Espeon as one of their amazing picks, so that makes a lot of sense.
I like the priority on the Espeon, but my only concern with that is it does free up Moltres for Dig Win, and Moltres is a powerhouse right now. It can be dealt with the Charizard, so maybe it's not the most valuable pick, but I think there had to have been some debate on whether you take the Moltres or whether you take the Espeon. And it looks like they're going with the Espeon. Paired very well with Porygon and Blastoise, allowing for some extended fights. You can get some value and a way to punch through that Snorlax and some of these other threats. But Dig Win, they have a very comprehensive comp. And yes, please, yes! Rob takes the Decidueye, and I'm hoping that is a Spirit Shackle. He has very few threats. Rob is going to be a menace this game. I can just feel it.
It's an incredible Decidueye pick. Moments away from not finding it, but he finds the angle for the Decidueye, and this could be a game ender. I mean, this draft looks really good for Digwin. It's hard to contest this Decidueye. They're gonna have to find an angle from the Blastoise or the Zard, or they're gonna have to kill everything else while the Decidueye is doing damage to them, and it's gonna be hard either way. But obviously, it's possible in these team fights. Maybe you can shut it down early game with the Espeon, but they have a Lax in the lane. It looks like a really, really good Desi angle from Digwin.
Hey, I think this might be a Desi jungle. It could be Desi Snorlax, but I want to say it's more likely to be the Moltres there, with Rob taking the Desi in the jungle, allowing him to ensure that he gets to level 7. I don't believe Espeon is going to get an early lead on him as long as he plays very passively, letting his Snorlax be the one going for the secures and prioritizes the level. As soon as he gets level 7, it's Desi's game all day, every day. And I say this because I love Desi. He's become one of my favorite picks in the game, and he's been one of the things that I've understood down to a science, or at least I'd like to think so. So I'm really excited to see Rob's gameplay, where he goes, how he maneuvers this, and what I can glean from it. It's time to get a little greedy.
Desi does end up finding his way into the bottom path, so it's going to be a lane Desi. See how it fares against his Espeon, but it's insane for looking forward. You're going to have to shut down this Decidueye if you don't want it to be a problem later in this lane phase, and that's got to weigh on you, knowing that you're almost forced to win lane in this game if you want an easy route to success.
Well, I don't think there is an easy route to success, especially at this level of play. Both teams at any moment can turn this into a metaphorical bloodbath. But we don't have blood in the Pokemon world. We have damage counters and experience points. Rotation coming in from the side of Digwin. They almost get the knockout onto looking for Org here, forcing them back to the pad. We'll give them a chance to get the Baltoy uncontested. A possible grab may be coming in from the Buzzwole here, but end up retreating with a water gun from the Vaporeon.
It's really well played from looking for Org. They managed to shut down the push, not giving any stacks over to the Moltres, and they get a push from the Zard in bot lane. The Zard is already level 6. The Buzzwole overextends despite that amazing holding earlier, but the Vaporeon clutches up and holds anyway. This Moltres has 0 stacks, and the Zard is almost level 7 probably. Just getting these Sawtooths, and then one more farm will get him that 7. Maybe not a Baltoy. One more big farm will give him 7.
He needs just a little bit more, but he is getting in pretty close. Looking for Org was able to get a lot of value on the bot lane while resources were spent by Digwin top. An engage comes in from the Snorlax, looking to get a pick there. Espeon trying to retaliate. Latios will be picked. Shutdown gets put onto the Zacian. from looking for Org. Both teams now positioning around the Regidrago, with looking for Org having priority.
This is something we talked about in the early game, but they're doing a really good job shutting down this Decidueye in the early game, giving themselves a lead before the Desi becomes a problem, and they manage to take the Regidrago through the tempo of the Espeon, but he does die. Ends up going down after securing. The Moltres is able to punish him. So well played by Anon on the Moltres. It was and well played by the entirety of looking for Org macro-wise. Unfortunate mistake from Hades, but that's all that there is.
3 seconds before the objective spawn, both teams fighting out in the bot lane for the bot side Bs. It looks like Blastoise will hit level 7. Decidueye is getting close, wants to try to hit 7 before the next fight. Goes to their team's jungle in order to build that level advantage, evolving into the Decidueye, allowing him to use the Spirit Shackle. Ford initiates the Regirock, trying to bait Digwin into the fighting pit. Double knockout comes in from Snorlax, who goes for the rest, and the secure will be made by the Vaporeon on the side of looking for Org.
Vaporeon, not what you would expect to get it, but it's not too surprising for that it goes the way of looking for Org, as they're sieging the spot pad. The Zard Y barely able to live, and the Blastoise dives the Desi. Everyone 5-man bot managed to get that. But for that objective secure, big overcap and another stack for Zard. For the objective secure, what was really important there is that they have this Espeon now. The Espeon allows them to play these objectives, and it makes Big Win so much more conscientious about how they're ripping and how they play these secures, because there's something that can really contest them on the other side in this game.
Missing a game. The score is 6-154 in favor of Looking for Org. EXP advantage on the side of Looking for Org. Big engage happens in the center lane right now as Zacian is going to be pushed off to the side, but will maybe be able to get a big. I thought that was a done deal, but no. Slow comes in from the CUI. The knockout finally comes on the side of the Zacian, but when they're distracted there, Looking for Org is able to get priority on the top side Regieleki, which is being attacked by the Buzzwole and the Charizard. Moltres goes in for steal, but it's too little too late. Not enough damage.
Really cool exchange of things here. You see this pick in mid. Then you would think Digwin wants to go top off this pick, right? But then the Vaporeon ults and pulls them bot lane, buying so much time for them to do this top objective. So after they kill the Vaporeon bot lane, they think, okay, we're just going to push bot pad off that. But the Espeon is there to outplay the 1v3 and make a really good play to defend the bot pad, and it's all sunshine and rainbows for Looking for Org.
Blastoise is in position, looking to be a disruptor here. Uses the Surf to kidnap the Latios, putting them out of position, trying to walk out, but will get knocked back by the Blastoise, using an eject button to get multiple targets with its Unite move, surfing somebody into the wall. Big Win is trying to play out the fight. We see the Desi ult go in, making them untargetable, but Desi is now going to get caught by the Buzzwole, sending him packing as well. Looking for Org has lost the Blastoise, but taken 3 of the different members of Digwin, giving them the priority over the spawning Aleki.
I completely spaced out and have no recollection of the last 30 seconds of my life, but they fought each other.
they fought each other indeed, and they're fighting again, and more damage is coming in, and Decidueye did the purple thing. But enough teasing of that. There's 4 minutes of the game. Score is 16-217 in favor of Looking for Org right now. Moltres is on the red, grabs the ball toy with his teammates, trying to clutch up some of these levels. The levels are still really close, with Digwin having 3 level 11s, and there only being 2 level 11s and a level 12 on the side of Looking for Org. The score tells a very different story than what the players are experiencing.
Really good pick from Looking for Org. They probably spotted this Moltres going into this bush and staying there, and then instead of immediately scouting him out, they set up a pick on him. I don't know that happened. That's just my assumption, but it would be a really good pick if so. And the Stoiz is in a really good angle. He does get shown by the Shadow Sneak from the Decidueye, but they're pushing bot lane while the Stoiz is pressuring the top lane, and they get these caps right before the Snorlax jumps in. Very close.
Minutes on the clock, 1 minute before the new objective spawns in. It will be the... Actually, I think it's the ground off on this map. But Charizard is going to use his Unite move super early here. He might have a hard time getting that back before the final fight, which is going to be something that's a bit concerning. I don't know if he should have used it there, but there are some yellow dots on his side of the map. It's possible that he can get it up and get back to level 14, just like he did last game. Desi, though,
I would be concerned as well, but it was really good from them to prioritize getting the enemy side bottom Bs immediately after that Zard ult, probably realizing, oh, we need a bit of farm to get this back, and I think he's going to have it because they took all the Bs on that Charizard, or birds, I guess. We still call them bees.
Are we really doing this right now on a Pokemon stream? We're talking about the birds and the bees? Come on. Have a little class. Blastoise is going to try to kidnap the Snorlax. Snorlax is in the bottom L side bush. Will get harassed by the Espeon. A good chunk of damage. Charizard does not have that Unite move. They may want to play this a little bit slow, but I don't think Digwin's going to do it. And there it is. He's got it. It came back in the nick of time.
Incredibly close. Every piece of farm that they stole counted towards that Unite, coming back just in time. And it might be the thing that swings this fight and makes Looking for Org maybe take the game, but it all depends on Zugrug if he can maybe steal a subjective, goes in with the thing, or maybe even just stall enough time, flashes over, gets a big block. This Latias maybe will make it in time. Have to see, doesn't look like it. Stoizolt coming out, almost gets it with the Dragon Breath. But this goes over to the Buzzwole, and now it's going to be a routine endgame. See if they're able to finish this off. But Groudon is the hardest buff to play with of all three.
No, this is not a routine endgame. This is a massive endgame. They're up by over almost 300 points right now. They have the buff from the Groudon. There's a minute left on the clock. If they win this game, they will be the recipients of the $1,000 prize. This is a massive comeback story. You have to believe at every single moment, no matter who you're against, the next play is going to go your way. And they have maintained that aggressive, offensive, and adaptive energy all throughout this series, going back after losing 2-0 to Digwin, now pressing for a 3-0 sweep in the grand finals, coming back from the losers bracket. This is awesome! It's amazing, and this is happening right before our eyes.
Yeah, it is really, really well played by Looking for Morg in this game. They had every right to be sort of almost antagonized for having somewhat lucky in the previous game. You know, you don't say that word in esports, but it's somewhat true in that situation with the previous game. But this game, they really showed up and said, we weren't lucky. We are just better, and that's how they were this game compared to the last.
Oh, that was an amazing play. I will say there is no such thing as luck, though. Luck is manufactured by the practice you do off screen.
It's true.
20% of the action that we see is created in the 80% that we don't. And that effort, that mindset, that energy is what made the difference for them today. Let's look at these stats. Let's look at these details, because they deserve a pat on the back.
Yeah, we said this Desi is really strong in this game, and the Desi was a really good pick when it was online, but the team fights weren't the whole story, and they Looking for Org managed to find really good angles outside of team fights to make more skirmishes, and also shut down this Desi in the early game and get that lead initially, which led them to have a lot easier time playing into the harder team fight composition. Was really, really well played from them, responding to the Desi pick in the game, in the macro, rather than the draft.
You can see the story of the game as it unfolds. Looking for Org had a definitive lead throughout the majority of the game, starting 54-6, eventually to 154-6, 217-16, 300 to 100, something that I can't see, and then the final closeout that we have right now, just 306-709. It's simply divine. And Looking for Org is just, I imagine they're over the moon. I can envision it now, the excitement in the room when they brought that thing down. Wow. What a game. What a series.
Yeah. Really, really fun series to watch. And we're going straight into the replays. This is that first objective. The Vaporeon gets it. It almost looks like the Espeon was going to get it if the Vaporeon didn't, but somehow it's the Vaporeon. That's what was surprising there. That Psybeam had a really good angle on it, but it was Wolf, or is that Wolf? Wolf is on the Stoics this game. It was Loaf who ended up getting it, and with another well-timed move. With full heal from the Moltres in this fight, but ends up dying anyway.
Night move coming out from the Decidueye, I think, kept him locked in a dangerous position where Buzzwole was able to get on top of him. I do like, the Unite move from the Snorlax here, try to buy some time and cause a disruption for his teammates who are back, uses the block, and it's a really good tactical play. But let's get on to this final fight here. Dawson will be able to take out the Mega Charizard, but unfortunately at great cost to himself, which leaves Moltres stranded, allowing Buzzwole to play to his strengths, which is isolating single targets and keeping that in lockdown. We're Looking for Orb, we're able to do the rest of the damage. Snorlax is now caught in a 1v4 with the rest of Looking for Orb, trying to go for maybe a heavy slam steal or trying to get it to reset or delay for Latias, but it was just too much, too fast, and the whole series came to a crash. And finally, we are done at last. So class, we will be dismissed, but my friends, you will be missed. Thank you so much for joining us on this series. Well, I don't want to say that just yet. I haven't been given the go-ahead. I love to do these dramatic series of words and phrases, but I don't know. I'll wait for the go-ahead before I send it off. Before Shavam yells at me again. They're so great, and I call them my friend, and there's a smile all the way up to the end.
If there's extra time, I'll notice a little moment from the fight there at the end. The Desi positioning really far back because he sees all these divers, the Stoys, and the not really divers, but things that are threats to him. The Buzzwell's frontlining, the Stoys is frontlining. He has to go all the way back into his own jungle. There's not anything to separate. Well, there's like a wall of separation here. If this is the Decidueye, then this is the enemy team, and this is the rest of his team. There's like a bridge there. But what ended up happening, which is funny, is the front line from the other team walked back a little bit. So he walked up a little bit, and the Espeon of all mons found a like flank angle onto the Decidueye, went around and got him. Really cool stuff.
Oh no, we've just been dashed. We've been had. I was listening to Shavam, who we sometimes call Dad, and they said we might have had an interview, and then they said never mind, but now they said just a second. It's this teeter-totter, this back and forth, like some of the games that we've seen today, where something great might be on the way. So you just, as the audience, had to pause, stop, and stay as we look glued to the screens to see what all this could mean.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. We might have an interview.
Oh, he's doing it. Keep going. Keep going. Got the bars. IMAX got the bars. Interview. What rhymes with interview? See this through.
I'm the snoo. Whoa.
Got attacks like Mewtwo, mega evolving, shocking it big, because here I am. Like Jinx in a wig. I'm just saying crazy words with excitement for all, because
I can't
I'm
do it
one
like
to be
Prof.
the champion, the Pokemon master, like Ash to stand tall. He's a bit short, but I'm here like a rock because I'm hitting all these people like my name was Brock. I'm affectionate, and you know I'm full of love, like looking for pro, going for the win, looking down from above because they just made it. Yes, the money is in their pocket, and they shot for the moon and landed just like a rocket. I've got bars, and people know that this is something that I can deliver, and the excitement from this game and the interview we might have has made me quiver. A sliver of hope still remains, and people should know that Prof Malice and IMAX, as well as looking for Org, has game.
Yep. Specifically IMAX. I think his verse was the best. Yeah, that's really impressive. You do it quite well. But back on the top, I mean, the prize pool, all the other things, it's been a really exciting tournament, been really good. I'm looking for Org. Gotta be on the moon like that rocket bar right now, because they're really happy about the result. I mean, not much else to say. We got first place looking for Org, gonna get $1,000. Second place Root Dig, or not Root Dig, hashtag Dig Win, hashtag Root Dig, gonna get $100, I believe. And third place Extinction gonna get a pat on the back from themselves for getting third.
I don't think it will be from themselves. I think it will be. Oh, it is from themselves because they hosted an event. I was about to say other people are going to give them a pat on the back, but and maybe it will be a little bit more akin to a shoulder rub. I mean, they're already friends. It might be a great chance to get a little bit more friendly. Wow, is me. Maybe that's not the direction that we want to go, because we got to keep this PG. Hey, there was another rhyme. I'm doing it. I'm Dr. Seussing it. Oh.
Big Zeus in the house.
All right, well, we are still gonna keep this going for a little bit longer. I think let's translate this and talk about the elephant in the room. What we all know is coming soon, the NAIC. A lot of teams signed up. I think there's a 32 team cap. Last I checked, there's 30. Many of these teams for today are going to be there too. Is there any message or lesson, do you think, that they can take from the experience that we've had and learned today?
I mean, if there's a message or lesson, it's that a team like Dig Win, hashtag Dig Win, hashtag Root Dig, can make it this far off of what is presumably just planning the day of, nothing fancy in terms of strats. People who don't even play on the same teams as each other can all figure it out in the moment and come all the way to the grand finals, fall a little bit short. Said it's a comeback story, right? Looking for Org with a good comeback story. You'd say that if you just looked at this game, but big win. If you look at the set before any context, you might think it's not a comeback story, actually. It's an underdog story from Dig Win to take the win over a Worlds team as a jumbled, group of players, and then a comeback story again from Looking for More, 2 of them, to come back over onto the top and cement themselves.
No, I mean, you're right. As a group of players, very well known and very successful players coming together, they did beat out some really big names. They took out Looking for Org, which is a world qualified team, and there's Evil Geniuses and IX Gaming, all of which are just really strong teams, and they did so cleanly, definitively, all the way up till the end. So very impressive stuff. If they can do this here, I can imagine what other people can do at NAIC, and I really hope in some way, shape, or form we see an upset. We see somebody disrupt the rankings, disrupt the ladder, and show that anybody else that's out there can be a Pokemon Master too. But with the end of that statement, we are going to get ready to finally, for real, seriously this time, wrap it up and get it clean. First place was Looking for Org. They won the $1,000 prize. Second place was Dig Win. Dig Win, Root Dig.
Hashtag Dig Win, hashtag Loot Dig.
Okay, I got it right. I almost had it right that time. They got 100, and Extinction will be the team that gets the pat on the back. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, this has been a plum-pleasing pleasure as well as a privilege to work with you and be on the stream with you. Special shout out to all the different casters and support staff, Bino, Lordy, and Shazam, as well as Lobo and Tano and the other crew doing the other cast. I think it's the Spanish cast.
No shout out to IMAX. No kidding.
IMAX doesn't deserve one. It is the Spanish.
Yeah, you're right.
One.
Everyone,
it's gonna be Kudo Unite. I'm getting the thanks out right now. I want to give a special thanks because it takes a village to raise a person. It takes a community to raise a game. And some of the amazing things that we have, like the NIAC, is only a result from the community giving so much to make this happen and show that this is something that people want. It's something that we want. It's something that you want. And so thank you so much for being a part of that story. With that said, we're closing out. Have a wonderful night, and we will see you on the flip side.